Morning, everyone. If you will silence your cell phones, have a seat, and welcome to City Hall. And the August 2nd, 2017 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. For those of you who are interested in items 31 and 53, which are referred to as the Badlands items on the agenda, I'd like to announce that those items will not be heard before 1 p.m. Agenda items 31 and 53 will not be heard till 1 p.m. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication, you may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire and detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If the alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers and go out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card, which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. These cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. However, if you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward also and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. And before we proceed with our agenda this morning, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Mary Bredlow, Chaplain, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, and remain standing for the pledge. Good morning.
Let us pray. In the whirlwind of our public, political, professional, and personal lives, restore our natural wisdom to acknowledge the sacredness of our relationships and conversations with each other. Temper our anxieties, our hatreds, our put-downs, and our discriminatory language in our ordinary and not so ordinary days. Strengthen our insight to let go of our individual concerns, our ambitions, and our need to be in control. Grant each one of us the grace to examine our own motives before we question the motives of those we serve. Today we ask a special blessing on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue of a full-time paid fire department. Continue blessing their work and safety as they protect our lives and property. We ask this in your most holy name. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we will now proceed in front of you with our ceremonial items.
Candida in her office.
Is she? Oh, she's excitement. How are you? Good morning. Wonderful. Welcome. And how are you, sir? Are we well? Our dude.
I've always been
And publicly out for you, too. How are you? Is she wearing her pin? Yes, pin. Uh-oh. Okay, here we are. And he's not wearing his pin, and you've got the wrong pin on. But the one says councilman. I've got yours. You lost it. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Boy, what a beautiful crowd. This is the ceremonial portion of the agenda, and for our first item, it's my pleasure to turn the microphone over to Mr. GQ, Ricky Barlow, for our Citizen of the Month. There you are.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the compliment. It's amazing what soap and water does. Thank you. Absolutely. Soap and water does amazing things in the morning, Mayor Pro Tem. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for being here. Welcome to your City Hall. I'm Las Vegas City Councilman Ricky Barlow, and I am pleased to announce the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month, and that would be none other than the Andre Agassi Boys and Girls Club. So let's give them a round of applause. The Andre Agassi Boys and Girls Club is a place that a lot of the young people in our community have an opportunity to not only frequent from a recreational standpoint, but from an educational standpoint as well. I would like to ask that Andy Bichelle, President and CEO, as well as James Smith, Clubhouse Director, to please come forward and stand with me if you're here. Come on up. Thank you so very much. Good to see you. Good morning. Good to see you, Andy. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come on, stand right here with me. Andy and I had an opportunity to be a part of a great presentation, and Andy, I would like for you to share that also, the presentation from last week as well when we get into the agenda here. The Andre Agassi Boys and Girls Club was built in 2004 and sits in the heart of the city of Las Vegas on Martin Luther King Drive. It currently serves more than 790 members. The clubhouse director, Mr. James Smith, is passionate about helping kids. He has well over 30 years of experience working with youth in his keys to success and accountability and structure is just that the Boys and Girls Club of Southern Nevada has 14 locations throughout Southern Nevada in the community, soon to be 50? 15. I'm like, wow, that's aggressive. Serves more than 22,000 youth between the ages of 5 and 18 years of age. And let me just pause and say that I still hold from 1979 the blue ribbon in air hockey at the Boys and Girls Club.
Which club?
No one has been able to beat me yet in air hockey from the Boys and Girls Club. There's only one person that can continue to beat me consecutively, but not at the Boys and Girls Club, and that's Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. So he's the only person that has ever beat me in air hockey. But I'll take the thumbtack out and get back to the program and just, yeah. But it was the Cary location, Councilman. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Southern Nevada offers a diverse program of activities in 5 core areas: character and leadership development, education and career development, health and life skills, the arts, sports and fitness, as well as recreation. The Boys and Girls Club of Southern Nevada fills the gap between school and home, providing safe environments where kids can have fun, participate in life-changing programs, and form supportive relationships with peers and caring adults. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the Andre Agassi Boys and Girls Club with the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month. And so let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And just recently, last week, we had an opportunity to be a part of the NBA Cares, as well as State Farm, as well as the Boys and Girls Club of Southern Nevada. And if you'll please just announce as we run through the PowerPoint, please announce what took place at this location.
So we had a very special guest, Chris Paul came, Chris Paul Family Foundation with the Association of State Farm and the NBA Cares. They did a renovation of the gym floor and the facility in the gym, but also our technology areas. So refresh the teen room, and then all new computers throughout the entire club. So that really helps with our homework help program after school. So we run a power hour Monday through Thursday after school, so that our kids work with our tutors and our staff to get their homework done before they go home. So I don't know if that's still running, but it was a great opportunity. The kids were absolutely bouncing in their seats when Chris Paul walked into the gym, because they don't see those kind of athletes and celebrities in that neighborhood very often. So they were really, really excited. And I want to thank Councilman Barlow for being there and helping us celebrate.
Thank you so very much. And it is organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club who provide a plethora of wraparound services which is needed to fulfill and enrich the lives of our youth. I would like to publicly thank you and your staff for all that you do on a daily basis for families in our great city. And I present you as the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month. And to your immediate left, right outside of City Hall for the entire month of August, your name will basically be placed right here on the corner of Main, in front of City Hall, letting the entire community know that you are the City of Las Vegas Citizen of the Month. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right. And Andy, we would like to present to you this beautiful plaque on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council. And we have one more? Oh, we have one for James as well. So is James here? Has he made it? Okay, so you can present that to James for us if you will. All right. And then what we'll do is we'll go over here and stand next to the sign for photos.
Are these students from Andre Agassi?
Right. Good deal. All right, so we'll go over here to the left and take a photo.
Okay. Dr. Hibbler, are you here somewhere that I can't see? To your left. Okay, so our next item, we have our wonderful Youth Development and Social Innovation Director, Dr. Lisa Morris Hibbler, joining us at the podium. This wonderful woman is so incredibly bright and committed and has done such wonderful things for our city and for our youth and for our adults. She's just remarkable, with a team that doesn't quit. And she is making the difference with her team in so many different lives. They are providing a strong start, strong schools, and strong futures for our students, and are making this a strong community through the Mayor's Faith Initiative and the Latino Network of Southern Nevada. Lisa's with us because we have some special guests this morning who decided to come out where it's a little bit warmer than the East Coast, and from the U.S. Conference of Mayors with us today. And I understand we have 2 presentations, and there's nothing like getting a presentation for the city. The first one I would like to invite up is Crystal Swan from the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And is David Thorpe here? Way back there. Is the air purer over there? Come on down. And Shirley Franklin from the American Beverage Association. We will hear from David and then Shirley and Crystal, but here's a little bit of a video first. How are you?
It's really important to look at old problems with new eyes in how we support our families. In the city of Las Vegas, we definitely have that support from our wonderful mayor.
Oh my God! That was good.
The goal of Healthy School, Healthy Life is to support our families with nutrition education. People don't believe that kids could be excited about fruits and vegetables.
I'm gonna eat this on lunch.
They have a different perspective when they go to the grocery store after they have grown in their own garden.
These are some big carrots. That's what made for a more robust conversation. Why is it that our fruit in our garden looks a little bit different from the fruit that we see in the grocery store?
Is that a normal carrot? What is normal?
That's what the whole thing was about, was to get them engaged in that process of thinking differently about what they consume as well as what they produce.
So amazing seeing the children being able to harvest their own food and actually giving it to their parents.
Wow, look at that thing! How many carrots?
It inspires us to find a little plot of ground to have our grandchildren or children come out and plant seeds too. You know, I really believe that it is a responsibility of the mayors of the various cities throughout our country to really take an aggressive stand on this. And I have used the bully pulpit every chance I get.
And today what we're going to do is we're going to do push-ups, sit-ups, dips. One.
But to be recognized by the U.S. Conference of Mayors and our colleagues with whom we work on a daily basis and learn from, it's just a great honor.
Very good.
The American Beverage Foundation for a Healthy America, what a great, great undertaking that is.
So currently we're in 20 schools with our Healthy School, Healthy Life programs and gardens. And with this grant, what it's going to allow us to do is really embrace the mayor's initiative of tackling childhood obesity. Being able to do this over the next 3 years with our schools and with the city of Las Vegas, it's going to be amazing to see what it looks like.
With the American Beverage Foundation grant that we're going to be getting, we know the future for our community really is empowered to do even more going forward. And we thank you.
Awesome. Okay, David, you're on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The American Beverage Association is a proud partner of the U.S. Conference of Mayors in a multi-year national grant program focused on supporting local initiatives that teach kids about healthy, balanced lifestyles in an effort to prevent and reduce childhood obesity. These childhood obesity prevention awards support innovative programs such as the Las Vegas Healthy School, Healthy Life program. America's beverage industry, including the more than 2,000 beverage employees throughout the state, including companies from the Coca-Cola Company, Dr. Pepper Snapple Group, the Pepsi Beverage Company, and Swire Coca-Cola USA, are pleased to support the mayor's program, which we know will have a meaningful and lasting impact on local children and the community. Our beverage companies understand they have a role to play in improving the health of our nation. That's why we are proud to support local programs such as this to focus on educating children and families about the importance of balancing what they eat, drink, and do. Mayor Goodman's program showcases our dedication to the health and wellness of Las Vegas and its children. It also shows that by working together, government and industry can bring about real and lasting changes to communities. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you
We
very
are
much.
so proud. Did you mention the amount of the grant?
It's
Good
a
to hear this.
$150,000 grant to the city.
We are absolutely thrilled, David. This is so exciting. And Lisa, of course, but I would like both of you to go first. You start.
Oh, I'll just say a few words. Thank you, Mayor Goodman. It's good to see you in your hometown. I'm a former mayor, and I know how hard it is to get all of the resources that you need to do all of the things you need to do. But this was a fantastic grant. Comprehensive, schools, food, chefs, all kinds of people participating. And so we are thrilled to be here and to be a part of this, and congratulations.
Thank you. We are so honored. And isn't it better being mayor, though?
Well, well, you don't always have that choice, you know. I had term limits, so.
Oh, you did. You were stuck with those, too.
I know.
Well, I'm glad you work with a great group and give such joy to the world is what you're doing with this and helping so many others. We're so grateful to you. So come back and visit us often,
Well,
would you
you know
please?
we will. We know now that Las Vegas is a fun city, but it's also a caring city.
It is absolutely that, and we love our young people the most. So thank you so much. We're so thrilled.
Atlanta. Hello, I'm Crystal Swan. I'm with the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and we're here on behalf of our partnership with the American Beverage Association and the American Beverage Foundation for a Healthy America. And on behalf of my Executive Director and CEO, Mr. Tom Cochran, I'm very excited to present not only a check for $150,000, but also this wonderful bowl to Mayor Goodman and for the program that you all are instituting here in Las Vegas. And I look forward to coming back and checking on everybody and seeing how things are going. And thank you for the partnership.
Well, we thank you. This is so exciting for us. Dr. Hibbler, come on up here, too, because let me tell you, without Dr. Hibbler and her team and Lisa Campbell, so many others, I know you are going to make those comments, but this is such a great achievement and such a wonderful accomplishment and gift and such an example being set, what you do. Tell Tom Cochran we miss him. Thank you. Absolutely. Could you announce who they are, please? Are you going to do that?
Oh, I don't have that. From Dr. Pepper, we have Gina Mordeau. From Swire Coca-Cola, Tess Fields. From Pepsi Beverages, Greg Haskin. From Coca-Cola, Greg Haskin. And John Tang from Coca-Cola, and Shane. Come on down.
No, these poor people, we hit on them all the time. John's here, the poor soul, had to be at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and he said the word Coca-Cola. Immediately I thought soccer. I don't know why, but anyway, just if we might take this moment, we're so grateful. So just a brief word and pass it on again. Introduce yourself, if you would, and say where you live.
Well, my name is John Tang. I'm a senior manager for Coca-Cola doing public affairs and communications based in Los Angeles, but Mayor Goodman has been on a campaign to get me to move out to Las Vegas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Gina Mordeau with Dr. Pepper Snapple Group. I'm actually out of Seattle, and I government affairs team, and I cover the whole West Coast. So it's great to be here. Thank you.
I'm Tess Fields, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Swire Coca-Cola. I'm based out of Portland, Oregon, but I cover Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Nevada. And you're more than welcome to get me on the train to move to Las Vegas. And a little rainy in the winter. Thank you.
I'm Greg Haskin, Director of Government Affairs for PepsiCo, 13 Western states. I live in Southern California. But I just wanted to say, the programs you have here and the programs we're supporting are very impressive, and we really thank you for the work that you're doing.
My name is Shane Glisson, and I'm the Director of Sales and Field Operations for Las Vegas Coca-Cola. And I'm so proud of our city and the fact that we won this wonderful award. Congratulations, Mayor.
Okay, Lisa.
Okay. No. Thank you. And again, on behalf of the Mayor and Council, thank you for being here, and thank you for this award. Mayor and members of the Council, they're going to be taking a tour of our community and some of the programs that we are offering right after this, so we're glad to have them here. I just want to say a few things. We understand that the health of our families is crucial to the health of our community and wellness of our families. And the Healthy School, Healthy Life program supports the Clark County School District wellness policy and our own belief that changing the ways children eat will have a long-term, if not a lifetime, impact on their lives. These programs rely on the collective efforts of many partners working together to make a difference. And because of their partnership, we are able to make significant and sustained change. Please stand when I read your name. From the Clark County School District Partnership Office, Beverly Mason, Director, and Cheryl Wagner, the Program Manager over the school gardens. Anchor partner Create a Change Now. Over the past 3 years, we've worked with them, and they have taught health and wellness to the children and their families using edible education through positive and healthy relationship with food. And we have the founder, Candace Noblock, Melissa Blinn, Scott Miller, Sean Clancy, Frank Stanborough, Alan Livingood, Michelle Rothstein, Vanessa Chamberlain, and Carlos Espinosa. We also have Angela and Karen with UNR Cooperative Extension, Mike Sherwood from the Nevada Ready Mix, Mike Annable and John Martinez from Park West, Steve Hedge from A&J Concrete, Mike Frazier from XL Masonry, Crystal and Nina with Star Nursery, Ryan Rich with Empire Landscape, Farmer Jennifer Muha and Rich from Empire Landscape, Chef Donald from Vegination, Chef John Church from Ariel, Chef Dalton Wilson from DW Bistro, Chef Mark Segreezi, Chef Dustin Rixey from Strip House Planet Hollywood, Chef Shane Stewart from Panacea, Chef William Staton, Executive Chef of William Sonoma, Bajorn with Desert Rain, David Osman with Amer Group, Prescott Ellison from Ellison Lifestyle Group, Joyce and Darwin from Trauma Recovery Yoga, and 3 Square. We also have our principals and school staff, Alina Kreiner from Matt Kelly, Andrea Womack from JT McWilliams, Cynthia Ireland from Wendell P. Williams, Katie Decker from Hollingsworth, Lisa Wong, Danny Eichelberger from West Prep, Lisa Draculich from Lunt, John Herring, Dr. Henderson, Maria Gonzalez, Samantha Barker. And as you can see, it takes all of these partners working together to make this work. We thank all of you. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank my own staff, Lisa Campbell and team, for the wonderful application that they submitted and the wonderful work that they do every day. Thank you.
Thank you all, because that is what's so great about Las Vegas. We are one group going forward together and making a difference. And Candace, please stand up again. How many years, when was the first Create a Change Garden? And look what's happened. So, I mean, it is. You have an idea that's really great, keep at it. Hold on tight. And look what's come to be. So you're the big grandma of all of this. Congratulations to you. But team, thank you all. And Councilwoman, let's have a picture too. Mayor Pro Tem, and then I want to give you all, you probably have my chips. Good luck, Mayor Chip. You have one, but that's another one's kept you healthy and well. So, and thank you so much.
I can't go home with just one.
Now you got two. You already have one, and that's why you're back here. So it's wonderful to see you. We welcome you anytime. And it's 109 up with you now in Portland? It's all records everywhere. Wonderful. Yeah, everything. 7-Eleven's air conditioned. Thank you. Oops, got it? Thank you so much. You get another. Thank you. We appreciate it. All right, let's all get in close if you would, and we'll get a picture. I'll come down here with you. Right in here. Okay. All right, Shane, where are you? Right there. Look at the young man, another Shane. Blessed Shane. Did your mother name you after that movie with Alan Ladd? She did. And your brother's name is Alan? Oh, my God. And a dog named Ladd? No. Thank you all. What a great honor. And anybody from our team, please come to the mayor's office and visit this magnificent trophy. We're so proud of it. Thank you. Thank you. Come back anytime. We have plenty of room here. Are you taking the loop on the tour? No, I'll be here for Okay. All right. So this is wonderful. And it is, as if you didn't get it, it's about fighting childhood obesity and educating our children and our adults on healthy lifestyles. So, Dr. Hibbler, God bless you. What a good job. All right, we have another recognition, and for this one, I'd like to invite Jocelyn Bogan from the U.S. Conference of Mayors, go U.S. Conference of Mayors, to join us. As I stated earlier, at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the Mayor's Faith Initiative has become an integral part of not only our community, but now has become an exemplary initiative being replicated by other cities across the country. This faith initiative, and I saw Pastor Troy back there, and I know Lisa will talk to you in a second. This group has done an incredible job working together to help the homeless, fighting human trafficking, and doing so much more in our city. So Jocelyn, I understand you have a special recognition for us.
Good morning, everyone. Mayor Goodman. and other honored guests, on behalf of the U.S. Conference of Mayors and Waste Management, I am honored and delighted to be here with you today to celebrate your 2017 City Livability Award for the Mayor's Faith Initiative program. First, I'd like to tell you a few things about the award to put the honor into perspective. This year, over 100 cities submitted applications in this population category for calling themselves the City Livability Award winner. The judges are all former mayors of cities of comparable sizes, and this award seeks to recognize local leaders for their creativity, leadership, and developing programs that improve the quality of life for residents. The judges are all former mayors and unanimously selected Mayor Goodman and the Faith-Based Initiative, her program, because her leadership and support of this initiative recognizes the partnership between city government and the citizens to bring about positive change and improve quality of life. This program encourages mayors to deepen their connections with the community and is a national best practice for how to strategically partner with faith leaders, volunteers, and nonprofit sector to address priority community issues. It is an effort that is to be commended and could be easily replicated in cities across the country. I'd like to thank Waste Management for their generous support of the City Livability Awards program, and I'd like to recognize and congratulate you, Mayor Goodman, and the Council and the City of Las Vegas for your City Livability Award. Congratulations.
We are so proud. We are so grateful and so proud. You know, it really is, it's the grassroots, it's the boots on the ground that make things happen. And for those of us who've been lucky enough to participate in the U.S. Conference of Mayors, those 1,200 mayors of cities of 30,000 or more is where everything really happens. There's a lot of work up at the higher levels of government, but we really know our people, we love our people, we love helping with issues and making them happen. And there's not a one of us that sits here on our council, or myself included, or past leadership here, that really doesn't take great pride in our staff, because the staff is who makes it happen. And our leader is this smiley, lovely lady. Come back up here, Dr. Hibbler, and her team. And so let's give it to you, too, because I'll take it away from you. Or do you have a script or whatever? Thank you.
Again, on behalf of the mayor and council, I'd like to thank the U.S. Conference of Mayors for the Livability Award. In honor of this award and the many accomplishments our Mayor's Faith Initiative has been contributing over the past 5 years, we would like to acknowledge and thank the Mayor's Faith Initiative Steering Committee members who also chair each of our 6 working groups. And that also incorporates hundreds of faith leaders, congregants, community members, nonprofits, and law enforcement officers that are part of that Mayor's Faith Initiative network. They truly are a catalyst to change in our city, and their slogan is Faith in Action, and they are doing it. So for the Mayor's Faith Initiative Addictions Work Group Chair, if I can have you come up, Pastor Jimmy Monahan from Canyon Ridge Church, Nyla Christian from Living Well, the Mayor's Faith Initiative Education Work Group Chairs, Kurt Arnold with the Clark County School District Partnership Office, and Reverend Kelsey West from Nehemiah Ministries. From the Mayor's Faith Initiative Homelessness Work Group, Emily Paulson from the Nevada Homeless Alliance, and Pastor Henry Sneed from the Church of Las Vegas, and Pastor Troy Oglesby from the Crossings Church. From the MFI Human Trafficking and Recap Community Unity Work Group, Senior Chaplain Barry A. Minardi with 10,000 Kids Partnership Team Leader, and Pastor Troy Martinez, Executive Director of 10,000 Kids Partnership, and founder of the Nevada Sex Trafficking Awareness Campaign. From the Mayor's Faith Initiative Strengthening the Family Work Group Chairs, Pastor Michael Hatch, Senior Pastor of Baum of Gilead Global Ministries, and Pastor Aaron Hansel, founder of BA Voice Now and the Demand Project. And again, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my staff, Lori Lopez Priest, and other team members who helped to make this work possible. Thank you.
Okay, so we can get close together. Or in fact, maybe. How far back can you go, Shane?
In the middle? Sure. Yeah, you guys can get.
You're not in this?
I'm just letting them be. It's about, you guys, on you. Okay.
Another?
That class so late.
Which class?
You know, the school in Alta. Aren't we starting that after the start of school?
No, you're having your opening after the start of school. Yeah.
What's their first day of school? The 14th.
The 14th.
Okay.
Yeah. That way you'll get to see the kids in the classrooms. The other
he's going
ones.
before school, though.
Yeah, but no, there won't be kids. It'll just be a tour. See, so we did it
So
both
they won't
ways.
have the tour.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you'll actually have kids in yours.
But I
Yeah.
could come before the first day of school just to see how it's.
Yeah, yeah. We're working around the clock to get it open. Give this to somebody. I know he's proud, man. Yeah. Good to see you. Okay. I'm trying to get this microphone to my
Thank you. Okay, thank goodness. Eyeglasses. Boy, it gets blurrier every year. Ugh. No, you don't wear glasses. Do you have contacts?
No,
You have perfect vision.
not perfect.
But
I
close.
I can read unless, if it's real tiny, I can't, but yeah, I have glasses.
Ugh, youth. I hate youth.
You hate youth?
Can you see without glasses? You have contacts? Oh, see, you were very smart. Councilman?
Depends on the lighting.
Well, you're a pilot, so you have to have perfect vision. Okay, for our next, oh, wow. Fun and games. For our next item, I'd like to invite our Fire Chief, Willie McDonald, to join us up here at the podium. Chief McDonald and his team take care of us every day, all days, regardless of wind, rain, sun, snow, and keep our residents safe. And today we want to celebrate a little bit of the history. Las Vegas is a relatively young city. In fact, we just celebrated our centennial in 2005 when my husband Oscar was mayor. But today, I get the honor of celebrating another great milestone, the 75th anniversary of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. One of a kind, the best around this country. So, Chief, I know how proud you are, the men and women in your department today. And when you think back on all those who have served over the years, believe me, I know you know it's a legacy that can't be equaled. Now I know that Councilman Coffin likes to be our historian. Where'd he go? Poof. Okay, we will continue on without him. But today I want to read this proclamation celebrating the history of this great department. So if okay, well, we have two things. Okay, first of all, specially made, first of all, but this year to hang in your office. In fact, I'm going to let Councilman Coffin, when he comes back down here to earth, to read the proclamation right here. And in honor to go in your office in celebration of this great, great anniversary. And Councilman Coffin, will you read this, please? Too bad.
You want me to read because I'm good at it?
Yes, yes.
In 1906, volunteers formed a fire department for the newly established town of Las Vegas. And as the city grew, so did the number of calls for service, including fires and emergency medical calls. In 1941, the volunteers urged the commission to hire full-time personnel to answer the many calls for emergency services each day. And on August 1st, 1942, the first two firefighters for the newly established Las Vegas Fire Department were hired after the city of Las Vegas received a $20,000 grant from the state of Nevada. The city didn't have any money then. By the way, they were called up because so many young men had volunteered for and or been called into the Army. There were no people to fight fires. In July 1999, the Las Vegas City Council approved the name change to Las Vegas Fire and Rescue to reflect the ever-expanding services provided by the department to include emergency medical services, hazardous materials response, bomb squad, technical rescue, emergency communications and fire prevention, and whereas today, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue is an ISO Class 1 agency with over 700 employees working out of 21 fire stations with over 50 pieces of equipment and answering over 100,000 emergency calls each year. The mayor, I, councilman, and the mayor of the city of Las Vegas, county of Clark, state of Nevada, hereby proudly proclaim August 27th as Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Month. Our lives are in your hands.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Mayor Goodman and the council for this recognition and wish everybody a happy 75th anniversary of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. I'd like to recognize one of our own, Chief David Washington, over here in the audience. Mayor and council, our first chief, Harold Case, was really dedicated to serving this community. He was our first employee. There were 2 employees once we got that loan of $20,000, and we actually didn't get the money till November 1st, and so that's when our fire department actually started. We had 15 people at that point. We were responding to about 20 calls for service a week, and we are now 700 of the most dedicated, most committed, most hardworking employees that I have ever seen. They are so focused on serving this community and very proud to do it and honored to do it. And as a result, we would like to invite the council and mayor all to a celebration that we're going to have at Fire Station 1, one of the busiest fire stations in the country, on October 14th during Fire Prevention Week to commemorate our 75th anniversary. We'll have lots of demonstrations, we'll have refreshments, and we'll have a ceremony, and all of our former chiefs will be invited, and we want to recognize the department for the 75 years as a professional department and the 110 years as an organized fire department, and thank the community for the honor to serve this community. Thank you so much, Mayor.
How many calls a year?
115,000 last year. 115,000 calls for service. He went to all of them. He went to all of them. He is one of our senior members, and every day he comes to work, as all of our members do, and they are completely dedicated to serving this community, and it's an honor. Thank
we are
you
so
much.
grateful. Should we take that back then
No.
for October 14th?
Well, yes. That was, yeah.
No, you'll hang it. We'll come get it for you. Thank you. We are so grateful.
Thank you so much.
We're so proud. What a great group of men and women serving our country. And this is yours as well. Chief, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now for our final item, Councilman Anthony. I think you have some athletes out here. You do.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, good morning, everyone. You're probably wondering what these good-looking young kids are doing down here, so I get to talk about them. So why don't you guys come down here? Come on. Come on down. Coach Miranda, would you come down here? Coach Miranda? Get a few of you on one side and a few on the other side. Coach Miranda, why don't you come on over here? You can stand. You can stand right here. So the LVSA and the LVPSA soccer clubs are considered one of the premier soccer clubs in Southern Nevada. The clubs have over 800 boys and girls ranging in ages from 5 to 18. The clubs compete within the U.S. Youth soccer leagues on state, regional, and national levels. Annual local tournaments sponsored and operated by the clubs include Vegas Cup and Premier Invitational. Las Vegas Sports Academy Boys 2003 Silver Team, which we have right here in front of us, went to Westfield, Indiana to compete with 4,000 other players and 160 other teams. They raised money for their flight to Chicago by doing car washes, bake sales, and garage sales. Who did the bake sales? Probably your moms, right? Okay, probably. when the tournament was all said and done, they came home as the 2017 NPL National Champions in the under 4 age division. How about that, huh? National champions. This team played 5 games and only allowed 2 goals. So, obviously, great defense. Who's the goalie? There's the goalie right there. He allowed 2 goals. I'm sure you had a lot of help from your other teammates, but congratulations. We have Coach Leo Miranda here to join us. Coach Miranda played high school soccer at Cimarron Memorial High School. He is a native of Guatemala, and he grew up playing soccer. He served our country as a U.S. Army Sergeant and now has built a talented, dedicated, national championship soccer team that represents the city of Las Vegas. So congratulations, Coach. Why don't you go ahead and fill in the blanks, anything I missed?
Just LVSA and LVPSA soccer clubs are considered one of the premier soccer clubs, like you read, in Southern Nevada. Now, best clubs in the whole nation. So these boys work. They're incredible workers. A lot of discipline. You know, we just have a great family with the parents, them, and we joined LVSA, and you know, Jimmy and Patty, thank you for the great support that they give us. Everything worked out so good. I'm proud of my boys. I'm proud of the parents. I'm proud of the club. Thank you very much. Now, Nevada was never an elite soccer program in the nation, but now we put it in the map with the LVPSA girls and LVSA boys winning national championships. So watch out, Nevada. Now we're up there with the big guns. Thank you.
Good job. And all of you would not be able to do this if your parents weren't dragging you to practice and games in Chicago. So parents, why don't you all stand up and come on, stand up. The parents, friends, family members, brothers, sisters. Congratulations to all of you. And Coach, I have for each of your kids, I have a certificate of recognition with their name on it, signed by the mayor and the entire city council for each of your players. You can have that. And for the entire team, I have a City of Las Vegas proclamation signed by the mayor and the entire city council proclaiming today, August 2nd, Las Vegas Sports Academy Day in the city of Las Vegas. So congratulations. So let's get a team picture together with everyone. Yeah, make sure you get your tickets validated if you parked in a parking garage so you don't have to pay us. Thank you. Here, let's get rid of this thing here.
Find a short guy to stand behind. I'm going to stand behind you. Well, you guys got to tighten up. That's right. It's a goal kick. You got to be tough. Just don't hold your privates. What's the matter, Lois? Right here. There you go.
We are so proud of you all, and just hopefully you'll just keep right on. You know, we have USL coming in February, coming to Cashman, so keep on it. That is someday going to grow into an MLS team. So hopefully you'll keep on it. We expect you all to be part of our team. Congratulations. Who's your backup? Angel, Aiden, okay. Everybody. Okay, it is 9 minutes of 10. We're going to recess till 10 o'clock. So if you have to use restrooms, whatever, please feel free to do so. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, I think. Yes, we are. Okay, do I start with number 8? Agenda item number 8. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments will be cross-referenced to the specific items, and if anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the timer 1 minute, please. But before actually we get into this, I would like to introduce Christopher Seymour, who's from Bloomington, Minnesota, who just would like to say hello to everybody. And he is part of the Life Changing Outreach Program and Services, IT Job Creation. And so, unfortunately, you only have a minute, but I know you wanted to say hello to everybody, and we welcome you.
All right. My name is Christopher Seymour. Thank you for this great opportunity to meet with me today. I'm the founder of Life Changing Outreach Programs and Services. It is my job to implement nonprofit corporate practices to promote environmental stewardship, human rights, diversity, information technology, job creation across the United States of America. I have traveled countless miles documenting poverty across the United States. And I am excited to be here with you all today in Las Vegas as I'm celebrating 25 years of nonprofit services in your city. And I thank you for this opportunity. While traveling the nation, I have identified 19 key areas in the United States to launch L-Corp's National Initiative for Job Creation. So I will be visiting your city again in hopes to register as a nonprofit entity. Las Vegas is my last stop on this mission. The other cities are St. Paul, Minneapolis, Chicago, Illinois, Holmes County, Mississippi, Detroit, Milwaukee, Gary, Indiana, the 5 boroughs of New York, New Orleans, Atlanta, Georgia, Washington, D.C., Compton, Watts, and Kingman. So, in closing, I'm going to close now. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to learn the processes of doing business with your great city. Nice to meet your acquaintance.
Thank you
Mayor.
for coming to us, and you will be talking with Dr. Hibbler later on today. So
Yes, ma'am.
we welcome you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come forward, state your name. We do not need your address. Hello.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yeah, just as a matter of procedure, there is
Your name, though.
I'm sorry, David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street, also 615 South 6th Street, and we just closed on 550 East Charleston at the office complex there, so our offices are going to be in the John S. Park neighborhood blueprint as well.
Wonderful.
The old Mitch Kobiega, Dina
Of course.
Titus building, so that's ours now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Your Honor, there's a general comment that I wanted to make regarding a non-action item as it relates to a recommending committee discussion. I can wait to citizen participation. It is a long haul, or if Your Honor would allow to me make my 1-minute presentation during this portion of public comment, that would be appreciated. Otherwise, I could wait to the end for citizen participation. It's just a general concern from the neighborhood.
Have you, in fact, spoken at the recommending committee with Councilman Barlow and Coffin and Anthony?
We have not.
I would recommend that. I mean, if it's a neighborhood issue from John S. Park, I certainly would highly recommend that you make that appointment with Councilman Coffin.
It's a hope that we are going to go back to recommending committee after today's item 33 so that the neighborhood could have the input before a city council vote on August 16th. There's just a general concern. I don't want to talk about specifics of the code at all.
Okay. Councilman Coffin said he would handle it, so I would highly recommend that. And if you want to briefly, in a minute's time, 1 minute, give your statement so you can put it on the record, then you won't have to wait. But I highly recommend you make the appointment with Councilman Coffin.
And there's been a dialogue with Councilman Coffin, as there always is. He's
Right.
awesome at that. So we're just trying to get through with that part of it.
Did you want to make a
If
statement
I may
on
make
the
a
record?
1-minute statement.
1 minute, please.
Thank you. Without getting the specifics of item 33, There is a general concern that the processes of the city in notifying the citizen participants for an item of specific concern, that the process of just listing the agenda sometimes isn't sufficient. This particular agenda item has drawn great concern over the last 2 to 3 years. There is a concern that Metropolitan Police Department, especially their vice, needs to inform everybody about the secondary impact of an expansion of nonconforming use of certain types of businesses that abut a neighborhood, and that conversation and dialogue is far more reaching than a mere housekeeping matter. And so it's our hope, and the neighbors have compromises, they have amendments that they'd like to offer. We're all communicating that with Councilman Coffin, but before the matter goes to a vote, we'd hope that the council would like to have that input for something that might be a secondary impact as it relates to a very important code change.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
appreciate
Figueroa.
that.
That's fine. You've made your record, and then if you'll follow up with Councilman Coffin.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Thanks. Anyone else wishing to be heard under this public comment? And you can give your card or cards to the city clerk.
Oh, I didn't even fill it. I was actually writing
Okay.
notes on them. If that's
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Gina Greisen, Nevada Voters for Animals. We just wanted to come and quickly speak on agenda item number 53 regarding the Badlands Golf Course. I know this has been a hugely contentious issue here, and we're just here today to talk on behalf of the voiceless victims in this fight between the residents and the developer. All the little animals that live on the golf course that are now struggling to survive and dying in people's backyards. And I'll let my daughter talk a little more specifically about what's going on. And she has photographs. We went and met with some of the neighbors, and it's truly a tragic situation. One of the concerns I wanted to mention is that when we pulled into that area, there's a huge water retention pond, and I thought, well, there's water for the animals. Why can't they drink out of that? Well, one of the things that we learned was that it's possible that they've put something in that water that makes it undrinkable. So we'd like that water, that addressed. That's a huge concern, that
Okay.
there were no animals
Thank you.
around that.
Okay, we will ask Councilman Soroka to address the concerns about that. Let's have your daughter come up and.
And just
you'll-
since there are so many golf courses that are closing down, not
Yes.
just this one, we'd like to recommend a committee to actually deal with these issues because it's happening all over town.
Right. And so many of them are in different parts and not the responsibility of the city of Las
Well,
Vegas.
I
so
know, but you know what I mean.
We can talk with the mayors. Yes, please. And if you'll say your name for us too, please.
Erica Greisen with Nevada Voters for Animals. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I don't know how you would like me to put this on so you guys can
There
see
it
it.
is. I don't know if it can be blown up, but, yeah, you have it upside down. There you go.
There you go. So as you can see, we were actually, by one of the residents, we were invited into their house, into their backyard. And as you can see, there's multiple different types of animals, ranging from rabbits, quail, and even at one point, we actually saw a coyote that actually took one of the rabbits. But that's nature. But we do want to say this, though. We did talk to some of the residents, and they did have concerns. They're saying that because the water has been shut off, the animals have no place to get water. My mom already brought up the concern of the fact that the residents believe that something was being put into the pond, which made no animals want to go near it. And also that they saw people picking up dead animals from around that area. So as well as, when people, because there's no drinking water or anything, these animals are finding water other places, like in
Okay.
pools, and actually drowning.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. That's your minute, but I do want to tell you, for animals, unfortunately, that have died, animal control will pick up those animals.
from my understanding, it was actually workers on the property that were
Okay.
picking up the animals and putting them in trash bags.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, we will move on to agenda item 9. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that item number 52, SDR 70240, for the Cape-Rock Emergency Holdings at the request of the applicant be obeyed from today to August 16th, 2017.
And that's it?
That's it. Just one.
If you would, that is the
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
I also would like to have item number 23 obeyed for 30 days.
Item 2-3,
Yes, ma'am.
and for how many days?
30 days.
Which puts us when?
September 6th.
September 6th? Okay. Any other items, council?
Well, yes. Are you still?
Just on the ones that are being obeyed or stricken?
I've already voted, but
Okay.
I want to
Add into Councilwoman's was agenda item 23, obeyed to September 6th, and you wanted to add?
just, Your Honor, I'd like to obey item 22 for 2 weeks. The 16th of August would be fine.
Okay.
22.
So does anybody need to pull back their vote?
I didn't vote.
Fine, I haven't either. So the items to be obeyed then are 22 to the 16th of August, 23 to the 6th of September, and 52
Did it just pop back up? Good Lord.
until the 16th of August. And that's the motion. Please vote, and then please post. Great. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Councilwoman. We'll move on to agenda item 10, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the June 21st, 2017, special city council and regular city council meetings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to do that?
Move to approve the minutes of our last meeting.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Items 11 through 21, with the exception of what we've just heard, 22 and 23, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Mayor Pro Tem, I understand you're wanting to pull item 21 and hear it separately from the consent agenda, so we will do that. Are there any other items council wishes to bring forward? Okay, so you make a motion to that we will go ahead and approve the consent agenda, but bringing yours forward.
We will approve the consent agenda and bring forward item number 21.
Thank you very much. That's the motion. Please vote and please post. Great, that motion carries. So agenda item 21, for possible action to approve a grant award from the MGM Resorts International in the amount of $73,000 and up to 200 tickets to MGM property attractions. This is in reference to all awards. Good morning. And Dr. Hibbler, we see you back. It's Dr. Hibbler Day.
Well, good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation. Education drives a healthy economy, impacts all areas of our community. The city is committed to working collaboratively to ensure Las Vegas is a city where children are healthy, safe, successful in school, and connected to caring adults. The city's Strong Schools Las Vegas campaign supports schools and improves academic outcomes so that every student in every neighborhood has access to a 21st century education. It takes public and private partnerships to address the city's most pressing needs through collaboration and transformational problem solving. We are extremely appreciative of the MGM Resorts International grant that will provide $73,000 and will provide up to 200 tickets to MGM attractions. The funding will be used to purchase literacy resources for Reinvent Schools Las Vegas and SafeKey, and it will impact over 8,400 children. And we have some of our principals in the audience with us today. At this time, I'd like to ask Shelley Gittimer, Vice President of Philanthropy and Community Engagement, and Maria Jose Gotti, Executive Director of Corporate Philanthropy and Community Engagement, if they would say a few remarks. Thank you both.
Thank you for having us here today. Thank you, Mayor Goodman. We are just 2 of the 77,000 MGM Resorts International employees across the country. but we are 2 of the 50,000 who live in southern Nevada whose properties are on the Strip. We are, as many of you know, the largest taxpayer and the largest employer in the state of Nevada, which means we really care about public education. It is so important to all of us, to all of our employees, all of our executives, right all the way up to our CEO and Chairman, Jim Murren. So it gives us great pleasure to be able to do this. We love the Safe Keep program. Mayor Goodman, you talked about Dr. Hibbler before. We feel the same way. We love working with her and her team and look forward to implementing this program and seeing great results from it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, Maria said that that's it.
Okay, fine. Well, we thank you, and we certainly were so grateful to the MGM. And just what a wonderful partnership for us. And, you know, we're all about the same thing, quality of life for everyone who lives here. So thank you so much. I know how proud we are of you, Lisa. So thank you very much. We need a motion to accept this.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
I want to know more about the donation and the tickets and who they're going to.
Okay. Yes,
Okay,
Mayor, if
go
I
for
may.
it. Right, please.
The donation of the $73,000 is actually going for literacy. So because of their contribution, all of our Safe Keep programs will have a Reader's Theater, and it's a way that kids can act out what they read, so we can make sure that they're kind of comprehending. And then also it creates the literacy libraries that we need for the Reinvent Schools, where our AmeriCorps workers will be serving children that are in kindergarten through 3rd grade who are 1 year behind in reading. The tickets, and a lot of people may not know this about MGM, but their experiences all have a curriculum built into it. So if you go to Circus, there's a physics curriculum behind their attractions. So we're kind of using it twofold. One, as rewards for students that have reduced their absences and also who made those literacy gains, and 2, as an educational experience for the students.
Well, great. Well, thank you so very much, MGM, for your contributions, of course, to education and to the kids of this community, because a lot of the kids, as I know, are children of employees of yours. So thank you for your continued community service. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem,
I wanted to ask a question first, and that is, what schools are the tickets, where will the children be honored with the free tickets?
So,
all schools, or just certain schools, or whatever?
Through you, Mayor Pro Tem, the tickets will be go to the 9 Reinvent Schools as well as the Safe Key sites. So as you know, the Safe Key sites are citywide, 70 different locations, and then also we have 9 Reinvent Schools that are in wards 1, 3, and 5 at this time.
Thank you. I've always had a special place in my heart for the MGM because of Krikorian. He picked oranges in the Central Valley in California with a relative of mine. So can you imagine? He went from picking oranges to what ended up the big MGM. And I really appreciate what you do also.
No idea. So will you make a motion to approve?
I am going to make a motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 21.
21.
Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you both again. Thank the entire MGM family. We're so grateful and proud. Okay, agenda item 22, we have obeyed to the 16th of August. And agenda item 23, we have obeyed to the 6th of September. So off we go to 24. Public hearing and discussion for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $9,166.73 in out-of-pocket costs and $60,300 in civil penalties for a total of $69,466.73 recorded against property located at 2240 Conchita Street, property owner, trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Marcine Brown. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. It's a public hearing which I declare open, but first of all, I want to welcome, good morning, and if you'll introduce yourself.
Good morning, Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. Good morning, Madam Mayor and the Council. Today, the item before you is a public hearing for a request of waiver of civil penalties at the request of the purchaser of the property, Logan Nito, correct? Okay. Of the property at 2240 Conchita Street, located in the area of Torrey Pines and Smoke Ranch, zip code 89108. The history on this property involves 3 code enforcement cases that all resulted in 3 abatements being completed. All 3 incidents involved the property being open and accessible, refuse and waste, and also becoming an attractive nuisance for the neighborhood kids. The total out-of-pocket costs are $9,166.73, and the civil penalties outstanding are $60,300 for a total of $69,466.73. I just want to point out that the Zillow on this property is $142,840, but this property is very damaged. It's had a couple fires, and staff is going to recommend denial of this request.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone before we turn to the, you are the prospective owners?
Yeah,
Okay.
my name is Jose Soto, and he's the owner of the property.
And your name, sir?
Logan Nieto.
Thank you.
And we're coming from what is happening. I'm actually the person that helped him buy this property. I'm the realtor. And the real problem in Las Vegas is a lot of vacant properties where the banks, they haven't even intend to foreclose on them. So that's the issue that Las Vegas has, a lot of vacant properties. So what we do, we look for properties like this, we look for the owner, and then we deal with the owner, convince him, because it's no motivation from the owner to do a short sale, because most of them, they already left, filed bankruptcy, and the banks, they're not picking it up. 6 years later, typically when most of these owners file bankruptcy, like in 2010, these things happen, and when the neighborhoods are not good at all. So when we buy these properties, typically the banks don't care about, fixing them, and obviously the city is doing something here, but what we're bringing here into the table is that we're buying these properties, by example, he looking to buy this property to live. He's already done all the permits through the city, all the inspections most of the inspections are being done right now. We're just waiting for one on the one is in the electrical and the other one is on insulation. And so pretty much, we're in the progress and working with the city with all the permits to bring it into, livable conditions for his family to live. But that's why we're requesting a waiver, and probably you're going to see my face more often because it's, lots and lots of properties where I think nobody really understands the complexity of the city just put, penalties on this property. The owners don't care, the banks don't care. Nobody really knows what to do because of bills like AB 284, SB 321, where it's a lot of complexity in foreclosing these properties. But what we're bringing here is getting everybody together just with the motivation of have safety neighborhoods,
Excellent.
But the fees are tremendous, like 100, like in this case, 69,000, which I understand, but that's why we're here with this hearing.
Okay. Well, excellent, and I want to ask if anybody else is here who wants to speak on this particular item, number 24. And I will close the public hearing then on this item and turn it over to
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very involved in all of these cases because I was the sponsor of increasing the fees for many years ago for the civil penalties. And just for a backdrop for those new council members, we did that in order that we could pull in either the property owner or the new property owners to come in to turn these dilapidated structures that sat or sit within our city around to redevelop them. And so it is an attractive tool to get someone to come before this council to let us know as far as what they're going to do with these properties. And so I'm glad to see that the gentleman who's looking to purchase the property here, and we do need to get these structures off of these residential streets from looking the way they do. Because far too many of them sit in the city of Las Vegas, and specifically in the older areas of the city of Las Vegas. And so I am in support of your efforts to revitalize this structure, which is going to be your primary resident. And so what I'm going to do is ask that we keep the hard costs in place as far as the $9,166.73, because that is the actual man hours and labor that the City of Las Vegas has paid out of our general fund to either a contractor or our staff themselves in order to rid the property of the issues that have been taking place there. As far as the civil penalties, that's just a cost to get someone's attention as far as the daily civil penalty fees in order for you to come before us. And so being that you are here and that you are looking to come in and revitalize this, what I'm going to do is remove the civil penalty fee and stick with the hard costs, the out-of-pocket costs. And so that will be my motion at this time.
And on a timeline?
Yes, I'll, being that it looks like he has a lot of work to do on this particular home, Mayor, I'll just say, I'll do 12 months.
Councilman, obviously, this property's already exchanged hands,
Yes.
and it's probably not changed ownership because of the outstanding liens on the property. In the past, we've done 30 days for the penalties to be paid off so that we can get title cleared. So if he needs to do a construction loan or something like that, he can actually get a loan against the property. As the way it stands right now, he wouldn't even be able to get a loan against the property.
I was going to say about, your proposal on what you did to call people's attention. As you noticed, like she said, you didn't call the owner's attention and you didn't call the bank's attention. I mean, we took somebody like us to go and
Right. The
find the
buyer.
motivation and the owner. That's why we bought it. But I mean, the liens are still there. So, I mean, I'm sorry to say, but that placement of motivation is not there to call people's attention.
You're standing before me asking for this property, so it worked.
I'm sorry? No, it didn't work because
You're standing before this council asking for a waiver
But this is the thing.
for the civil penalties to be removed from this property. Is that correct?
Well, to be specific, the owner that is named on the property right now is not here. So they didn't care.
I'm
The
not
bank
talking-
didn't care. And when
Go ahead.
we buy something like this, we fight to find the motivation on them so we can go negotiate with the bank, so we can purchase the property. And
If I may, are you in a position to handle the hard costs of $9,166, $9,166.73 within a month's time? Can you pay that off?
91,000.
Yes.
9,100?
Yeah, we can pay that.
Fine, that is what
Okay.
Councilman's saying. He is going to waive the other penalties, all told, but
right.
is giving you then, and that's up to him to change his decision
I-
to do it in 30 days.
My apologies. I said 12 months if memory serves me correct, right?
Correct.
30 days.
Okay,
30 days to pay $9,166.73.
okay, yeah.
Great.
That's
So, just to
that's
understand.
why I mentioned to you that the motivation is here, because you're here asking for this waiver.
All right.
So what we've done as a council was got someone's attention to come in and revitalize this property. And so you're coming in to revitalize the property, correct?
Yes, and
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry,
as long
I
as you
understand
pay,
that
as long
we're
as you
keeping
pay
everything.
9166.73 within 30 days,
Yes.
you
That-
have an
that's very
opportunity to
reasonable.
redevelop this property.
Yeah, and just to just to say more about this is a real problem. Neighborhoods are not safe, and we have a lot of properties like this, and a lot of
Well,
work
as
that
long
needs
as,
to be
as
done
long as
because
you continue to
realtors-
come before the council to revitalize these properties, you can help us and be our partner to rid the community of a lot of the issues that you speak of right now.
Mr. Barlow, if I might just say, this might help a tiny bit. You were saying to the new members of the council that we had made that change, and let me just back up to where he was. The reason why we made it was because the owners left town, they didn't care, just as you said. The banks didn't care. We would contact the banks, and they didn't care if the whole place looked terrible, if it was overrun with gangs, whatever. They didn't care. So we had to do something in order to get somebody to pay attention. And that's why we did this. And that's why you can come here and you can say, look, I'm a business person, I'm trying to do something better. And the council can then say, okay, then you only pay what we had to pay to clean it up. You don't have to pay the others. But if you were the bank and you came here and you had ignored us for months, and that's why it accumulated, then the council could say, no, I'm sorry, you have to pay the whole thing. And that's what made the difference for us.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say is that I would like to see how can I
Let me say this.
to find more properties like this with this problem.
Right.
Because the realtors that are involved in these
What's your name?
issues,
What's your name?
Jose Soto.
Jose?
Yeah.
Jose, let me recommend something to you. Stop while you're ahead. You're in good shape.
No.
Jose, stop while you're ahead. Mayor, the motion, please. Motion for, motion for 916673 is my motion.
In a month's time.
30 days.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. And, sir, I would highly recommend that you keep doing your work. And the fact that's very appealing to me is that the gentleman with you is making it his primary residence. And that is very important because people don't care about empty homes. So as you go out there and find new people to sell homes to and come in front of us, always try to make it their primary residence. But good luck. That motion carried, and thank you very much, Councilman. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 25, and I see Dr. Hibbler's back. Dr. Hibbler Day here. The report by Ron Gerthon, School Superintendent, regarding a status update on Clark County School District matters. This is in reference to all wards. And hi.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Director of Department of Youth Development and Social Innovation. Final item of the day. Final item of the day. Okay. As many of you know, the city has had a long-standing relationship with the Clark County School District, and we've been providing SafeKey for over 30 years, which is our before and after school youth enrichment program. We've also had our Open Schools, Open Doors agreement for nearly 25 years, which allows a shared usage of school facilities, city facilities, and sports fields. Our teen council program, called Batteries Included, has been in existence for more than 10 years and is steadily growing. And several city departments provide student internships. More recently, we partnered with the Clark County School District on Reinvent Schools Las Vegas, which you'll hear a little more about, which will transition 9 underperforming schools into the community schools based on the national evidence-based model. The Clark County School District Act and reorganization of the district was passed in 2016, but it was based on AB 394, which came out of the 2015 legislation. In 2017, that act was then codified into law under AB 469. It requires the school associate superintendents to make a quarterly report to the city as a governing body, and the school associate superintendents oversee up to 25 local school precincts. Each public school now is designated as its own local school precinct and is responsible for operating the school using site-based decision-making. As many of you know, this is our second presentation that's going to be made by the associate superintendents. And as we move forward, the reports will include information on teacher vacancy rates, school improvement strategies, success stories, and other priorities that you establish. Today with us is School Associate Superintendent Dr. Celeste Rayford, and we're also going to hear presentations from Principal Andrea Womack, J.T. McWilliams Elementary School in Ward 5, and Principal Margarita Gamboa from Sunrise Acres in Ward 3.
Welcome, and if you'll repeat your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. My name is Dr. Celeste Rayford. I'm the School Associate Superintendent for Performance Zone 4 with the Clark County School District. I'm here this morning to just provide to you a brief, very brief update regarding the reorganization. But before I do that, I'd like to take the opportunity to reintroduce you to a few of my colleagues that are here today. If you'd please stand. I have Andrea Clapter-Rakita with me. She's from Performance Zone 4. Ronnie Gerzon from Performance Zone 8, and A.J. Adams from Performance Zone 11. Since our last time here with you, our school district has been redefining our organization, specifically looking at the structural systems and the workflow within the district so that we are able to better allow for school-centered environment to promote student success. Over the past few months, our central services departments, they have been trained on the major shifts of the reorganization so that they're able to better engage with our schools in this school-centered environment. The training actually was designed for our district staff so that they could internalize this philosophical shift of us moving towards a school-centered organizational model, but also so that they can understand how to eliminate the barriers for schools as they come up with requests. Part of that training, our staffs had an opportunity to truly reflect on their own goals so that they're able to determine what procedures and processes need to be in place so that they better align with the reorganization of the district. As Dr. Hibbler mentioned, when we come back to you next time, we will have some available data to share with you and also talk with you briefly about the transferring of responsibilities so that our schools have more flexibility and increased autonomy so that we can do better in terms of our school-based decision-making at that level. We thought we would take an opportunity today to have two of our principals present to you on two programs that are within the municipality. One of those programs is Reinvent Schools Las Vegas, and the other is the Victory Schools initiative. As you know, the Reinvent Schools City of Las Vegas is a very unique partnership with the City of Las Vegas and the Clark County School District, as well as with other local organizations. And we were very fortunate for 4 of our elementary schools this past year to be impacted by that program. And those schools were Hollingsworth, Matt Kelly, Wendell P. Williams, and you'll hear from Principal Andrea Womack from J.T. McWilliams. We also will have an opportunity to hear from Margarita Gamboa, the principal from Sunrise Acres Elementary School, and her school was designated as a Victory School. And that came out of the vision of our Governor Sandoval in that legislative session 2015 through AB Assembly Bill 432, as well as Assembly Bill 447. And the whole purpose of that was to ensure that we were removing barriers for some of our underperforming schools that reside in our highest poverty zip code areas. And the design of that was to ensure that our kids are reading at grade level, that we are ensuring that they're prepared for a rigorous curriculum, and that they have the necessary skills and attributes to matriculate through our system and be successful, whether they choose to attend a college, university, or enter into a career. So at this time, I will have Principal Womack speak to you, followed by Principal Margarita Gamboa.
And I would like to ask if, just for one response,
Yes.
According to the AB citation, 80% of what was in Central, but an 80-20 split, that the principals now will be empowered to control their own budget at an 80% level. Has that, in fact, been effectuated for this fall's program, or is that for next year?
It's actually for this year, and we can say that we know that it's probably more like 88%. That they will get. They will hear that information tomorrow. As you know, we're going through some budget cuts right now. We have a 45% or $45 million shortfall. And so as we're speaking to you right now, our school board is hearing a presentation from our other colleagues about how we plan to address that to ensure that we have the least impact to schools so that they have those funds to spend at their sites.
And in follow-up to that, too, which I know we'll all have questions for you, but how are you impacted with having certified teachers in your school versus not having those and relying on substitute teachers? So if you could address that coming for the school year, or has that not been announced yet?
You may have seen via media that we have had teachers from the Philippines here that will start and work in some of our special education programs because we have a large number of our vacancies for that. Many of our schools have been working diligently to fill vacancies, but we can most certainly make sure that when we come back to you that we have a report for you in terms of what those vacancies look like across the district and in which actual grade levels or departments those vacancies
If you
lie.
would do that when
Yes.
you come back, because I think that is what we've been noticing in the inner city schools. Most of the substitutes were with us rather than having certified personnel in the classroom, which is critical.
Yes, and I can say for our Victory schools, as well as our Zoom schools, there is a pay-for-performance piece to that, where they've been actually able to attract and retain teachers to their sites based on giving them some additional incentives.
Wonderful. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but those were two important questions. I
Through you,
needed.
Mayor, if I might just ask a
Please.
question. The teachers in the special ed from the Philippines, where were they trained?
I'm assuming, and I don't know, I can get that information to you. I know that we had them come into the district where they went over and had some orientations about what our expectations were and what they needed to do in order to fulfill the requirements, but I don't have that information, but we can make sure that we definitely get that for you.
Okay, I voiced this before when somebody from the school district came, and that is, I have a great concern that we are using so many people that are not fully trained in special education, and we know we have so many different aspects to special education. And not so long ago, we had teachers come from the Philippines and work in special ed classes, and it didn't work. And so please, be assured or assure us that these people are trained either in autistic work or, learning disabilities, deaf, whatever. That's all. Thank you.
Make sure we relay that information. Any other questions?
And if you go ahead and please announce your name again for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman. Good morning, council members. My name is Andrea Womack, and I'm the principal at J.T. McWilliams. We had the pleasure of becoming one of the first Reinvent Las Vegas schools this year. We just finished our first full year under this model, and I just want to give you some of the specifics about Reinvent Schools and how it has worked in concert with CCSD and also with us being designated a Zoom school this year. And so in terms of the Reinvent Schools model, there are some pieces that are very critical to making sure that it works in a systematic way, and one of those pieces is the academic achievement, which we all agree on. We want to increase student achievement across the board, and the full-service community school model supports that. You heard Dr. Mars Hibbler mention that we'll have AmeriCorps tutors coming in to help support those efforts, but also this full-service model allows the teachers to really focus on academic achievement so that and they can turn the full service piece over to other entities so that we can help students increase gains but not worry about things that they need to just have a better quality of life. Some of those integrated student supports would be systems like iCare for Kids or UNLV Dental Services. Some of those entities are partnering up with the school and also through Reinvent Schools Las Vegas. The out-of-school learning opportunities come into place after the school day. Some of those pieces have been Girls on the Run and some other local entities that have come in to help us have kids participate in these activities outside of the school day. Many of them academically based, some of them health-based, and then some of them just for fun so that kids can unwind. And then the family and community engagement piece, which falls right in line with our school organization team, bringing the families in, helping them become a part of the decision-making process, and working with the schools to become great places. Some of our partnerships have been the City of Las Vegas, of course, the biggest partnership, Communities in Schools, where we actually have a physical person on campus working with our students and with our families, kind of leading them to those outside integrated student supports. We've got the Truancy Diversion Program on campus where we actually have a judge, and we actually had Judge Paul Hare come in this year for us. And the judge helps the families understand how serious it is for students to come to school every day, and if they don't, we try to get a plan in place. And then students are rewarded for their efforts, and the families are rewarded for their efforts. And then, like I mentioned before, some of the other entities would be the Eye Care for Kids, the Dental and Vision program. Those are the pieces that have made up the Reinvent Schools model this year. I know that there are some other partners coming on board this year, and at J.T. McWilliams, we're just very excited to be a part of this innovative model.
Wonderful, wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. And now for Ms. Margarita Gamboa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is my honor. My name is Margarita Gamboa. I'm the principal at Sunrise Acres Elementary School. It is my honor to represent even my former elementary school. I was there as a student, of course, the old building. But I got to pinch myself for being here, but it is an honor to be here. Sunrise Acres Elementary School is really close to my heart. It is 2 miles away from here. And so if you are by there, please take a stop, say hello to us and to our 900, almost 900 students that we have there. We are a Victory School. We received the grant through our Governor, Brian Sandoval, 2 years ago. And so our motto with our students is enter as a learner, exit as a leader. And so we do definitely want to bring all the partnerships and different areas that we need in our school so that they can achieve that leadership role in their lives. With the Victory funding, we've been able to do a lot of groundwork needed to be done there. We pretty much put it in sections as to curriculum, instruction, how are we going to support our students with the curriculum, our teachers with the instruction and the professional development, and also the incentives. Also working with partnerships, although those, some of them are funded through the grant and also some of them are funded through our strategic budget, which we receive a lot of our budget now through the 80 or now 88. Hopefully we can do more with our funding at school. But we do, when our students come in and enter as a learner, they are welcome as leaders. We have now a house system through the Ron Clark Academy. Some of our teachers had the opportunity to visit that school, so those are some of the conferences that our teachers are able to participate and grow themselves as leaders of the school. We have a social worker, we have dental, there's one room set aside at our school so that our students are seen there during their instructional days so that there's no excuse. It's about no excuse. We have a social worker that we will go with her to do home visits if it's attendance concerns, behavior concerns, any sort of need that the family might have. We have a lot of weeklies in our area, in our zone, and so we want to make sure that also we provide the orientation that attendance and stop moving. Stop moving. Keep coming here. Here's your zone area. This is where you need to move, just from here to here. Do not move out of there because we know that consistency is very important in a child's education. Like I said, we want our students to be leaders, so we purchased the Leader in Me program at our school. Our teachers received intensive training where they are embracing the 7 habits of highly effective people. And that's through Stephen Covey's work. And so we know that if we are leaders of ourselves, then we can then be leaders of other people. And so our teachers have received intensive training and have embraced that philosophy at our school. Of course, providing them with curriculum, much needed materials that if we do not have that foundation and we do not set and build on a foundation, then where do we go, what do we do? And so that provides consistency in our school so that we're talking about the same curriculum and not something I found on Pinterest. So that's very important in an at-risk environment. I'm an advocate of that. I truly, truly believe that every at-risk, highly transient school needs to provide some consistency in programming. The other is, of course, we want our students not to just, yes, art is fabulous, fantastic, and it's part of our STEAM program that we have at our school, but we also want them to become scientists, engineers. I probably didn't hear the word engineer till I was in high school, and that's not fair. That we should not do that. We need to do a little bit more with STEM at our school, and so we are providing that programming for our school and professional development for our teachers. Again, this is all because of Victory and that extra funding that we've received through the governor. We are very thankful for it. We also believe that our teachers, to maintain and retain our staffing, they need to be incentivized. It is tougher, it is more time-consuming to meet the needs of a child that is going through domestic violence the night before. And so then now you have to adapt your curriculum, your timing, your framing. Before and after school tutoring has also been provided for our students. So incentivizing our teachers is very important, and that's how we've been able to retain our staff. This Friday is new teacher training at our school, and I'm proud to say that we only have 5 new teachers. So that is making an impact. This grant is really making a difference, and we're able to retain our staff, and they want to come back. I guess I would like to end by saying that some of the other programming, that we're emphasizing is math, and it's through the Mind Research in California. They see everything visually, so it does address the needs of students that are English language learners. It's not something where it's verbal instruction, it is all visual, and they have to manipulate, problem solve. And then the other one is we want our students to read every night, expose them if they can't visit the world, but we can bring them a book, and here's the world to you. Technology, we've been able to purchase lots of technology to facilitate that as well. Books on tape, which now it's books online. And then last but not least, we have coaches. I can't do it all myself, but I know that I'm still a teacher, and I know that I can then also impact and teach our coaches to then go and mentor and support and model for our teachers. So we have that support as well. And I guess last I want to also say thank you, because our parents are also leaders at our school. They just received the Neighborhood Partners Fund grant, and so thank you very much on behalf of them. They are very thankful for that, and we appreciate everything that you do for our school.
Sounds like a wonderful year ahead, and how wonderful that you have so many returning teachers. What percentage of your teachers are bilingual?
Very few, probably I would say no more than 25%.
And how about your student body?
90%.
The same for us.
Similar?
Yes, ma'am.
And you get total choice on your teachers?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we go through those applications very thoroughly. We do have a teacher that's going to teach our special ed program from the Philippines, and she does come with experience. So I wanted to leave that.
I mean, the reports are grand. Do you also have, there was a Blue Ribbon Committee for Kids created 2 years ago about foster children that get separated from their siblings and move from school to school. Each Clark County school was to have a touch point individual for those foster children coming in, moving around. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that if you don't have one assigned, that to double
Yes.
back through and make sure you do have.
We have one. It's our counselor, and we help them with the transition. Yes.
Excellent.
And for JT McWilliams, that would be our counselor, our communities and school worker, and our Hope Squared social worker.
Wonderful. Questions, comments, anybody? Council. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Margarita, thank you very much for coming today. It is nice to see you, and I'll be visiting you again in September with your annual school supply delivery.
Yes, sir.
Boy, things are happening so fast. You just mentioned something that you have to have a teacher instruct because you can't do it, and it is technological. And the longer you're a principal, the less you're going to know about technology. You're spending all your time running everybody around, and pretty soon you were manager.
Yes.
Well, I look forward to seeing you in your school. It's always a pleasure to be there, and it's sparkling clean. It's just like nice. I hope we're treating you okay in your neighborhood, because that's a tough area for us to keep ahead of the homeless. And so I know you've seen some bad stuff over there.
I've been meaning to email you because we need the site cleaned again.
Yeah, we'll definitely do our best to keep up with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful report. Dr. Hibbler, did you want to close it out, or? Okay.
No,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Most appreciative. Okay, agenda item 26, a discussion for possible action to approve settlement of Jeanette Flores versus Stephen Burton, City of Las Vegas, case number A-15-731856-C in the 8th Judicial Court, $95,000 tort liability fund, and city attorney.
Terry Ponticello, Assistant City Attorney. Your Honor, this is a personal injury settlement of a lawsuit against the City of Las Vegas. Everything is in order, and the City Attorney's Office asked for your approval.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Move to approve item number 26, a settlement made by the city.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. And agenda item 27, boards and commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of member Audrey Aslin to the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, the RTC Advisory Committee on Bus Shelter Construction and Maintenance. Ms. Aslin was originally appointed in April of 2015. Does she wish to be reappointed? She does. And staff is recommending reappointment, so that will be my motion to reappoint Ms. Audrey Aslin. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 28, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Robert Marshall towards 6th seat of Senior Citizen Advisory Board. Members of this board coterminous with ward seats as they come up for election. It's appropriate for Ward 6 to name a representative to the board. Councilwoman Fiore.
Thank you, Mayor. Robert Marshall is a fabulous senior in our ward, and he's on top of a lot of different issues with the seniors, and I'm very, very proud to appoint him to this position.
Okay, and that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the appointment of Councilwoman Fiore. And please vote and please post. Thank you very much. That motion to appoint nominee Robert Marshall has been completed and passed. Agenda item 29, discussion for possible action regarding the appointments of nominees Louis DeSalvio and Christina Rausch to the Planning Commission. Note that a correction must be made to the record to reflect that Mr. DeSalvio is the Ward 6 nominee and Ms. Rausch is the Ward 2 nominee. Members of this board run coterminous with the ward seats as they come up for election. It's appropriate for Wards 2 and 6 to name representatives to the board. Councilman Soroka, Ward 2, would you please make a motion for your Ward 2 seat?
Madam Mayor, I move to nominate Ms. Christina Rausch to the Planning Commission for Ward 2.
And Ms. Rausch, do you want to come up here, say hello to us all, and tell us if you accept the nomination before we vote on it?
Hello, thank you for the nomination, and yes, I look forward to serving the city and my constituents in Ward 2.
Wonderful. So there's a motion, please vote, and please post. And it could go on to 2 in the morning, you know that. So that motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. And Councilwoman Fiore, would you like to make a motion for your Ward 6 seat, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve our Ward 6, Lou DeSalvio, as our new Planning Commission.
And is he here?
He's not here. He was here this morning. Yes, he's not here.
And he did accept your...
He accepted it.
Okay. And so that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And to Mr. DeSalvio, congratulations to you. And we're on to agenda item 30, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee John Mowbray to the Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial Committee. This board seats up to a maximum of 15 members, and directors serve until replaced. Tim Cashman was appointed to this board in August of 2003, and he has resigned. And so I would like to invite our manager of the Centennial Commission, Ms. Esther Reinecke, to come forward, and Mr. Mowbray to hear if you will accept the recommendation to have you appointed, and tell us how long you have lived in Las Vegas, too, and what you do.
Mayor, Council, I would like to introduce Mr. John Mowbray as part of our Centennial Commission. We are happy to have him on board and look forward to his wonderful years of wisdom to serve on the Centennial Commission.
Thank you, Esther. John Mowbray, Managing Partner of Spencer Fane, 400 South 4th Street, Suite 500. I used to say growing up, and then when I went to college, if you've lived in Las Vegas for 5 years, you can consider yourself a native because we are such a welcoming, warm community. The world knows us from the Strip and the gaming, but growing up here, we have a completely different, very vibrant community, caring education for our children, helping the less fortunate members of the community. And I've been sitting here for the last couple hours and had a chance to reflect on what a great city we've had. Going back, you might not know this, but I have a distant relative, the late Ernie Cragen, who was a mayor, who sat mayor in your spot after World War II, when Las Vegas really took off. The population of our town back then was under 10,000. But there were a lot of visionaries that wanted to be part of Las Vegas in this growing, vibrant community. My dad graduated. He was in the Army Air Corps during World War II, rose to the rank of Major, Councilman, and decided to go to law school at Notre Dame, and then decided to move to Las Vegas on the call of his distant relative, Ernie Cragen, and that was in 1949. I have an interesting story. So he passed the bar. He was one of 17 lawyers that year with Howard Cannon and Paul Laxalt in the group that received letters from the Nevada Supreme Court to be sworn in. He married my mother in October of 1949, and they drove out here in a Ford convertible, sight unseen, and they were fortunate because of the material shortages during the war to get an apartment here right down in downtown. So my dad woke up after they unpacked the car, told my mom, look, I've got to drive to Carson City like this letter says, pay a $25 fee and get sworn in. So he drove down to the courthouse, went upstairs to the clerk's office to ask directions. But getting to the courthouse, just like there is today, there was a parking problem. All the parking spaces around the courthouse were taken. So as he approached, he asked my mother to slide across, go around the block, I'll be right back, I'm going to get directions to Carson City. He walks in, sees the clerk, asks for directions, and they said, well, you take the old Tonopah Highway, it's about an 8-hour drive, but why do you ask? Well, here's my letter. You don't have to go to Carson City, Mr. Mowbray, for that. Go down and see Judge Henderson. Clark County had 2 district court judges then, unlike the 50-some we have today. So he walked down the hall. Now, meantime, my mother's driving around the courthouse. Walks in, Judge Henderson swears him in, takes his check, and he said, Mowbray, you have a job. No, sir, I don't. Well, go down the hall. Bob Jones, district attorney, I heard was looking for a deputy. So he walks down the hall, knocks on the door, asks for the interview. D.A. Jones hires him on the spot, says, report back in the morning for your first preliminary hearing, Terry. And so then my dad was elated. In the meantime, my mom's going to the parking lot. So he goes outside, and that was the start of a great career for him. As you know, he went on to become a district court judge and then on the Supreme Court. Bob, you remember those days. And then my grandparents came to town on my maternal side, and they had a vision in our town, Las Vegas, back when few people did. I've been going through some papers recently, and I discovered a note and deed of trust that my grandparents, who were developers in the Midwest, bought some land on Maryland Parkway, and at that time, no one would lend to any gaming institutions in southern Nevada. I don't know if the name Brendan Cattleman means something to you, El Rancho?
Yeah.
They asked my grandparents for a loan, and we signed them up. They took a chance on them. But the real story, and I've got the note and deed of trust, there was a young developer in town, and he had a company called Paradise Development.
Oh, my God,
And-
Irwin.
And my grandparents had land on Maryland Parkway, and this developer had a vision for Las Vegas, for his construction company, his development company. So he approached him, and he's told me many times he had to reach him. He had people, he flew him across the country, and he said, Mr. Hammes, would you be willing to loan us, sell us some property, and subordinate the note with the purchase money deed of trust? And he said, I didn't think it could happen. He called the financing arrangement, catch me if you can financing. But my grandparents took a chance on this fellow. And we all know what Irwin Mulaski's story is from there. So, you know, we've been part of the community since, I guess to go back, if you could trace the roots, if you remember the jingles for Cragen and Pike Insurance Company
Yes.
in the 60s, and I think
Yeah.
it started in 1919. So I suspect that the Mowbrays and the Hammeses can trace their roots back to the turn of the century in line with the centennial that I'm about to join. I want to thank the council. I want to thank the mayor for this honor. I'm glad to be part of Las Vegas. And it's, we have a
Wow.
vibrant community. We're growing from that 8,000 population right after World War II. What are we reaching now in the valley? Over 2.2 million? It's
Unbelievable.
great to be part of this dynamic community. Thank you for this opportunity.
Well, we are excited. We appreciate that you've accepted the nomination. So I'm going to ask everybody to please vote on the nomination of Mr. Mowbray to the Centennial Committee. And we can't wait for all your stories. So it's a motion. And please post. I mean, it's awesome. It's just awesome.
Your Honor,
Record it all. Yes.
it's posted, right? Did you announce
Yes,
it?
it's posted.
Yeah, the Mowbrays and Coffins have been friends since about 1951, and we loved your family, and your dad was a great man, and Mom, Cax, passed away not long ago. So we do treasure them, and of course that land that they owned extended so far up that they gave it to Bishop Gorman too. That's how much they contributed to this town. So thank you very much, John. You're going to fit right in on the Centennial Commission. You should sit next to Stoldall because our meetings will now last 4 to 5 hours. It's your fault. Good for you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. No, we're going to record. I want to make
Yes.
sure from now on in, all meetings are recorded in perpetuity. Thank you. Congratulations. We welcome you. Thank you so
Mayor.
much.
Thank you,
Thank
Council.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 31 is going to be trailed. It's bill number 2017-27. It will be trailed to be heard with agenda item 53 after 1 o'clock. So we will move on to agenda item 32, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 32 through 34, bills number 2017-19, 2017-28, 2017-29 will be heard at a later meeting. We will move on to planning consent. Items 35 through 42 are on the consent agenda. These items are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, might I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 35 through 42? Hi there, Mr. Summerfield. Maybe we should hear from you first before?
Ma'am, I'm just here if you need me for anything.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you for the notification. So, Mayor Pro Tem, would you have a motion on these, unless somebody has a question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we approve items number 35 through 42, which are on our consent agenda.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Thank you. Those motion carried. And items 43 through 51 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Is there any member of council to remove any of these agenda items? Okay, I guess I read them. Agenda item 43, RQR 68814, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor owner George A. Bukather Trust and George A. Bukather and Rebecca Nuanez, co-trustees, on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0003-91 for an existing 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1901 South Decatur Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Agenda item 44, EOT 70994, applicant Fifth Street Gaming LLC, owner 899 Fremont LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming tavern, and related item 45, EOT 70995, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming gaming establishment, non-restricted, at 899 Fremont, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 46, EOT 71039, applicant owners 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern at 22 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 47, EOT 71040, applicant 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC, owner Stocker Harold J. and Mamie V. Trust, on a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern at 15 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 48, EOT 71041, applicant owners 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC, on a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern, 32 Fremont Street and C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 49, EOT 71042, applicant owner 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC, on a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern at 18 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 50, RQR 69719, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, owner Vegas Outdoor Advertising, Inc., on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0322-94 for an existing 70-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 369 North 13th C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Hold on, I'm pulling apart a staple. There we go. Agenda item RQR, this is 51, RQR 69723, applicant Outfront Media, owner 840-844 Rancho LLC, on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0319-94 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 840 North Rancho Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone 5, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. All items are recommended for approval by staff and are public hearing items which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on any of these items 43 through 51? Seeing none, I will close public hearing, and may I have a motion? Well, since most of them are yours, Councilman Barlow, will give them to you. On 43 through 51.
Okay, do you want to take them one at a time, Mayor, or do you want to take
We
them
can
in
do
one
them all
motion?
together.
Okay, so I'll move for approval, subject to all conditions on those items. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion's carry. Thank you very much, Mr. Summerfield. Okay. Agenda item 52, we have obeyed to the 16th of August. Agenda item 53, we're holding till 1 o'clock, so that is being trailed. And so now,
You want to relate this to council
Okay, so now we will recess. It is 20 minutes after 11, so we will recess for the lunch break and return here promptly at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
That's the only item we have?
Those two. Okay, we are reconvening because we have 4 council people here. As long as Councilman Soroka's here and Mayor Pro Tem is here, oh, and 2 more, we're in business. We are here.
And so is your year?
Okay. Okay, so now we are on agenda item 31. Yes? 53 first? Okay. Okay, so we are starting with agenda item 53, DIR 70539, public hearing, applicant owner 180 Land Company, LLC et al., for possible action on a request for a development agreement between 180 Land Company, LLC et al., and the City of Las Vegas and 2.50, on 250.92 acres southwest corner of Alton Rampart Boulevard. This is in Ward 2 with Councilman Soroka. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or a representative present? And I have, at this point, cards from Eva Thomas, Ann Smith, Gordon Culp, and Dace Roseneer, it looks like to me. So if you'll hold 1 sec. Well, they're the applicant, so what I'm going to do is hear from the applicant first, then we're going to hear from city staff, unless he passed the buck. No. And then we'll have our comments, and we'll have public hearing items. At this point, we're going to hear from the applicant. Once we get to public hearing, we'll set time. Chair, staff first? Okay, we're going to reverse that, sorry. We're going to staff first.
Madam Mayor, the proposed development agreement establishes the long-range plans for the development of approximately 250 acres of property, formerly known as the Badlands Golf Course. The development agreement explicitly outlines the proposed development of 2,169 residential units, comprised of 2,104 multifamily units and 65 single-family residential lots within 4 development areas. This includes the 435 multifamily units as approved by the City Council in February of 2017 within Development Area 1. The agreement allows for a limited square footage of ancillary commercial uses within the multifamily component, a non-gaming boutique hotel, as well as a potential for an assisted living units that will be counted towards the total allowable units. The development standards associated with the development agreement call for the use of a wrap construction method to facilitate activated streets with pedestrian-friendly landscaped walkways and open spaces. Architecturally, the agreement calls for consistency with the Tivoli Village and 1 Queens Ridge Place to be maintained within development areas 1, 2, and 3. Meanwhile, in development area 4, the agreement calls for custom homes to meet or exceed the existing adjacent Queens Ridge HOA design standards. The proposed development calls for the placement of density in areas that are sensitive to existing single-family and multifamily development on adjacent parcels. The content of the development agreement is in conformance with the requirements of the Nevada Revised Statutes 278 and indicates additional development and design controls. which increase the sensitivity and compatibility of the new development with existing adjacent development. Furthermore, the development as proposed would be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan that call for walkable communities, access to transit options, access to recreational opportunities, and dense urban hubs at intersections of primary roadways. As such, staff is in support of the development agreement. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Colonel, this is your area, so obviously it's of something of paramount importance to you, as it is to everyone here, and we appreciate that. I'm Chris Kemper. With me is Stephanie Allen. We're here on behalf of the applicant, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89135. I want to start by using the words comparable and compatible. And the reason that I say that is they define a zoning concept that is decades old and is utilized by every city and county in this state. These are the words that have been used by your city attorney, by your planning director, by others in describing the potential for development on what was the Badlands Golf Course. These words mean that when considering what density is appropriate at a particular location, you look to see if the proposed density is compatible with and comparable to the existing density. The idea is quite simple. If you live in a development, like I do, that is 4 dwelling units per acre, you should not be heard to complain about densities that are 4 units per acre or less that are adjacent to you. Similarly, if a proposed development lies between existing homes and a major roadway and compatible densities are being proposed, those compatible densities tend to go up in intensity from the density that is existing on those homes and the major street. You've seen it all the time. If I'm 4 units an acre, between my 4 units an acre and a major street is 5 and 6 units an acre, and that's why you reserve for section line streets multifamily, higher density, commercial, because you realize that living on a major arterial presents problems for those who live right on it. So you increase the densities so as to address or try to address that issue. Now, why is that important here? Because comparable densities, regardless of how appropriate they might be from a zoning standpoint, is not what is meant for and desirable in Queensridge. Legally permissible, but not what Queensridge is about. And that is by no means what this development agreement is about. This is not about comparable and compatible densities. It is about something far better than that. And I would just like to take a minute and just to describe, in my words, what this book means to me. This is the development agreement. It's just words and pages and all that, but it's more than that. It means that when you drive into, and Stephanie can perhaps point out some of these areas. I'm going to start in the south, but the north. When you drive into Queensridge now, should this development agreement be approved, you would drive in through new gates that are set back and enhanced. You would then drive up and you would see a new park site, a 4-acre park site dedicated to the HOA that includes a marsh and an orchard. You have all heard about the situation with the animals there. And more than perhaps anybody else, or certainly equal to anybody else, I care intensely about that issue. And the reason I do is because I walk this area virtually every day. And I love seeing the mallard ducks and the turtles and the birds of all kinds and the geese that fly over and the coyotes even that you occasionally see. And over all of this, the 13 vultures, actually buzzards, turkey buzzards, that overlooked the whole thing as if they were saying, this is my area, I control ultimately what happens to any one of you. I love this place. And that's the Queens Ridge that I want back. And that is the Queens Ridge, candidly, that's represented in this book. Because in this book, we have 7,000 trees just in Development Area 4. 7,000 trees. That's a condition in this book. On the north, we have a park area as well. We have 65 estate lots on 183 acres. That's a density of essentially one home on every 3 acres of property. Now, there are minimum 2-acre lots, but practically there will be more than that because of what I'm about to show you. In Section A, that's being pointed out by Stephanie, and that's, again, my area up through here, in Section A, that is 16.7 acres. What is being proposed in that area are half-acre lots. 16.7 half-acre lots, that's 33 homes. Now, if this is developed with comparable and compatible zoning at 5 or 6 units an acre, we're looking at 83 to 100 homes, where 33 homes are proposed in this plan. 33 in this plan, 83 to 100 on comparable, compatible density. All right? Now, that means that on the balance of this site, there are 32 homes, because there only can be 65. That means there are 32 homes on the rest of that property, on the rest of that 166 acres will be 32 homes. That is essentially one home on the average for every 5 acres. Now, what kind of home do you imagine Mr. Lowy is going to build on a 5-acre parcel? They are going to be magnificent homes that are going to be a benefit to our community. But importantly, of that, 90 acres of that is going to be open space. So we're going to recapture some of that feel that we no longer have in Queens Ridge and hope to get back. Now, what is the benefit to some of these? I just want to point out some of these areas here. We have Queen Charlotte. That's this street up here. We have Revelle Court, this issue in here. We have Tudor Park. That's another issue that we have. But I want you to think about, just for a moment, comparable and compatible densities. These are all quarter-acre lots that I'm pointing out to you. Essentially, these are too. These are all quarter-acre lots here. These are all quarter-acre lots. All of these properties here, every single one, including these in the center, every single one of those has the benefit of 2-acre minimum lots behind them. And again, as I just said, most of them will be more than that and up to 5 acres. One home under comparable and compatible density, which is the standard by which appropriate zoning is measured. That same 2-acre parcel will put 8 homes behind those people. So all of these people here, all of these people here, all of these people here, instead of one home on 2 to 5 acres, will have 8 homes on that same 2 acres under comparable and compatible zoning, should this not get approved. Now, I'm going to have Stephanie briefly, and I understand the idea is to be brief, describe some of the issues that we've been dealing with Tudor Park and Revelle Court here. So I'm going to let her take over from here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza. Before I get into some of the changes that were made to the development agreement between the last city council meeting and today, I just real quick wanted to show you, kind of reiterate what Chris mentioned with the 65 estate lots on the most of the golf course area, and then the proposed 2104 at the area that's more appropriate for the higher density residential. This is the option if you were to use compatible and comparable and compatible zoning, a rough estimate. But you'll have approximately 400 single-family homes, and the way that we calculated this was based on comparable and compatible zoning.
Mayor-
A question
Mayor, through you.
here.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman.
If you don't mind, just put them side by side so that we can,
Sure.
no, just underneath like you had. There we go. So I can look at the numbers as you talk. Perfect.
There you
Okay.
go. So under the
Thank you.
development agreement,
Thank you, Mayor.
what's proposed is the 65 mega estate lots with a minimum of the 2 acres and the half acre on this portion here. Should comparable and compatible zoning be the route that we go, then it'll be more like 400 single-family homes is what is comparable and compatible. That's going through and doing what Chris just did, which is where you have quarter-acre lots, putting quarter-acre lots next to them. When you have half-acre lots, putting half-acre lots next to them. And then the multifamily, comparable and compatible zoning is approximately 1,540 units, and that's based on the combination of densities from 1 Queensridge Place, from Tudor Park, and from Fairway Point. These are the changes. You've seen this slide before, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because I know we don't want to repeat what we've done at prior hearings, but we've been doing this for 2 years. We've been working on this agreement at length for 2 years because the direction of this council was that you'd prefer to have a holistic, universal plan, and we have done that. We have done that through many iterations, and those changes were not changes that were requested by the developer. They were changes that were requested by the city and or through homeowners to the city. So the last iteration was based on a memo that Mr. Michael Buckley prepared. We reviewed it, the city reviewed it, and we made a significant number of changes to the agreement, and that's why you have revisions again before you. But I just quickly want to highlight the current development agreement. This is what you have in the current development agreement. As I mentioned, the multifamily is 2104. The development area 4 is limited to 65 homes, so that cannot change unless we came back before you and said we wanted to change that, and that would require a public hearing and input from the residents. And so this is a contract that would be recorded against the property, guaranteeing that those hundreds of homes within Queensridge will only have 65 neighbors, new neighbors next to them. So the total units, 2169. This was a request, the acre size of the lots was a request not of the developer, but of the residents. So the minimum 2-acre lot sizes was incorporated at the request of some of the neighbors, again, with the exception of that section A with the half-acre lots. The number of towers was reduced from 3 towers to 2 towers, and the height was reduced to 150 feet. The residential adjacency compliance, we originally were trying to have some flexibility on that, just as the towers had, and we've since agreed to comply with that residential adjacency. There will be some ancillary commercial of up to 15,000 square feet, which is just for the benefit of the walkable community, so that residents have coffee shops and amenities. The term of the agreement was revised at the request of the neighbors from 30 years to 20 years, so that's a recent change to the agreement. Tudor Park, as Chris mentioned, we've worked with Tudor Park, and I believe we have an agreement with Tudor Park. I don't know if we'll hear something different tonight, but Tudor Park is the area.
And how many homes is that in the Tudor Park area that's of concern, please? What number of homes?
I believe there's about 9, is that correct, that are adjacent? Less than a dozen right here at this area right here. And we've done a new exhibit that's been incorporated into the development agreement that provides them with 20 feet of backyards in addition to their existing backyard space. So the property would be elevated up to the level of their backyard, and they would be given 20 feet of land to extend on their backyard. And the developer would put,
Okay, through you, Mayor.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. So just a question.
Yeah.
So the 20 feet, are you saying 20 feet on the back side of each home?
Correct. So
That will be given to them, or would that be in the HOA would be responsible for that 20 feet?
It would be given to them, so they would own an additional 20 feet of land behind their home. The developer is willing to put a dense landscape buffer, 5-foot landscape buffer along the edge of the property that they would then have to maintain, but we would actually put the landscape buffer in and deed each homeowner 20 feet of land so that they'd have an extension to their yards. So this is the new Tudor Park exhibit and is incorporated into the development agreement you'd be voting on today. With respect, oops, excuse me.
Indicate where they are presently.
Sure.
Indicate that.
So the red line is their current property line. The dotted line to the blue dotted line is the 5 foot where we would install dense landscaping, 36-inch box trees 12 feet on center, so they would have a very dense landscape buffer that they then would own and maintain after the property is deeded to them. So that's that area right there. And then additionally, there's a no building structure zone of 85 feet. So they would have an 85-foot guaranteed buffer before any building could begin construction behind their homes. With respect to Revelle Court, unfortunately, I wish we could stand here today and say that we had an agreement with Revelle Court.
How many homes is that, please?
That is 5 homes. And we've had discussions and offered a lot of options. The options that were initially offered was the no building structure zone of 75 feet, then it was extended to 105 feet, which is what the Planning Commission approved, was a 105-foot no building structure zone. We then went to them and said, would you like a row of homes similar to yours behind you? And the final offer that we made to them was 1 2-acre lot. So that's what the current development agreement has, which is exactly the same as every other homeowner in this area. They all have 1 2-acre lot behind them. These 5 homeowners will have 1 2-acre lot behind them if you were to vote on the agreement today.
Mayor, point of clarification through you. I understand the 2-acre. What about the 20 feet that Tudor Park was offered? Is that a part of this, or just the 2-acre lot behind Revelle Court?
Just the 2-acre lot behind Revelle Court. There is an easement existing that these property owners have, which is 15 feet. At one point, that offer was on the table to give them that land as well. Now, because of the 2-acre lot, that 15 feet would essentially remain just as it is today.
Thank you.
Frank said they could transfer it to them if they wanted, at their option.
Okay. But I guess our client's willing to still discuss that if they wanted to have that land transferred to them. So that's an option.
Mayor, through you, if I might ask a question. You're saying 1 2-acre lot behind 5 homes?
Correct.
Not behind each home, behind the 5. How do you do that with?
So basically, you'd have
you just squeezed out the 2 acres so it's thin?
This is, I just drew it on here if you can see it.
Oh, I can see, yes.
Rectangular, large lot.
So the 2-acre lot covers all the backyards?
Correct.
Oh, okay. I couldn't understand that. Thank you.
So each of these 5 homeowners will have 1 neighbor behind them.
Okay.
So that's reflected here, the Tudor Park and the Revelle Court changes. And I already went through this. We've heard a lot about the home values in Queensridge and how this has impacted the home values. And we understand that certainty is part of this agreement today. If this were to pass, it would provide every homeowner in Queensridge with some certainty as to what's going to happen with development. And that's the beauty of the universal plan, so that they know what they can expect for the next 20 years as opposed to have uncertainty in their lives. But I would like to just show you this slide because it's interesting. We went back to prior to the golf course closing, prior to our clients owning this property, and looked at the property values from 2012 to 2015. And you'll see this orange line shows that Queensridge falls well below some of the other high-end communities within the valley. The ridges are the green that's far above Queensridge. Tournament Hills is kind of this oranger color. Canyon Fairways, Palisades, Mountain Trails, and Eagle Hills are all on this chart. And prior to this golf course issue, the home prices and the values were below some of those other high-end communities in the valley, which is even more reason why not put a facelift on this community? Why not take advantage and make this into something special and improve the area for all of the residents? Chris mentioned the options that are in the agreement. That's in section 3.08. Those are just options. And in Mr. Buckley's memo, he mentioned that maybe those options don't belong in this agreement because they're tied to the ability to have access to the roadway network. So I just want to put on the record, we intentionally didn't delete that language. We're happy to take it out, But we think that's the opportunity here that can make this community special again. The reason it's in there is if the HOA for Queensridge decides they want to work with this particular developer and give them access, then he will put new gates in. He will put new parks in. He will improve the overall community of Queensridge as well as his new development. So we thought those were important because they are enforceable by the city and they're great options to bring this community to the next level and to be competitive with the other communities in the area. So this is the price per square foot exhibit. Again, same time frame from 2012 to 2015. This is the comparison of the average sales. So this is prior to anything happening with the golf course. If you were to vote yes today, these are the things that can happen. You would have a binding contract for 20 years with probably the best developer in this valley, in our humble opinion. We all know he does wonderful work. I've put it on the record before, so I'm not going to repeat that today, but that corner shows you the type of work that Johan and EHB Companies does. So you're guaranteed, if you vote yes, 20 years with him to develop beautiful homes at the corner that's a very special location and has the ability to have something very special then. The universal plan that's predictable, so you'll know what you're getting for 20 years. Everyone in that community will know. The return of certainty to the adjacent communities, to Queensridge, One Queensridge Place, Tudor Park, Revelle Court, all of those areas that we've worked with hard over the last 2 years to make sure that we're addressing their concerns and we're making a great community for them, not just for these new property owners.
And if I might interject, that's the one thing that we hear continually from people who are trying to sell their homes. People say, well, what's happening to the golf course? And they go, well, if they're honest, they say, I don't know. Now they'll be able to say, well, behind my home is a 2-acre lot, and the minimum could be higher than that, but it's a minimum 2-acre lot. That's the kind of certainty that will allow these home values to be regained and these homes, for those who want to leave, to be able to sell at a fairer price.
The assurance, as I mentioned, that there'd be only 65 homes on 183 acres. The assurance of over 100 acres of open space and vegetation, that just will not come with piecemeal development. That's a reality. It will not happen. The non-recurring revenue of almost $20 million and $3 million each year to Clark County School District, which is part of our report that we had Restrepo Financial Group do, and that's part of the record already. A financial contribution that also includes non-recurring revenue of $17 million and over $2.4 million in annual revenue to the city of Las Vegas, and the creation of over 10,000 jobs. So you're going to put people to work on this development and have some quality homes built and added to the city of Las Vegas. If you vote no today, you have continued uncertainty. You'll have piecemeal development, and this council voted against piecemeal development. You asked us for 2 years to come to you with a universal plan. We're here in good faith asking for you to vote on this project today, up or down, so that we can move on and decide what to do with this property. You'll have no contractual obligation by the developer. It will be whomever is developing at that time. The assurance that the property may never be developed will go away as large estate lots, and the vast open space and the vegetation. And the wealth migration will possible decrease in home values will continue as the ridges continue to develop. The other developments in Summerlin continue to be improved. This community can potentially decline. So with that said, I'll turn it back over to Chris, but we've done what you've asked. We've done what this council has asked. We've worked closely with your staff. We've worked closely with your city attorney's office. We've made so many changes to try to get to the place that we're at today. Your staff recommends approval of the agreement. Your planning commission recommends approval of the agreement. This isn't an agreement that is compatible and comparable, as Chris mentioned. This is a wonderful agreement that is a betterment for the entire community if approved. So we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you both for your efforts.
Your Honor,
resolve,
I just,
yes.
at the end of the opposition, if I could just have 3 to 5 minutes very briefly to respond to anything said. Okay. I would like to note something for the record. If you remember, this place was originally packed when these items were considered. That shows you the effort that's been done on both sides to try to get to where we want to be. And I'm going to take this because I don't want to forget it. I have to thank Brad Jerbeck, Tom Perigo, and staff for their incredible hard work. They are quality guys. They are just incredible public servants, and I know you're very proud of them, and you should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kemper. Thank you, Stephanie, as well. This will be a public hearing, and I will open it, and we're going to have some discussion. But at this particular time, I want to address some items, and so there'll be plenty of opportunity. You might as well sit down. First of all, I want to thank everybody that's been involved in this, and of course, I do remember the 2 years that we've all been sitting here, and of course, new and welcoming Councilman Soroka and Councilwoman Fiore to be joining us, who, while they may have watched all of the dialogues we've had over the past 2 years, may not be entirely comfortable that they're totally up to speed. And as much as our staff's been working with them to bring you up to speed, you can't possibly have all the information over these many, many meetings and hours that go in ad nauseum into the night. In an effort to try to bring the sides together, and certainly from everything you've just presented, I'm sure other council have questions too to it, because you seem, on the face of what you've reported, to have moved everything, and I know there's still some holes and glitches. But first of all, I know those are the areas that I'd be concerned about too, and I'm going to ask from Brad Jerbeck. But my concern was, and what had happened with this, and I guess in 6 weeks we will be 2 years at it, regardless of opportunities to come talk individually with council persons on the bad land development and EHB going forward, which may be more than 2 years. I think we really have been immersed in this, and we feel up here, and I think I can speak for the whole, this is definitely not a public-private engagement. It should be and has been a private engagement. And because issues arose, and I'm sorry to do this, I am the mother of 2 attorneys, I am married to an attorney. And until litigation became part of this, my feeling was that if we could just keep everybody at bay, and as hard as it is and as much passion as we all we have a lot of issues that had to be resolved. And I think you've just heard it from Mr. Kempner and Stephanie. You know, we really wanted to move this. We wanted it to be something that would be acceptable to the residents. They'd be proud to have it. And I don't know if we have pictures. I asked Mr. Jerbeck, who I'm going to turn the mic over to, for this dialogue. But what I keep doing and have been doing since day one is thinking, what is this going to be in 5 years and in 10 years if, in fact, the developer, or any developer, this developer or any other, walked away? Because we know the rights of the developer, a developer, to purchase that land. And so what we're looking at, and what I see as a worst scenario, is desert coming back to the Badlands, the housing values gone, not knowing who will ever buy the property if there are liens on it, and more litigation and more lawyering getting involved in it. It might be 5 years, it might be 10 years, it might be 20 years. So to me, as a worst scenario, and do we have someone coming in, and I'm not casting aspersion on any developer, but a developer who does nothing but put up box homes, or decides he wants a skateboard park or a zoo there, whatever it's going to be. If, in fact, this particular developer with whom everybody's been working picks up and takes his bag of tricks and leaves, that's what you're looking at. It's a total unknown to start all over again. But it, again, is private and private. Now, because of knowing our staff, and so proud, and thank you, Mr. Kempfer, and I'm sure Mr. Schreck, Mr. Bice would say the same thing. I had asked specifically of our council, can you go in and not get involved with your opinions? Can you give them the law? Can you give them planning and codes and all of that, and try to listen to both sides and help move this forward? We, and I am speaking most specifically me, want this resolved. And as I would meet with Brad Jerbeck and Tom Perigo, on a weekly basis or more often, you were making progress. You were making huge progress. And every time we'd have one of our council meetings, the anger, the animosity, the hate, it was revolting to me. And whether it was one side or the other, it didn't matter. We're a community here, and we should be working to the best resolve. And if you're so full of anger, you need to step aside and let the calm people try to see if this can work out. So my hope was in volunteering, probably I would almost say in excess of hundreds of hours beyond the full day that you're committed to your jobs, that you spent specifically not only talking with a group of representatives from one side or lawyers from a different side and then back in with private people and then to another meeting and trying to pull everybody together to move this forward. We got pretty close, and I think, Mr. Jervik, you assured me all the way through this 2-year process that there's hope out there. We can do this. We can do this. The biggest problem that I kept hearing again, and nobody can accuse me of not knowing lawyers. It's been the lawyers causing these problems every single step of the way and inciting this anger and keeping the dollars coming in, people having to pay for it. We have so many hungry people in our community that are homeless. We could take those hundreds of thousands of dollars and feed and house our homeless, take care of our veterans, instead of continuing this fight. Now, I am at a point that I don't know what the temperature is here, and again, having 2 new council people here. But we, I believe, are, and hearing it from probably both sides, but for sure on one party's side, fish are cut bait. And I am concerned, and I don't know where those pictures are, Mr. Jervik. Could you show them? Because what is. This morning when we opened up, a lady came in with her daughter to show us the pictures of all the animals who are escaping to the private properties because there's no water on the larger landscaping. And if, in fact, the developer walks away, the pictures, do you have a before? Can you tell us what you're showing up here? So, because this is before, a year ago, 6 months ago, and now. Same site? Is that the same shot?
That's the same shot.
Now, if we assume that the developer walks, I would like to hear from anybody at the appropriate time, how are we going to fix now on the lower right-hand corner? Who's going to come in and buy that property and create a panacea that this is going to become everything you all want? Now, there are pieces of the agreement that I still have issues with, but to talk about a holistic approach, we're moving in that direction. And it has been very volatile, very high. I did ask you, and I've been holding off asking you this question, because you'll tell me right now. I asked you yesterday in my office with Mr. Perigo sitting there, would you please call the attorneys and ask them to stop everything for 1 month. 1 month, no litigation, no subpoenas, no asking people for money, just step back. Both sides, private parties, step back for a month and to see if between the developer and the residents, to give them the name residents, as the 2 private parties, 1, can work it together, and 2, the second suggestion being that if in fact they would step aside, I would ask you and Tom Perigo to go to no more meetings, but to take what you've heard from every meeting, the best of everything, as well as what's been presented today and what the information is that you garnered from the residents that's still at fault here, and create at least a framework so it could be presented in a month, But the staff report being created within a 2-week time frame, so at the end of 2 weeks, that report, impartial report of facts and issues, could be given publicly and signed off that you and both of you are, that this is accurate, this is what we've heard, this is what we agree, and give that report to both private parties to see if finally we can end this. Because I think everybody's sitting up here, and I know the hours. You've been working till 11 o'clock at night. You've been doing it on Sundays. You've been doing it on Saturdays. You've been taking care of all the legal issues here. So now the answer is, and I ask you, and about to explode if you say no. I mean, I will be so angry because it shows that the legal part of this doesn't give a damn about the developer or the residents and bringing this to resolution. It is about being a litigator and being a fighter and creating more problems. And I say to everybody that's watching this ever, I am the mother of 2 lawyers of whom I'm very proud and married to a great lawyer. But it's enough of this. So, are you smiling, or have we?
No, I gave you the answer at 12:30 today. There's been no change. I reached out to the lawyers for both sides, keeping in mind, too, that we are representing the city, but we're happy to stand down. The fact of the matter is that both lawyers indicated me, well, I did not speak to Mr. Jimerson, but I spoke to Mr. Brown, who at that point in time indicated that Mr. Jimerson was not inclined to give 30 days. And remember, the lawyers speak to their clients, too. And I also spoke to Mr. Bice, who had not spoken to all of his clients, but indicated that they did not feel that there would be any utility in the 30-day continuance to do this. I wish I could give you a better answer.
Madam Mayor, if I could.
Yes, please.
Just so you understand, just so we all understand. What the mayor is requesting, as I understand, is that no lawyers, you put together what you feel is the best from both sides and bring it to us in 30 days.
Along with, separate from our staff, just from everything where the problems are and are they workable, give them back, but also that they continue. The developer, and maybe the developer doesn't want to, and maybe the residents don't want to continue anymore, but that we would pull back our, quote, impartial ears and helpers to walk through the process. You would not attend these meetings, I'm sure, and I can't speak for Councilman Soroka, but certainly it's your ward that you would meet with them. But those are the 2 pieces.
Would give a chance for the new members to come up fully to speed, which would give a continuance of only 30 days. I feel remiss, and I spoke with you already, Mr. Jervik, about this. I get these nice pieces of research and work from both sides, and I get them yesterday, and I feel I can't get through them fully in the amount of time that's left, so that would give those of us in that situation help too. So I'm just understanding 30 days is all you're requesting, 30 days without feeling the pressure of other lawyers on you, and just taking the information. Are you not smiling at all there?
It's a little hard. I'll do my best. If I could clarify for the record.
I'm just trying to clarify for this, that's all. Thank you.
I was working with the mayor yesterday, and I don't think the mayor would mind me just outlining what we thought a plan could be. And I don't think that plan is viable because the lawyers...
And if I might interrupt you, and I hate to interrupt you because you are, in my opinion, you walk on water or close to it. Really and truly, these are sort of suggestions I'm making because I am deferring down to Councilman Soroka at the end of this for the motions or whatever he is going to have input to and say. So I just wanted to say when I am suggesting I am not making a motion, of course we haven't had public hearing either. So
I understood.
Madam Mayor, if I could say a word? Councilman Soroka, for the first time.
I didn't. I thought, where's that voice coming from?
It's coming from above. I just wanted, in response to your comment, of course I'm willing to help in any way possible, but I also wanted to reply to the comment. I believe I am fully up to speed. I have fully immersed myself into this process and made it my full business, full-time, since taking this, the oath for this office. So whatever way we need to go, I'm prepared. Thank you.
Having said that, I think that one of the options people were looking at yesterday is how can you take a deal that has gone on for so long, it's been so painfully difficult, involves so many opinions, and for want of a better term, so many egos, and I include myself in that category, and try and pull together a deal that is best for the community, that does what everybody who lives there wants, which is to try and perhaps replace an old amenity with a better one and help restore property values and the prestige of the community. And that's been our goal from day one. We don't really, there's many ways to skin this, and I haven't had, couldn't have asked for anybody better to have been your former planning director, and now your assistant manager, and that's Tom Perigo, who has been there every step of the way. I don't care what other people think. I don't really have an opinion other than that, and that's to get the best deal possible and bring it to you. And so having gotten to a point where over a month and a half has gone by since June 21st, and there have been, in my opinion, marginal improvements and one significant unimprovement. And I'm being blunt with both sides. I think having additional setbacks, not the level which I wanted, is a marginal improvement. I think having an abandonment of all responsibility for watering, which has resulted in a dead course, has been a significant detriment. Having said that, I'm prepared to still go back as often as you want to send us in and do it. But one of the ideas yesterday was how could it be done differently in a way that might have a better chance of success than what we've been doing so far, which seems to be running into a wall. Having said that, the idea was to let's start with a couple of things that would have to be in place first. One would be to make sure that the developer and the neighbors aren't expending any more money, at least for 30 days on this. Why don't we see if there's any good faith at all involved on both sides, just standing down on the litigation. Don't abandon it. Don't give up any rights that you have, but just don't expend more money on pursuing motions and depositions and things until we have this 30-day period to try and get a deal. During that period of time, it would be a different deal. I wouldn't be there. If people don't want me there, I'm more than happy to not be there. And we would have our planning department sit down and work and see if the developer and the neighbors could work out things that specifically addressed the density in Area 3, which is tied to the setbacks, which addresses the idea of shifting densities possibly to areas 1 and 2 to create more opportunity for amenities in Area 3, which talk about traffic, which talk about schools, which talk about a lot of issues that have come up. And I could just stand up here for another half hour going through this list. And then, assuming that that may not work, and that's probably a half good assumption given what's happened for the last year and a half, there would also be a separate effort, and that effort would be on staff working with no one to say, if we didn't have to reach a compromise between neighbors and the developer, what do we think as a professional planning staff a development agreement could look like that addresses those things and even more? And on that, we would talk, obviously, with the councilman who represents the area, and we would talk with other people that are familiar with the impacts out there. That was the plan. And that would have given you an option 4. Because you have 4 options. You vote it up, you vote it down, you continue it, or this option 4 that I just talked about. And so staff's just trying to be, for want of a better word, nimble and stay on our toes to give you different options for how you might want to address this. When we found out today that there's not going to be a stand down on behalf of the lawyers, I very candidly said, and I'll say it out loud, if we can't get that far, I don't have much hope that 30 days of sitting down and talking again is going to make any difference at all. And so having said that, I work for you, Mayor and Council, and I'll do whatever you instruct me to do, but that's a report is where they're at. I also would just like to put for the record, I didn't produce a presentation here on the golf course. A constituent in Badlands sent the mayor a package of photos, and just before the meeting, the mayor asked me if photos existed of before and after, and I said, I'm aware that they do because they were sent to me by the mayor, so I retrieved them and brought them down in your response to your request.
So today's option, after we go through the rest of the process here, because of, I don't remember your exact words, but the failure to get this month of breathing room without any legal advice, involvement, litigation, whatever. Your assessment, having gone to all these meetings, is if we can't move that, it's an up or down today.
I think that's obviously your call. I still think there's, if you want to continue for the reasons that Councilwoman indicated, a lack of familiarity with the agreement, new information coming to you at the last minute, things, those are things I'm not going to interfere with your decision making. But if it's to get an agreement, I just don't think that's realistic.
Okay. The other piece I wanted to ask,
Any other than
because
what's
we
before you
heard,
now.
okay, we did hear from Councilman Soroka, who's new, but we have a distaff down there, our lovely Councilwoman Fierro, and do you feel, are you comfortable with the information you have thus far in making, I mean, you are not allowed to abstain on these things unless you have a vested interest.
Okay, so as we've been through this process, and as I've met with Mr. Binion, and I've met with the developers, and I've met with many, many people that live in the Badlands, and I have my own issue in Ward 6 with the golf course. What I see is if we push this issue today, the way that our attorney, Mr. Jerbick, had given us these options, I'm just concerned with three things that I spoke with the Badlands residents with, and that's the quality of life, keeping the property values, and how the construction would impede and the access. Those are my three biggest concerns to make sure that the Badlands residents have. Those were my three big issues, and those are the things that I gave my word on that I would fight for. And as I, as a brand-new councilwoman, sit here and look at property values, especially for some folks that aren't moving out of Badlands, they're staying there till they die, and they're building. So with a dead golf course, or with a golf course that's full of desert with no, what's happening, those property values are not going to come up. So if I were to vote to kill this today, I would be basically not committing to my obligation to make sure that the Badlands property values stay up. In order for me to make sure that all parties here will get along, and now this is only my second council meeting and we're getting up to speed on this, I would definitely request 30 more days. Because if we vote the wrong way today, it's going to impact your lives for the next decade or two if we do not fix the golf course issue, if we do not make the south entrance pretty, if we do not increase those property values, we're all in trouble. So I really think you guys have been battling for 2 years, and I'm sorry, but egos aside, pettiness aside, put your egos away for a minute and give us 30 days. Why? Because if the developer walks away, the property values, we're done. Badlands is done. Okay? That's my biggest concern. My promise to the residents of Badlands was three things: keeping those property values, the quality of life, and what is the construction going to, the access, how is it going to impede on my friend Jack Binion's life. So with those three promises, I cannot today vote up or down. I really request 30 days.
Okay, Councilman, I see your finger, please.
Thank you. My finger was twitching. Thank you. I have been the beneficiary of following this for 2.5 years, since the first meeting I had with the developer at a coffee shop on Rancho in Charleston. And the map pretty much looks the same as it did then. There have been concessions made by the developer. They are I think naturally occurring kinds of concessions you would make when you're trying to do something. The investment base here is not a whole lot of money, actually. I know that they spent $10 million to buy this land. It was a land play, basically not knowing for sure if they would get permission to build. They found a cheap piece of land and they bought it, and that's their score, and that's a good thing. That's a good business move. But you have to be careful about all those kinds of things, because you do need permission to do a lot of things in this valley, and you have for a century. So it isn't just like you can come in and change and wow the council and say, well, everything's going to move aside for us because we're big and we can do this, because look at the houses we've built. Now, it isn't that way, because the houses that are built already in there deserve consideration. The people in there deserve consideration, and I know a lot of them, it's true. Having grown up in this town. But having grown up in this town, it causes me to be upset in a personal way about what's happened here. I got to tell you, Mayor, that I do support some sort of development agreement. I do. Not this one, though. I just can't see this one either. 9 months ago, I met with the developers 2 times at their invitation, and I gave them what I thought was a reasonable way to go from my standpoint to get my vote, which would have been a combination building, actually pretty high density, but because of an appearance sake, they didn't want to venture into any kind of drawings even to explore my idea, so they cast that aside by just ignorance, not ignorance, I should say, they ignored it or benign neglected it. And so we had meetings at the first of the year, still no progress. Then an election came along, and I had been hearing about all of the tales that the homeowners had been saying about stories they've been getting from the developer. This changes, that changes, nothing consistent and almost like a mean character. Well, I didn't understand that either because I wasn't the beneficiary of this kind of an attitude from the developer. They were just here trying to make a buck. But anyway, in that meeting in November that we had, a council meeting, I brought up, and developer was kind enough to bring up an aerial photo of this land before it was Pecole property. It was natural land. It had some arroyos with growth in them, which meant it was supporting fauna, not just the flora that was growing there, but the fauna. And then you look at what the Pecole people had done, and that is they had developed that land to the fullest extent possible, preserving the desert landscape, the natural scape, the life of the desert. To me, that was important. And yet it still could be developed if you paid attention to some of those things that had been done before. And this new developer scoffed at that. In fact, I think one of the developer's family came up here and scoffed at me and said, well, you know, all you care about is trees. Well, I guess we could have added rabbits and squirrels of all kinds, unique to the desert. We could have added all kinds of life then, but that was then. Now you see they're dying because of the, frankly, inappropriate action, I think, of an ambitious developer. And I think if they curbed their ambition some and got a little more friendly with the homeowners, maybe, just maybe, we could get to a development agreement. Well, Your Honor, I got a really nice peek at the character of the developers, though, back in March when they started a slander campaign against me, saying that I was anti-Semitic, that I was, it was impossible for me to make a decision here. It was not possible for me to vote, and I should recuse myself because I didn't like Jews, because the developer, one of them at least, is Jewish. And I told you about my youth here growing up in this desert. For 65 years ago, and all my youth here, I had basically no religious outlook on my friends. We were all Catholics, Jews, and Mormons. I didn't even know what a Protestant was. And so we grew up like each other without religious or racial barriers, without any of those things. And that's the way I've lived my life ever since. From my 9 years old at age, well, 1951 up until today. And it was a real mortal blow to me to be accused of this. And then, in the campaign, not only through the campaign that was ensuing, but the developers' agents, paid employees of the developers, fanning the flames, proceeded to even further accuse me of anti-Semitism and reporting me to the FBI because I had a closed mind or something. FBI. I thought the only FBI file I had was when I applied to work for the FBI when I got out of high school and when I worked at the test site. So, you see, I have had a really interesting look into the dark side of this development group. But every dark side can have a good side too. Well, we all know about Star Wars, right? There can be a flip side to a dark side. And I'll wager even this developer can develop new ways. I'm a believer in redemption. I'm a believer in people losing their temper and saying things that are untrue. Slander, naturally, has occurred here. But I'm willing to say that if they would just think about what they did to me and then consider that this is my opinion of what they've been doing to the dwellers here, then I can't see anything but the developers, the dwellers' side. It's hard to not feel as if this is the crap that they've been getting all this time. Congressman Berkeley called me a couple of days ago on another matter, and she said, boy, I can't believe they accused you of being an anti-Semite. I've known you since we were in college. And she lives in Queens Ridge. And by the way, she's not totally opposed to the deal. I mean, she would like to see people work together, as I would, and as you do, Mayor. And your intention today is honorable. It's the best kind of intention. If I was at one of these warring parties, though, I would not be anywhere without my lawyers. I just think at this time, you know, it's so far gone. You can't make a statement without it being part of a record. So consequently, developer, keep your lawyers. This is a full employment act for them, but you need them, and you need them over here too. But frankly, I don't think our staff should be involved anymore. Now, maybe that doesn't jive with what you thought, Your Honor, because what's happened is the perception of our staff being involved from the city attorney on down through planning and code, all of them, engineering, has been that they looked, it just unfortunately had the appearance of looking like they were on the developer's side because they were trying to get a compromise. Well, a compromise is, from the dweller's point of view, that's a give. That's a give from a zero position. They had their position, they had their land, they had their rights, they had their lifestyle. An interloper comes in and wants to do something else. Well, okay, everything he makes naturally will be a compromise from the initial proposal because everything he does is still it's a sum game. You can't lose if you're the developer. You trade it down until you get something you like and you still make money. Maybe less than before, but Your Honor, that's why I hesitate to have our staff involved anymore in this. I think it's up to 7 of us to decide. And if it goes to court, fine. The court is used to civil fights like this. They know how to measure blame. They know how to weigh damages. They also, I think fairly too in these courts here in Clark County. And so I don't think we have anything to fear by it going to court, frankly. So that's my 2 cents and a half. And, you know, I'm ready to vote.
Well, we have public hearing yet, so I just...
Okay, well, let me put it that way. Let's put it that way. That's the background in which I approached hearing everything and voting.
Thank you. Okay, at this point then, what I'd like to do is go ahead and hear from the public. If you have something that is new to add, please feel free to share it. But as you've heard with this 2-year process we've gone through, I think we've heard just about everything. And so I'm going to set the time for everybody at a minute. And if anybody does want to respond from the legal staff, from either side, we'll raise that to the 3-minute level, and that will be it. But from any resident or anybody else who'd like to speak now, again, I have Gordon Culp, I have David Gomez, I have Ronald Iverson, Debbie Kainer, Dale, I did this before and I'm sorry, Rosener, it looks like, Ann Smith, and Eva Thomas. It does not preclude you from coming up. And just state your name. We don't need your address. And please come. You don't need a card if you don't want to. You can just come up and make your comments. Thank you.
I brought water this time. A couple clarifications. First of all, online, I noticed on Monday there was one set of development agreements on the site, and then today it was the date stamp 524 agreement. We had received an agreement from...
Oh, your name,
I'm sorry. Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, Suite 10210.
Thank you.
210, representing some of the homeowners. We received from City Attorney Jerbick a different development agreement. The one that's posted online this morning is date stamped 524. Just want to make sure that we're referring to the development agreement that you shared on Friday.
All I can say is the one I shared on Friday is the one that I gave to planning to give to the computer people to put online. I haven't seen any other one.
Okay, well, as I said, I went online this morning, and it was date stamp 5/24, so that was the original development agreement that went to Planning Commission.
Madam Mayor, I'll clarify. We put up on the...
Your name, please.
Peter Lowenstein, Planning Department. Staff had added the full development agreement with all associated exhibits. The 524 plus the addendum was what was at Planning Commission meeting. We apologize if the later version of the development agreement was removed. We are in the process of rectifying that.
And you will have that up by when?
That should be up as soon as it's forwarded to the FTP site, and then the web services can update.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Rankin.
Okay, and I'm going to be very brief, if I could.
Minute.
First of all, what we're here to decide on the development agreement, if you should vote to consider it, is you must find, per state law and your code, that provisions of the agreement are consistent with the master plan. We know for a fact the master plan is park, recreation, open space. Approved in 1992, reaffirmed 3 additional times since that time as park, recreation, open space. Park, recreation, open space does not allow any density. The project is proposing to place 35.39 dwelling units per acre in areas 2 and 3. That is not compatible or consistent with the master plan. The master plan calls for this to be park, recreation, open space, no residential development. Where does that go? There's 2 places that density of 35 acres to unit go. They go in the neighborhood revitalization plan as per the neighborhood, per your 2020 master plan. Here's the Badlands Golf Course. Here's neighborhood revitalization, way outside of that. And one last item here, as my time has expired, they can also go where an urban hub is. The staff report indicates it's located at urban hub. There's an urban hub at Charleston and Rampart. There's not one at Rampart and Alta. That's where high density goes per the plan. It is not consistent with the general plan and therefore cannot be approved.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
may I ask a question?
Yes.
Can we suspend any time limits for a matter, but leave it up to you with the gavel if people start to repeat themselves too much? I mean, that's kind of where we need to be. We've got 2 members that have never heard this testimony, ever. They've heard arguments, they've met with lawyers and our staff. They've never heard the testimony.
But Councilman Soroka said that he is totally up to speed on all of it.
Well,
so
you're
I
going to find
believe
out that you don't know everything you know.
Well, no, but I mean, that's what we've heard. And so knowing the issues that Councilwoman Fiore has just brought up, where her looks are, I think what we're trying to do is see today, is there's any movement for anything further, or is this finished and dead? So the issue is, so many times we keep hearing it's a matter of making a record. Mr. Rankin certainly knows the city very, very well, and that believe your reports are accurate with the proper information. And those charts I don't think we'd seen before. Maybe Mr. Jerbick or Mr. Perigo have. But the reality is the record that's been made over the past 2 years does speak to issues of where density can be.
Madam Mayor,
Your Honor, if I can just engage you one more time.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask that I'd be comfortable hearing their testimony at whatever length it is needed. It would be wonderful to hear that as well.
You would prefer to have that?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And I think it'd be good for Councilwoman Fiore as well.
So as I truncated my presentation, and it won't be very long, Mayor, trust me, the consistency is defined by your zoning code. Consistency with the general plan means not only consistency with the plan's land use and density designations, but also consistency with all policies and programs of the general plan. It's defined by the zoning code what consistency is. PROS does not allow that density. And finally, as I said, we worked to be brief. The application is deficient. The development agreement requires plans for traffic to access Rampart through the Las Vegas Valley Water District. there is no agreement with the Las Vegas Valley Water District
No,
to
I
have
think
that
we
easement.
know that. We know that. We have letters from them denying that.
Pursuant to your zoning code, a development agreement or any development application must include all parties that are privy to that application.
know
They
that.
must sign and acknowledge the application before you.
Right.
They have not done so. The application is deficient and defective and cannot be acted upon.
Thank you.
And that concludes my presentation.
Thank
I have
you. If those for the clerk, if you would. grab
Items for the
those
clerk for the
services.
record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 10, and certainly welcome Councilwoman Fiore and Councilman Soroka as new members to the City Council. Pleasure to be before you. Mayor, maybe I think it would help as you, after I'm done, I'm going to get into my presentation, but since this question has arisen about the 30-day continuance, perhaps, that you may discuss, if you do go for it, I think it would be clear, because the discussions I heard yesterday, and you know we had these discussions with you and Brad, one of the premises that I heard was that it would start with, there's up to 2,100 units where the discussion would begin. And I would think, and I know talking with my client, that if there was ever going to be a discussion, it doesn't start with determining what the outcome is and saying, okay, you get to discuss how you get there. I think the discussion should start, as I think Councilman Coffin suggested, starting with where do the residents come from. You can't start at 2,100 where the developer may want to end up and then figure out how to get there. I think you have to have a discussion, and there's a process of steps and a framework where you might get there. But with that being said, this particular development agreement, as we know, goes back to, first off, it has to be consistent, as Mr. Rankin just told you, with the PROS. And that PROS, plan, the Parks, Recreational, and Open Space, goes back and is consistent with the Peccole Ranch Master Plan. And we discussed this over the last 2 years, and all those documents and things associated with all the elements associated with the Peccole Ranch modifications and the Badlands applications all should be brought into the record yet once again. But referring to, this was right out, and I know you've seen this many times, but it's critical because it is an important part of the record, which is this is part of the Peccole Ranch Master Plan from 1990, when this was officially commenced and started. 2 applications, one was a master plan, one was the zoning application. In the master plan, there are some specific documents and exhibits that I've pulled out here, but they're all fully in the records we've provided before. But in that is, again, the open space and drainage is clearly identified here, golf course drainage, and it refers to it golf course, open space, and drainage in the text as well. And is always clearly articulated that was then initially about 212 acres, allowed for absolutely no net units. In this column here, net units, and there's none. All of those net units are either single family or multifamily in those 2 rows, and in this final column, the net units. So there was never ever contemplated to be residential allowed in there, let alone certainly the hotel and commercial. That absence is basically why the city, in its general plan amendment in 92, said, consistent with what we've already approved in the master plan and the zoning, that consistent with that, we're going to make the land PROS. And that has existed, and that is the history that everybody has relied on in purchasing and buying and selling property and building their homes since then. The Peccole Ranch Master Plan, this is out of the 2020 Master Plan Land Use Element. This is about major modifications, and you do not have a general plan amendment to change the PROS, and you do not have a major modification. But it specifically says in the southwest sector, Peccole Ranch, in this red box I identified here, is a master development plan area located within the southwest sector, and it calls it out on the map. And then it goes on to say that in order to major modifications of master development plans, we just heard Peccole Ranch's master development plan, so modifications of master development plan and development standards. It basically says that if you're going to modify that plan, you have to do a major modification. So not only do you need the general plan, you need the major modification. And this all goes on and then further on this excerpts out of the master plan to talk about what you need to do and how you need to do it. So while this one chart here, on this other portion where it talks about major modifications in these other special areas, Peccole Ranch is still a master development plan that requires a major modification. Even though it's not in this group category, it is in the other master development category. So either way, it does require a major mod. The zoning that coincides with that plan that was done in 1990 is Z1790. And Z1790 has a specific condition of approval. That's what we see here. This is the city's letter, city letterhead. It specifically says a maximum of 4,247 dwelling units be allowed in this Piccoli Ranch Phase 2, which Paul Queens Ridge Badlands is all part of. You have an application before you already at this point that numerically, given the units that have been built in single-family and multifamily alone, already exceeds the multifamily designation allowance that was considered on that chart I just showed you and is contemplated here in this condition of approval for 4,247 units. You can't alter this condition of approval without going back and changing that which was originally done. This has never been altered, that chart, the master plan, or this document. These are the guiding documents. And if we look at what we see today, essentially what I've just showed you is the net units available under multifamily is already in the hole about 152 units. You have pending before you another application on the southeast corner of Rampart and Alta, where Kalita wants to get a portion of property that developed for multifamily. That will put you an additional 360 units in the hole, bringing up the basically deficit in the multifamily category exceeding the multifamily allowance that was in this chart by now over 500 units. Critical to any development agreement, let alone a project of major regional significance, and this was contemplated by the state and as well as by the local ordinances, projects of significant impact, and this qualifies as a project of significant impact, it would be anything that has 500 or more dwelling units. Well, we're clearly way over 500 units. And I don't know how you can say that this is not required. There is no development impact notice and assessment. And basically, that is absolutely required when any contemplation of development in excess of 500 units. And clearly, if we're talking whether it's 2,000, 2,100, or whatever that number turns out to be, it's well over the 500 on the 250. That is still absent today, and again, creates a defective application. So, and just simply in conclusion, that if you're going to ultimately get to a development agreement, this one we believe is flawed both in substance, for all the reasons that are going to be discussed after I'm done. The substance of it is flawed. The procedurally more important right now, I don't believe you could even consider it. So your 30 days is probably not going to be enough because you need to get a general plan amendment, major mod, as part of the outcome of whatever, if you don't. So whether it goes forward and gets continued or whether it's denied, and you can always restart a development agreement. There's no without prejudice necessary. With prejudice doesn't make any difference. It could be restarted. If you denied it today, it could be restarted tomorrow and brought back before you in short order. So while the negotiations are going, you could certainly restart an ordinance development agreement once that's ready. Nothing would be lost. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Mayor, member of the City Council,
Yes.
Frank Schreck, 9824 Winter Palace. I'm one of those attorneys that you have accused of somehow making roadblocks and creating havoc in this. I personally take offense, Mayor. That's a hard way to start a speech when I'm trying to convince you of something. But I've worked hundreds and hundreds of thousands of billable hours without being paid. I've done this because I believe in my community. I believe that the City Council and the City of Las Vegas, as well as the state, is a society of laws.
Yes, it
We're
is.
bound by laws.
Yes, we
and
are.
my job is to point out those laws. And if, in fact, the City Council is violating those laws, we have a responsibility to tell you that.
Absolutely.
This City Council is violating the laws. You know one right now that's been, and I'll touch on it, and that is that the state statute specifically states, where does this thing show up? Here?
Yeah, right in the middle.
Yep. But you have to move the microphone so everybody can see.
If you take a look at this statute, it's unequivocal. It says the governing body may, if it finds that the provisions of the agreement, and that's the development agreement, are consistent with the master plan, it may approve the agreement by ordinance. It has to be consistent with the general plan. It's been shown it clearly isn't consistent with the general plan. The general plan has the golf course at PROS, has had for 25 years, and it has no residential. Now it's proposed to put 2,100 residents plus a hotel plus a commercial. That's inconsistent with the general plan, and until you amend that general plan to allow that type of zoning, you can't go forward with this
Your Honor.
application. It's
Your
just what the law says.
Your
Now,
Please. Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Schreck. Thank you so much for beginning so strongly. However, as a new city councilwoman, what you're telling me is my staff is not advising me correctly.
that's exactly what I'm telling you.
Okay. So with you saying that, do you find it not okay for me to ask for 30 more days of clarification?
If the 30 days of clarification is anything like we heard coming out of the meetings yesterday, and I think it's already been mentioned, that the idea is we start from 2,100 and start from a hotel and we start from commercial, and that's where we start negotiating from. Where this should go back is square one, where the city helps but doesn't interfere, and the developer and the residents get together and try to work something out. None of us believe that development can't occur. There's a process you have to go through, a major modification and a general plan to put residential on there. We all believe that something needs to take place because we need something he has.
So was there any plans prior to this plan, like let's say back in the late 2000s, 8 or 9, to develop this property?
The only...
On the record.
The plans that existed, are you talking about just the golf course?
I'm just talking about building anywhere on that golf course.
No,
Anywhere around.
absolutely not. It's prohibited. In fact, to show you what the original developer thought, he had a 50-year lease with the senior tours with 10 four-year extensions. So 90 years, that would be a golf course.
Okay, and
There was
so,
never any idea that it would be anything other than a golf course, and he specifically asked the city in 1990 to take 211 of those acres, make it golf course / drainage, no residential. 5 or 6 years later, he said, you know what, you gave me 401 acres of RPD 7, which I can build homes on. I want to take 30 or 40 acres out of that, and I want to build another 9 holes. And the city said, fine, that is a use under the RPD 7, and it can go on there without any residential.
but what I've seen in the short time that I have been in office is I have seen Badlands, which is the residence of who's who in Las Vegas, by the way. I have seen Badlands go down the drain because we're looking at desert. And in order to fix that and bring those property values up, we need a plan and we need to fix the development. So is it unfair to ask for our planning and our folks, whom I have a lot of faith in and whom have been really working hard with me day and night on this particular issue, for more time?
If we start from square one, if we're not starting from the point of which that he has 2,100 units and he has a hotel and he has 15,000 square feet of commercial with a tavern and stuff in a residential community that's been master planned for 25 years, that'll be fine. But if you think we have a lot of confidence and faith in your staff, and I'm not talking about the staff that wrote the staff reports for the first application in January of 2016, or the staff that wrote the staff report for the applications in July of 2016. Those were professional, they were thorough, they were detailed, and they all said the same thing. There is no residential that can be built on the golf course unless you do a major modification first of our master plan and then a general plan amendment. Guess what happened? After that period of time, that staff got compromised or pushed out of the way. And let me show you what the final result is. If you want to know why we get angry, okay, at staff, and don't think that Mr. Jarrett and Mr. Perigo should be involved in these conversations anymore, I'll say, first of all, 3 or 4 days after this council met on the 21st of June, Mr. Jerebick met with Elaine Rosener and Jack Benyon and brought to them a plan, a plot of showing the golf course that was prepared by the developer that showed 1,900 houses crammed into it, and basically said, look, he has a right to build 2,100, and if you guys kind of don't get on board with this and do that, this is what can happen to you. And then they ask, well, how did you get to
So
20?
listen, so I just got to interrupt you because I can see you're long-winded. So, and that's
No,
okay.
but I gotta-
No,
I'm
that's
trying to
okay,
answer
and
the
that's
question,
okay.
why we have no
So
faith.
this is my only concern is if we are not cautious and diligent in this vote and the developer walks away, which I do not want, I want these property values to go up, and in order to do that, we have to fix the golf course. Is all as I'm asking you is, as you guys continue fighting, and we can stay here all night and do this too, I just think that if we look at, and by the way, for the record, I have a lot of faith in my staff, in my new staff. I'm the newbie, and so their legal concerns and what they've brought to me, and everyone's suing the city, so I have a lot of faith in my staff, and I trust my staff. And so as the new councilwoman, I'm basically saying, I think we need 30 days. We can fight with this all night long, but at the end of the thing, I'm not going to let the developer walk away today.
Well, let me say something. I mean, this is like, the developer's like the teenager that murders his parents and then comes back and asks mercy before the court because I'm an orphan. He shut the water off. He turned our golf course into a desert. He turned the blight. And now he's saying because it's blighted, and you're saying because it's desert and blighted, he should now be allowed to build because he's going to save ours. There's most of the people that I know say, leave it alone. We will deal with the dirt rather than to have graders, dump trucks, and all of this stuff. The first thing he will do is grade the golf course, so we're going to have dirt anyway.
That's not what your residents have told me. That's not what your residents have told me.
That's what the residents that we
That's
talked
not
to
what they've
about.
told
Well,
me. They
you should-
said they want it fixed.
We want it fixed, but it's not going to be fixed by immediately grading and scraping the golf course away. There is no obligation in that development agreement for this developer to build one single thing in a 20-year period. Not an obligation to build anything, but he will go grade it, and so we'll not only have, we won't have the dirt, I mean, we won't have the grass there, we'll have dirt, and we'll have graders, and we'll have dump trucks and stuff. We'd rather have none of that than just go ahead and allow this to be approved the way it is. But just let me just show you why it is that we get frustrated and are concerned. You have a staff report. You have a staff report, Mayor, on this application right now, okay, which does not provide for a general plan amendment, which every single application that has been filed by the developer with every single one, there's 7 or 8 or 9, all required and all had applications for a general plan amendment, and most of them with modifications. Now, they said that there's not one needed, and you look at what the staff report says. Here it is. I want you to, can you see this? Because I think it's important for you to look. My understanding is that the staff, in doing a staff report, is to provide you with accurate information so you can make a reasoned judgment based upon facts. That's the way I understand the system to work. Here's what they say as to basically why there is no general plan amendment in this. Now, we all know why there's no general plan amendment, because when it was determined that very possibly Councilman Beers may not win his election, they wanted to get this on the June 21st agenda, and you couldn't do that because it took 90 days to get a general plan amendment on. That would have kicked it into July. So it was coming on in June, and you know it was forced on into June. It was the only item on the Planning Commission agenda in June that was put on the following week. Nothing else, just ours. But here's what this says, and this is why, if I used to be a Nevada Gaming Commissioner, and if I received this, I would be extremely angry. Here's what it says. Nevada Revised Statutes NRS 478, and it's really 343, states that where the zoning ordinance is inconsistent with the master plan, the zoning ordinance takes precedence, okay? That's not what that statute says. The statute talks about if there's an pre-existing ordinance, a pre-existing ordinance, and then there is a subsequent master plan that's adopted that takes away the rights of the guy that had the pre-existing zoning, and that's what the Casnelli case says. There's no question you can't take those property rights away. Nobody would argue that you can. But that's not our case. There's no pre-existing zoning. The Piccoli Ranch Master Plan in 1990 was approved by ordinance, all the zoning categories by ordinance, And it says in the minutes of the city, consistent with the master plan of the city of Las Vegas that existed. So the Piccoli Ranch master plan was planned. It was adopted by the city in 1990. All the zoning and the use of the golf course was all consistent with the master plan that existed at that time. So there was no subsequent master plan that came in and took any property rights away. In fact, this developer asked to have the golf course done this way. He asked to have the other 9 holes done. When the PRO was put on in 92, he was happy to have it put on in 96. So it isn't where somebody has gotten rights taken away. This is what they asked for. So this is not even applicable, plus it's misleading and deceptive. The second sentence. Now, I want you to, Mayor, I'm going to ask you this question. Can you read the second sentence? And you tell me what it means.
I cannot because it's too tiny and I don't have the right
Let me read it for you and then
Okay.
tell me if you understand what this says. Okay, and this is really an important sentence too.
And point to where you are.
The second sentence right here.
Okay. And Mr. Lowenstein, is this yours? Or do we go back on staff reporting to back to Tom?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or to Bob? Who's responding to this? Okay, yes.
Could you read the second sentence and tell me if you understand what that means? And this is supposed to communicate to you
All right,
information.
the parties to this agreement acknowledge that the extent spelled in...
Extant, no, it means extant.
It means something.
Because Mr.
Okay.
Lowenstein uses that a lot.
Oh, see how smart. We hire very smart people. Approved zoning and land use designations for this site do not match. The city may request...
No, just that sentence.
Okay.
What does that mean?
That
Can you tell me?
they're at odds.
Can anybody tell me? I can tell you what that sentence is supposed to mean. It's not even a
They
complete
don't
sentence.
match.
It's not even a complete sentence. What that sentence means, what it should say, if the planning department members that wrote the planning staff reports in January and July of 2016 wrote that, this is what it would have said. The development agreement is not consistent with the general plan, which then violates the state law. So they couldn't say that, but they wanted to say something in there so they could point to the record that, oh, we didn't not tell you that. And so they put something in that you don't understand. And then you look at the last sentence. It says the parties to this, the city may request a general plan amendment at a future date. The statute says that you have to find it in compliance with the general plan, which means at this very time that if you voted on the development agreement, you had to find that the development agreement was now consistent with the general plan, not some other time. And so that's just one of the things. This is the most recent. So all 3 of those, the first 2 are misleading, the second one's just incorrect advice. And that's why attorneys sometimes get involved. I happen to be a resident there, so I take a personal interest. That was the home I was going to die in. Now, the way it's being treated and we're being treated, I don't know if that's where I want to be.
Well, and of course, too, you may not have this developer and it'll just lie fallow, and you'll have somebody else come in and do other things. So the issue that we're trying to do is get this continuing to move forward and get a positive resolution instead of continuing more and more and more of this, because were I the developer, I would have packed up my marbles a long time ago and said, here's the land, I've purchased it, I'm going to go sell it.
You know
I've
what,
had it.
Mayor? You know my response, because I've had this question asked a lot, and a lot of my neighbors...
And what's the end? They want to know what's the end.
No, the answer is real simple. They don't want 2,100 units of density. They don't want a hotel. They don't want 15,000 square feet of residential. We don't know if these other sites will ever be built to 65. There's 7 sites left right now that have been there for 10 years or more that aren't developed. So we don't know, and especially with the competition that's now at the Ridges and the other places. So
And what's happening to golf courses everywhere is they are moving on to other types of development. I'm concerned, were I a resident, what's coming. At least we've been working so hard to try to bring this about so it does satisfy. And I do hear from our councilwoman and tend to agree
Mayor,
with
you know
that.
what? I know that you're in charge at the time,
but we
as the
started
leader,
at
I've
his
heard enough.
numbers.
I got
Okay,
it.
excuse me one
We
second.
started at his numbers. That's the problem.
Okay.
We started at his numbers, and we've never been able, it was, look, I was told it was a done deal
It's
at
all
30.
right. It's all right. We get it. You're opposed to it. We understand.
No, but
We
I'm
fully-
giving you the reasons
And
why.
this is new information. I don't know if that's something our staff wants to respond to. It was, if you
another-
would,
another
Mr.
thing on-
Lowenstein or Mr.
Another thing I'd like to just at least mention,
Well, let me give them an opportunity to the comments.
Yeah, good, 'cause I'd like to respond if
If you would,
they can.
on the report, if you wouldn't mind, from Mr. Summerfield or Mr. Lowenstein, whomever.
Your Honor, related to the language that was up there that you're asking about, the language is to make it clear that the parties, in this case, the developer and the city, because this is a development agreement application, do acknowledge essentially that there is an inconsistency. However, it's very clear that there is existing invested zoning that is appropriate at this location, and that is what that particular line is making clear.
So that's the directive to us.
well,
that it
the
is-
existing zoning has no relevance to the fact whether or not you need an amendment to the general plan. If they had the legitimate right to build 7 per acre, okay, let's say I agreed with that, they still have to go get a major modification general plan amendment.
We can fight this to a blue
Okay,
in
but
the
this is the-
face, but the issue is what's to come when
Okay.
there's nothing more with this developer. What is to happen to all that and all these people who have all their money sunk in their home and want a beautiful, oh, there you are.
but
I
do you
just
think-
thought her comments, I thought Councilwoman Fiore's comments really synopsized, if there is such a word, the essence from the top of the mountain, what this has become about. And so my sense was, because we've heard and documented so much information over these 2 years, I feel what we have is it's going to be an up or a down, or we're going to have the 30 days to go ahead and make it work. Or the land's going to be out there, you'll have somebody new come in, whether it's D.H. Horton or Lewis Homes or nobody. It could be nobody for 2 decades, and you sit and you look at this. To me, as a representative of Las Vegas, or just as a resident, were I living there, I would say, for heaven's sakes, this is my home. I love it. I want it beautiful. Let's work through this. And if the only way we can do it, if you have made every point, and if Brad Jerbick, as our advisor, legal advisor, hasn't already advised us and staff as to what's permissible and what isn't, and feels that there is an opportunity to move this to some kind of resolve. That's why we've been listening for 2 years. You are telling us the whole thing's flawed and get rid of them, and so that's your opinion. And it may end up with that, which means all the residences, who knows what you're going to have in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. It may just sit like that because of all the lawsuits that sit on the property. And if I were a developer, I can assure you it would not be the piece I want to come in and develop. So I'm just speaking to you from that perspective, which is why I've begged for legal to stand back 1 month and let us try.
I'm talking about it being a homeowner. I don't mind development. It has to be reasonable development that works within that community.
But that's for the next step.
Well,
That's the next step. If he's gone, start again, and you find the developer that's going to do it your
but
way.
if
Do
we're
it.
going to have these
I'm all
discussions in
for
the
it.
30 days, do we start at 2,100? Is that what we do? That's the
What I am
minimum?
saying is there are 2 ways to go about it, which I think Councilwoman was kind enough to articulate. We were saying, both sides, continue to work, knowing what the future will hold, what's Christmas future here. Or take the best, and I'm not saying it won't be flawed, from what Tom Perigo and Brad Jerbick have assessed from all of this and bring us back something that you all can look at, or find another developer for the future. That's all I'm saying, that will do your bidding and what you see, but I don't know how you explain it to all the homeowners that are there and people who have property. This now is finished. This is what could be. This is finished. You know the water is off. We have all these issues. It's horrible. And now you have nothing. And you're going to have to find a new developer. You're going to have to find somebody that's going to want to come in with the liens on the property and the lawsuits that are there, and then come in with a plan that's going to fit whatever all these pieces are, which we know that our planning has been researching with our legal staff and advising all of us as to what we can be doing. I am concerned, and I think our Councilwoman Fiore said it in a nutshell. It's right there. She is concerned about the quality of life and property values out at Queens Ridge. And the day that this developer walks away, your values are gone, because nobody's going to come in and buy that property unless you all want to get to and buy the property yourselves and develop it. That's my concern. Looking at the realities, we can have hear all this all over again. We've heard it so many times. So far, I'm not hearing anything new. There are answers, but the question is, do you want a nice place to live or not? Is it not this developer? Well, then who's going to come in? Somebody give us a developer to come in and meet all the marks that we're hearing about have to be met, or look at what you got. I mean, this isn't rocket science to me. And it is not all legal mumbo-jumbo and laws and everything. That's what we have staff for. They are to advise and make sure that what we're doing is legal. We can't be lawyers, and we can't be engineers, and we can't be all things to all people. All we can do is rely on the people who are professionals to give us the good information, and then try to work in the best interest of the whole. Not party politics, but to work in the best interest in the whole. And what I see, were I there, no, not now, Councilman Coffin. At this point, what I see is, no, the reality is you made a suggestion, it didn't go anywhere with the developer. You had your opportunity. We're all trying to make it work. But the reality is, take the developer away. What do you got? And what's going to be there? And who's going to want that property? And so you're going to sit looking at it, and it's going to get even worse. So again, I say, succinctly stated by Councilwoman Fiore, she made a commitment to try to preserve property values in the city of Las Vegas for everybody. It's not going to happen this way. And all I ask for is get the lawyers out of the way and let us give it one full try more and have them step back and just step away. And let's not hear anymore and give us that month. And if that fails at that time, it's an up or a down. You look at it, you can pick it up to death. We will have our legal staff in on this and everything. And if you can't, in the best interest of your clients and on the other side of the coin, the best interest of your client, say, we're okay, we are going to step away from this, let the process continue for 30 days, no more legal litigation, anything. We are willing, we've put in 2 whole years, all of us together, to try and resolve this. And so I don't know who's going to take the leadership, and maybe it's not. But if in fact, and listening to Brad Jerbick, if you guys aren't going to step back, it's dead. It's dead. It's finished. And then you have, what are you going to do with the land, everybody? Look to the future. Who's going to want that piece of land?
Your Honor, can I be heard for a moment?
If you keep it brief, because
I
you've
will,
already had your 5
Out
minutes.
of respect for you, and if you don't show your sign for at least a couple of minutes, have you got it there? No. We have to be careful, I think, as a council, to be careful, not to tell people they cannot have legal representation. Let me step back and say that again. We have to be really careful not to, as a council, speaking from the chair here, say that people should not have legal representation, because that's in essence what it boils down to.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well,
I
that's
am
what
saying
happens.
take a breather for 30 days. Then nothing is going to move. If I were a resident,
Well,
they're always my lawyers.
We'd
and I'm
always
always
like to
gonna
kill
go
all the
with them.
lawyers except for
No,
the
don't
ones that work for us.
misunderstand it, Councilman.
Well, but here's the thing. You hire lawyers to speak for you because you can't speak for yourself. It is extremely complex. It's difficult. They are paid to articulate the law and also say what they wish in their best days they could say to us, and they can't. And I think that's
Yes,
why.
they have said it.
So it's
The
the
lawyers
people's-
have said it again and
the
again
people are
and
speaking
again.
through their lawyers.
Yes.
Just
and
as
they have
Oscar
been
did for
2
many years.
No.
Yeah.
For 2 years, both sides, legal staff, have been telling us all the legal points. We understand them. I know Councilwoman would love some more time because maybe she doesn't have the amount of information that Councilman Soroka has. But the reality is everybody's entitled to legal advice and should have it. But the reality is we're asking for a breather right now. No more need for money, no more using money. Let's concentrate on this. And at the end of 30 days, if we haven't got there, then goodbye, and you're left with your vacant piece of land and wait for a developer to come. And thank you for your comments, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay.
And in that 30 days, I look forward to our brilliant, quote, brilliant staff planning, helping make both sides happy.
Microphone, please.
Oh.
And name.
Todd Bice, representing several of the homeowners, including Mr. Binion and others. Here are some items that Mr. Schreck wanted to put into the record just so that we would have them in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm obviously one of those meddlesome lawyers
Yes, you are.
in this process. So because I've not had the opportunity to speak to Councilwoman Fioria about this or to Councilman Soroka, Mayor, your proposal for 30 days in isolation is not an unreasonable request, just like Councilwoman Fiori's request for about 30 days in isolation is not in any way unreasonable. Let me tell you part of the problem, though, because things aren't in isolation. That's not the way that the world really works. We have existing litigation in this case. We actually have the developer, because the developer has been unsuccessful in trying to get some of that litigation dismissed, the developer is pushing for trial dates. While at the same time, and I'm not trying to cast any dispersions on anyone, we have a lot of discovery that hasn't been done and that hasn't been complied with, in my view. The developer wants a trial date in September, but at the same time, the developer we're going to be having some issues about discovery. So asking us to stand down for 30 days while the developer is trying to take advantage of the schedule in the court system will not work. It is unacceptable to us. We are prejudiced by that. So if the developer is saying, listen, the trial date doesn't matter to me now, and I don't know what 30 days gets you myself. I mean, it seems to me if you really are looking for time, you have to be looking for more something like 60
Your Honor,
to 90.
may I address that?
But what I'm
May I
telling you
address
is, from a litigation standpoint, and I think Brad, the city attorney is knowledgeable about this process, there simply is no time for a
Okay.
30-day, even a 30-day delay.
Okay, Mr. Bryce, thank you. I mean, that's really strong information that I couldn't possibly, and I don't know anybody else who's a lawyer here.
Right.
We would have to ask from Mr. Jerbick's input there as a point of clarification for us, and then Councilwoman wanted to make a comment. If you would,
The comment is, if Mr. Bryce is right, if there is a trial date set and the discovery that hasn't been conducted directly relates to that trial, then it seems that the trial would have to be moved too for that 30 days to work.
It absolutely would, and I have no idea about the court schedule. And again, there's a lot of work to be done between now and what the developer wants is a trial date at the end of September. I don't even know that that's going to work in light of some recent disclosures, but all I can tell you is it's certainly not going to work if the mayor asking us or Councilwoman Fiore asking us to stand down and sit on our hands for 30 days. That will not work.
Okay, so can I do the comment now, Your
Yes,
Honor? Okay,
certainly.
so isolation is not what my mayor said, first off. Second off, we're asking for 30 days so our planning folks and our staff can work on a better agreement and come up with a better development plan to make everyone happy. I personally don't know about the contractor's court schedule or your court schedule. That has nothing to do with it. What I'm concerned with is keeping those value properties up and making sure that the contractor doesn't walk away so we just have dead grass and dead animals.
Well, I
So
think-
no isolation was said by my mayor, number one. And number two, we're asking for 30 days so we can work together with the developer and the residents a little bit more, because I'm getting mixed signals from our residents.
Councilwoman, I think I might have been, I either wasn't articulate. We were actually asked before the meeting started, I didn't speak to the mayor personally, I spoke to the city attorney, who asked me to agree to hold the litigation in abeyance for at least 30 days.
Correct.
And that was a request that came to me from Mr. Jerbick from the mayor through Mr. Jerbick
Correct.
to me. So when I say in isolation, that 30 days, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone. I'm just informing, and I don't think the mayor even knew that about the court schedule. So that's the reason why we're here saying, Madam Mayor, I can't accommodate her request. I have a great deal of respect for the mayor, as I do for all these council members, and the city attorney and I have known each other for 20-plus years. That type of a request would ordinarily be granted by me at the drop of a hat, because I even said that to the city attorney. But it can't be on these circumstances because of the schedule and the developer's insistence upon a particular trial date. It's just...
Mr. Bice, could I ask you, I mean, I should know this answer, but I
Yes,
don't.
Madam Mayor.
In asking for a change of date on that, on the hearing or whatever the piece is, who makes that decision? Just the judge themselves?
No.
Or does it have to go through a process? I mean, if in fact you were in a position that you wanted to, is it possible to pick up the phone, call the judge and say, we have an issue here, can we delay all of this an additional month? Is that a possibility or no?
I have every expectation, I'd leave this to Mr. Jervik to address it on behalf of the city. I have every expectation that Judge Alf would do essentially, if the parties stipulated that the trial date would not happen before a certain date so that there could be a stand-down period, I feel with 90-plus degree confidence that Judge Alf would be happy to approve that, because like you, Mayor, I'm sure a decision maker, they're always happy to see a resolution so that they don't have to make a decision. It's just the nature of the beast, all right? Judges are no different than city council members.
Thank
in
you.
that regard.
And moving this, if it's possible, Mr. Jervik, I mean, who would make the phone call? Would it be Mr. Bice or make this request?
First of all, let me say everything Mr. Bice said is correct.
Thank you.
Because if the trial is affected by the discovery, then he's exactly correct. The trial would have to be moved too. I know that the city would agree to that. I believe Mr. Bice would agree with that. What we typically do is do a stipulation written, submit it to the court, ask that the trial date be moved. But that's two of the three players here. The third player is sitting in the audience, and so I didn't mean to put anybody on the spot. It's going to require all three parties to agree to that, Your Honor.
So I had other things to say, Mayor, but I know you have heard them, and
Bless you. Thank you.
I'll leave it
Thank
to
you.
others, including Mr.
Thank
Buckley,
you.
to address some of the other points. So unless you have further questions
Well,
for me.
the only question I would have,
Yes, ma'am.
give me an inch, and I want 5 inches, and then I want more than that. Now that little possibility's out there to move the date, who do we need to ask if they would be in agreement to that? The applicant.
Yes.
Does the applicant,
So
you would agree, you and your,
Let me just confer.
okay,
but-
and then would you come back and let us know if
I
you
will
would
come
agree?
I will-
And then, yes, sir. Your
Madam
name,
Mayor?
please. You've been very patient.
Council
Thank you.
members, first of all, I want to say I'm not a lawyer.
Thank God. Thank you. I'm surrounded by them. And your name, sir, please.
My name is Dino Reynosa. I represent Stephen Maxon. He is the CEO of Moonbeam Capital Investments. We own 14 million square feet of commercial, retail, and luxury properties across the U.S. We're also the indoor largest
You
mall
want to
owners.
invest downtown?
We're trying for the right price.
There's Bill Arndt.
Mr. Maxon is a resident of 1 Queensridge Place. We own 2 suites there. We own a suite on Tower 2, and we also own the penthouse at the very top, which is called the Crown Jewel. It's the biggest one there. And so with that being said, we can honestly say that we have a bird's eye view of the entire dried, dead golf course. And honestly, when you walk out to Dead Terrence, that's one of the first things we see. So it's an eyesore. You know, it's a very concern for us. And being one of the bigger owners of that tower, I'm here today to let you know that we fully stand by 100% for this developer, because us being developers ourselves, I'm also involved in developments across the U.S., and we know the process. So anything to beautify, to enhance, to increase, to enhance that community in that particular property is going to enhance us and our property value. I want to thank Councilwoman Fior for looking out for us, because I feel like you're talking to us. You know, it's a big concern to us. So I just want to let you know that we're here to stand by 100% for this developer in hopes that you guys will consider approving this, and looking forward to what's going to happen in that property. Thank you.
And will you be sure to call the mayor's office and come see me about downtown development?
I will. I definitely will. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council people. My name is Michael Buckley, 300 South 4th Street. I have some documents that I want to put in the record, some analysis. One also is a copy of the Regional Open Space Plan that was approved by the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Commission in July 2006, which addresses washes, natural washes. And also I found this, which I thought was interesting, down in Naples, Florida. There was a concern because of this is happening to other golf courses. And as you know, this is not just the Badlands, this is other places in Las Vegas and Henderson as well. In Naples, the Board of County Commissioners put a 6-month moratorium on any conversions until they studied it, and they actually came up with a separate ordinance to deal with golf course conversions. So there's just an article about this, and there was an actual ordinance adopted in Collier County. My points are a couple things. Number one is I don't think 30 days gets you anywhere because you still need a general plan amendment. And this city council, you will remember actually the developer withdrew their general plan amendment last November without prejudice, and the city council also denied a general plan amendment back in June for the 166 acres. So actually under the city code, you can't come back for another general plan amendment for another year after denial. But anyway, I think the 30 days without a acknowledgement that you need a general plan amendment, it doesn't work. Mr. Kempfer mentioned comparable and compatibility, but that's really irrelevant unless you have the general plan amendment. This property is PROS, as has been said, and I think one of the things the city staff says, well, this is compliant because it is a walkable community. What that really, walkable is something that can be created. What this proposed development agreement is doing is wiping out a natural wash area. It is an arroyo. There are policies in the city master plan. The design of Queens Ridge, according to the master plan, the design of the golf course has been instrumental in preserving the natural character of the land and controlling drainage through the property. In the conservation element of the city master plan, the city should continue to work with CCR, FCD, developers, and other entities to ensure that natural washes are preserved and that drainage facilities are utilized as recreational and/or conservation areas where feasible. None of that is in this. This doesn't even acknowledge the fact that this is a natural drainage area. And not only does the development agreement authorize 2,000 residential units within this area that has been there since, as Councilman Coffin said in one of our first meetings, since before Columbus. The development agreement actually permits the developer to pull grub and clearing permits and demolition permits right now, as soon as this is done, before there's approval of the master traffic study, before approval of the master sewer study, before approval of the master drainage study. This not only violates the master plan, but that's dangerous in a flood zone. I think the other thing one thing that I, being a lawyer, had to go back and look at this again, because one of the things that has been threatened realistically is that this is an RPD 7 zone, and therefore they can build 7.5 units per acre. According to the development code, the city's development code, new development under the RPD district is not favored and will not be available under this code. That's the current code. So if they want to develop under RPD 7, according to the code, that's not possible. A couple things on the, another thing I
If
wanted
I
to
might,
mention.
I'm going to ask Mr. Summerfield to respond to that statement, please, while it's still hot.
Your Honor, just to be clear, in 2011, when we adopted the Unified Development Code, we did retire the RPD as a new zoning district. Any existing RPDs maintained their entitlements and their rights to whatever development they were approved at when they were originally zoned. So that change in 2011 does not affect the zoning on this particular location.
Well, and of course, the other
Thank you.
provision you may want to address as well, and that is under the same part of the development code, it says that single-family and multifamily residential and supporting uses are permitted in the RPD district to the extent they are determined by the director to be consistent with the density approved for the district and are compatible. So that goes back to the 4,297 units, and that again is in the RPD area. Other thing I feel a need to point out is that this will not sit for 5 or 10 years. There are lenders who have loans against this property. We've all seen how that works. Sometimes a lender comes along, forecloses on property, and sells this to a new developer, and that developer can do something with the property. We saw that with the JW Marriott. Okay.
That is exactly my point, and that is very disturbing to me.
But they don't sit around and wait. They're not going to wait 5 or 10 years for this property. They're going to do something because they've got actual money in there.
I would hope from your mouth to God's ears, but I am very, very concerned that this is going to sit because of all the issues that are involved in this at this point. So, I mean, that is my worry, and I think, again, to Councilwoman Fiore, she nailed it with talking about preserving the interests of the residents and the property values as the developer walks away. You're not going to get a line of people coming in here.
Well, lenders are also interested in preserving the value, too.
Well, they would be, but they want to get their money out of it and get out of it, which leaves you the land as it is. It's very, 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 very disturbing.
One of the things that I want to go through a little bit is some of the provisions of the development agreement itself. First of all, I think George Garcia mentioned about the DINA. The Sky Canyon development agreement actually has the DINA attached to the development agreement. This does not. It's not referenced at all. That's the, where's George? It's the document that you have to file when you are developing 500 units or more. It's a requirement. It's a statutory requirement. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a development impact needs assessment. Those are required on certain developments. It allows other entities to be noticed, like the school district and the water district and the health district, so that they can comment on large developments of projects of regional significance required by state law.
And as what I understand, we've had school district input in the water district. We've had those, but the developer going along with certain other pieces still has to resolve those.
But it also goes to Clark County. It goes to, I believe, 17 other entities to get to comment, including the flood control district, which is important here. They haven't had a chance to look at this yet. That's what a development impact notification assessment does.
Thanks. One of the things that I commented at an earlier meeting was the discretion of the developer. And certainly the development agreement, like Sky Canyon, the discretion of the developer to build the actual development. But as in Sky Canyon, there's actually milestones for what the city's getting out of it.
But Sky Canyon is 1800s new acreage with, this is infill.
Sky Canyon has less discretion under their development agreement than this developer does.
But it's all new area up in the northwest and a whole new project, and this is infill in an area that is already surrounded by everything.
Well, I think you would find people to disagree with the term infill because this is actually a developed piece of property. It wouldn't really be called infill, but...
Okay, I mean, pardon the term, there has to be a real estate term that I'm unfamiliar with. The reality, I go back to the same thing. The developer walks, what do you got?
Well, I think...
That's all I care about. This is just, we're on the cusp of hopefully trying to get this to pull out and get it moving forward and create something wonderful if, in fact, the facts are real. And otherwise, I am very concerned. There's not a person that lives out in that, what was a beautiful area, that can sit and hold their breaths for the next developer to come in there. And so all the things, if you've said you've submitted them, they are a matter of record, Mr. Buckley, and we appreciate it.
One of the things, Your Honor, that is not even addressed in the development agreement is the vacation of the easement. That is something, and it seems to me that the easement, which is down the middle of the golf course, which is a public easement recorded when this was built, the Queensridge folks are beneficiaries of that easement. That's not addressed at all in this. But I think, I think one of the things that jumps out at you at this development agreement is a developer comes in and says, I'm going to get this for 20 years. I'm going to have the right to develop this. I'm entitled for 20 years. What the trade-off usually is the city says, well, I want X, Y, and Z. There's no X, Y, and Z here. There are access roads to this community, but there is nothing really that the city's getting out of this as somebody's mentioned.
Well, and I do think a lot of that has to do with the fact we're trying to get the two sides together, and then that would be part of that movement. But the reality is that if, in fact, we could get the sides together, then hopefully with a give and take, the residents will get behind, we want to move this forward. Where are the areas that we can help on easements, on different things, so it becomes one unified vision for the entire property, maintaining the property value of the owners of the properties that live out there in Queensridge. And if in fact it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and that's what I am hearing loud and clear. It's not going to work, and so the developer's gone, and then what do you have?
I think just to conclude, Your Honor, I think from what I hear, there isn't this thing that it's not going to work. What I hear is that it has to be the right process, and so far there has not been the right process. There needs to be a general plan amendment and a major modification, and there are processes for that to work. And
Good.
I'll conclude
No,
with
but that was wonderful, because those are the pieces, gently said, without all fire and passion and things, that those are the pieces. How do we deal with that to have it move forward if we ever get these 30 days of peace and quiet to try and get one last hurrah going here before it becomes an immovable object and it's just left as is?
But unless the process is right,
No,
you're
it's
still going to
very
have that
nice.
objection.
So please tell Mr. Jerbick there. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just for a point of clarification, the Unified Development...
And you are?
This is Peter Lowenstein, the Planning Department. The Unified Development Code has a general provisions in its application sections which address the development impact needs assessment as well as projects of regional significance. They are distinctly different. One is governed by NRS and has certain thresholds which this does not meet, and the other one is a project of regional significance, which then defers to the definition section of our code, which also is wrapped up with the language of unless a general plan amendment, rezoning, or mapping action would exceed the unit threshold, the development agreement is neither of those applications.
Thank you. Important information.
Hi, Mayor, members of the Council. Shauna Hughes, 1210 South Valley View, Suite 208. I represent the Queensridge HOA and have a very few brief comments. I appreciate what you're trying to do. I do. And as you know, because I've stated it before, I believe there is a deal to be made. I have always believed there's a deal to be made. And although I am an extraordinarily patient woman normally, I'm kind of out at this point with patience because I have gone to meeting after meeting after meeting at your direction, actually, and no progress was made.
Thank you. And we do thank you.
And no progress was made. And I had high hopes, actually, that progress would get made, but it didn't. So I'm never going to say never. I would never walk away from a negotiation, but it's been a frustrating experience to this point. And there's one key factor here that we almost gloss over, and I want to focus back on it, and that issue is density. I'm going to give you just a couple of numbers to put into perspective my issue on density. The Orchestra Village, which is the project you approved not too long ago, adds 435 multifamily units on 17.49 acres for a density of 24.87. Queensridge Tower, the one that's not built yet, has an entitlement to 385 units on 19.7 acres for a zoning designation of 19.54. Tivoli has apartments, 300 approved on 28.43 acres, which is a density of 10.55. Colita just recently got approved across the street for 360 multifamily units on 15 acres for a density of 2308. What this developer is asking for, and I'm trying not to bore everybody to sleep here, but there's some context I think that's necessary. They're asking for 1,684 additional multifamily units on 47.58 acres for a density of 35.39. That is not compatible or even close to the next lowest density down at 24. 35.39 multifamily units per acre is what is being asked for. That has been the problem from day one. That continues to be the problem today, and it is the problem that was not addressed in any of the negotiations that I personally attended when the unit count was basically just not open for discussion. And I know from my conversations with Brad that he has attempted to push the limit on lowering the multi-family unit count, and to no success. Actually, just the answer is no. Well, what kind of a negotiation is that? This is our concern, and this is why. We're not concerned out of the blue. We're concerned because it doesn't go with anything in this area at all. Plus, right now you've got 1,480 multifamily units in that area approved. Adding 1684 leaves us with 3,164 additional multifamily units in a very, very small area of property. That is a ridiculously large number of multifamily units for not only for this area, honestly for any area. And as much as I would love to keep working on this for 30 days, and I will from the beach, however, we can't, I can't continue charging my clients to go to a meeting where I say, again, the multifamily units count is excessive, to be told, too bad, we have to have it. This is not my idea. I don't think anybody's idea of good faith negotiations, and I'm not accusing anybody of acting in good faith. I'm just trying to put out my frustration about what has not occurred to date. There are portions of the proposal that people do like, that people could embrace. There are portions that with some more detail might be embraceable. These numbers are never embraceable. They're impossible to embrace at this level. It'll change the entire character and community of that neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood for that matter. To say nothing of what it will do to the schools. The traffic will be a nightmare, and I know the going theory is throw some money at it, we can fix the streets. But there's no money to throw, and the money that needs to be thrown is not being required of the developer who's creating the need. This business of not getting the water district easement and that having been known for a year, and without it your own traffic people say this development area 2 and 3 can't be built. What has this been about? What kind of game has that been? It feels very, very problematic to me. And I'm not going to, even though I'm a lawyer, I hate to admit it at this particular meeting, but I'm not going to go over the procedural details, which are legend, honestly. But I'm telling you...
We do thank you for working, and I know you've done it genuinely and selflessly of time, too. And we're very grateful for that.
Well, only because I really thought, and I continue to think, there is a wonderful opportunity here, but throwing 1,684 apartments into this existing Queensridge is not the answer, and it's never going to be the answer. So if there isn't a legitimate basis upon which to discuss that, I don't know where we go.
Okay, thank you. There's a point of clarification. Councilwoman Fiore.
Yes, so as we go back and forth, and as I hear the attorneys talk about how our staff doesn't know what they're talking about, I also am hearing that the flood, I want the point of clarification on the flood zoning, because as people watch the City of Las Vegas City Council, and they're thinking, oh my God, this contractor's going to build in a flood zone, can you clarify that last statement? Because I believe they have to go through a big process and get approved.
Yes, Mayor, through you, Bart Anderson, Public Works. No construction can occur in a FEMA flood zone without first applying to FEMA for what's called a letter of map revision. to have that area removed from the flood zone. Beyond that, any drainage easement, whether it's FEMA or not, if the city owns a drainage easement, you can't put any structures, any habitable structures of any kind in it without first vacating that easement, and in order to do that, you'd have to have a drainage study showing where the water's going and what you're going to do with it. We do have requirements in the development agreement that they do those things before any construction activities can happen. So I guess I'm a little bit at issue with what was said, that they could go and build in a drainage easement. They can't.
Cannot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Frank Pankratz, 9103, number 801, Alta Drive. It's really hard to sit here. The staff had worked for 2.5 years, meeting with us weekly to come up with the agreement. The neighbors didn't like it. We got their input. Mr. Jervik, Mr. Perigo met with the neighbors. They came back. We made changes. We went through Mr. Buckley's 40 plus 41 comments after Mr. Jervik and his team went through them. And the ones that needed to be changed that were appropriate, we changed the development agreement. And the ones that weren't appropriate, there were some that were in there were irrelevant. Things like we hear the numbers that Shauna Hughes just mentioned, they're wrong. And we've corrected her in the past. And I've sent her sheets. I've tabulated and I've showed her what the densities are and aren't. Here today, she stands before you and gives you incorrect information. We hear the traffic study hasn't been approved. We had an approved traffic study. The city worked really hard at it. It wasn't just the professional engineers at GC Wallace Engineering that licenses were on the line when they prepared the traffic study. It was turned over to the city. The city gave it to Parsons Brinkerhoff, who had done in 2006 the Rampart Corridor traffic study, and Parsons Brinkerhoff were satisfied with it. Then the city staff, with their profession on the line, reviewed the traffic study and approved it. When we were at 3,080 units, today we're at much less. So if it worked for 3,080, we know we've got some work left to do. But here's why we're in the problem. We keep repeatedly in front of you and the Planning Commission and staff all these incorrect pieces of information when we've previously pointed it out to these folks, and it's just not right and it's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've been waiting patiently. Please do say your name for the record and welcome back.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Mayor Goodman, your passion...
Name.
I'm sorry. I'm used to you all knowing me. Raymond Fletcher for the record. How you doing, Councilman?
He's been teaching.
Yes, sir. Your passion, I was sitting in the back just chilling. Councilman Anthony caught me playing golf earlier. But your passion is what caused me to come up here. Your drive to get something done. And it reminds me of why I got involved in politics, why I got my degree. And now I'm going to go in a different direction here than everybody else has been coming up. From what I've ascertained is you need some kind of amendment to a plan that exists. So what I've also heard is that people claiming, I don't know if it's factual or not, but staff has been providing you and the council members inaccurate or false information. If that is correct and it's causing us to go into litigation, as a taxpayer, I don't want my tax money paying for another lawsuit. We have enough of those already today. What my suggestion would be is this. If we truly need to get some kind of amendment going from a city 2020 plan, let's start there. That'd be my first step. Secondly, who turned the water off? Why does it look like a desert? Maybe you need to cast blame there. Thirdly, what do the residents of this community want? Ma'am, can I come into your home and tell you what to do with your living room? Absolutely not.
I would hate it.
And I would never disrespect you as such. Much like we shouldn't have somebody coming into our neighborhood, our community, dictating what these people have, what they want. And finally, if I disparage you or anybody on this council, calling them an anti-Semite or anything like that, I, as a human being, could not in a clear conscience work with someone like that. Because if I disagree with you and you're going to start calling me names, what happens when Councilwoman Fiore disagrees with me? What happens when Councilman Barlow disagrees with me? What happens when Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian disagrees with me? Are we going to start calling each other names? Are we 2 years old? We're adults, for crying out loud. And to have people like this in our community setting the example like this for our kids, so these are grown adults, these are planners, these are people that come develop our community. And they're going to call our elected officials' name. They're going to start smear campaigns because they're going to not agree with the position because you may have changed what you said today from what you said last week. Now, I am a common sense guy. And with all these lawyers, with everything going on, the 2 years, the water being shut off, the people being forced to take something they don't want. And I know you're not going to like this because it's been 2 years, but why not start on page 1? Get the plan in place that you need. Get your guidelines in place that you need. Get your ordinances in place that need to be in place prior to. And then let's not go into a community and dictate what they need. Let's ask them, what would you like? This is our city, ma'am. We need to work together. We need to do a better job of working together. We need adults to come to the table. We need people, as Councilwoman Fiore said, to get their egos out the way. Look, I'm only one of 150 people in the entire world. I could roll around angry as all can be with the ignorant comments I get told every day, with the ignorant stares I get at the bus stop, rolling up the street, whatever. I don't. I try to take that negativity and, okay, that person just doesn't understand what it's like to be me. That person just doesn't understand the challenges I'm going through. Okay, so maybe these people behind me don't know what the community wants. Maybe they should ask them instead of dictating what they want. There's my suggestion to you, Madam Mayor. I know you want to move forward on this, and like I said, I thank you for your passion.
Thank you. Thank you, as always.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, please.
could I
Mayor
just,
Pro Tem.
you know what he said, it just brought to my mind what I've been thinking up here, and that is, why did you pull the work you were doing on the GPA? Was the GPA needed, Mr. Jervik?
The code requires that at some point in time there be an application to synchronize the zoning with the general plan. And they don't have to be necessarily simultaneous, but if you want them to be, it could be. All we're saying is that I don't know, I can't remember why it was pulled in November. The one that was denied in January, or whenever the 61 were denied, it could come back because it wouldn't be that same GPA. You could bring a GPA for the whole project back anytime you wanted to.
Well, this is what I'm wondering. It takes 90 days, we were told today, for a GPA, and I'm thinking 90 days. How quickly we could have gone through that. And yet this is really the key point of one side of this issue. They don't have a GPA, so it wasn't started right, so it's not right. And this goes over and over and over again. Why didn't they get the GPA?
Let me turn to Mr. Perigo as well. Please, Tom.
I'm sorry, sir, I just had that in my head.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just maybe a little bit of background. The master plan really is has a few jobs. It establishes the vision for the future development of the city. It establishes goals and objectives for how that vision will be carried out and the community will be developed. And it establishes land use designations which set density. And that's really what the master plan does. So as the code requires and as staff and council always ask that the zoning and land use be consistent. In this case, the zoning district includes the density. The application was consistent with the zoning and the density that's contained within the zoning. So this, and overall in this area, the original master plan back in 1985 showed residential neighborhood development and service and general commercial. The zoning came along in 1990. In 1992, the plan was amended and it showed open space that roughly followed where the golf course was anticipated to be. And then in 2005, it was changed again to reflect where the golf course is, and it was given PROS. So with all that sort of as background, the way way that staff evaluated this, and I'll ask Mr. Summerfield or Mr. Lowenstein to add to this as well, is that given the densities embedded in the zoning, and given that the zoning has existed for a number of years, 27 years, with that density, that although, yes, as a staff report reflects, a general plan amendment is something that would be requested and that should come along to make the two consistent. As Mr. Jerbick stated and has been said repeatedly, the opinion of staff is that the applicant has a right to come forward and request development under the zoning.
See, the question I have is that I've been hearing this GPA thing for months. For months. If they brought that up, if this one side brought up the GPA situation early on, why didn't the other side get the GPA thing? And why didn't we say, hey, you got to get it eventually? So why wouldn't they have gotten it early on? Am I missing something here?
Yeah, I will tell you
Okay.
what I think is missing here. There are obviously different opinions that you've heard. And the real question is, I'll be really blunt, do you trust your staff or not? The staff here has literally read the code, gone through the code, has literally interpreted it, I think, right down the line. I think there are areas of the code that are less than clear sometimes, and areas of the code that I think Tom is exactly right. The zoning had been in place here for 27 years, so the development agreement goes forward. It's a desirable thing, a very desirable thing, to have the master plan, the general plan, same thing, synchronized with the zoning. And they're not in sync right now. And at some point in time, an application will come forward to synchronize them. And you'll vote for it or you won't. But the fact is, if you didn't even have a general plan amendment that synchronized the general plan with the zoning is still in place and it doesn't change a thing. I think, to me, and this is my personal opinion, Councilwoman, this is a red herring argument. I do not think that this is dispositive of anything that's relevant to this council, because I think you're being asked, quite honestly, to be lawyers or judges and look at a legal case instead of a development agreement. And I think that the real question before you is this development agreement something you think is compatible with this neighborhood, and is it good? And the rest of the stuff, when it comes to the law and when it comes to planning, it will either be faith that staff has done their job or not. But I think the real question for the council is not to sit here as judges when it comes to the legal issues. I think the real question here is to say, did we get it right? Are the numbers right? Is the density right? Are the setbacks right?
And Mr.
if they're
Jerbick,
not, then don't vote.
I'm not a lawyer, so I didn't take that as a legal issue so much. I'm involved with GPAs all the time, and we all are on this council. So I don't consider that in the necessarily just with legal. It might be a legal thing, but it's where we make judgments and we make recommendations. Are you telling me then the zoning for where the golf course is, that PD, what is it?
RPD 7.
RPD 7 is, it's consistent with the number of units they would be having throughout? And I'm not just talking in the area of the floodplains, I'm talking in the other?
That's a planning issue, so I'm going to let Tom answer that.
The answer is yes.
So it would be, that's the strangest thing, because, and that's why I probably need additional time in this, but as I read some of this, I read that they were supposed to have a view, not necessarily what the law says, the vision, you have to have your, but what do you call it, space. And that's why I'm not quite understanding this, but I'll be quiet
I'll have
and
one final comment.
try
I
to
think Mr.
learn.
Bice will agree with
I'll
this,
just
too.
keep trying to learn, that's all.
I think Mr. Bice will agree with this, too. I wouldn't, in this discussion, say because lawyers say this or lawyers say this, even myself, that doesn't mean that your discretion isn't involved in looking at whether or not this is a good deal. That's ultimately what you're here for. If we did our job right as lawyers, it doesn't mean it's a deal that you should approve. It means it's a deal that's up for your consideration because it meets legal requirements and it may meet also planning requirements. But there's nothing in any of my suggestions about general plan amendments or anything else that says that controls your decision-making and you should do it. That is totally within your discretion. That's what you're here for.
I also want to say that I trust our staff, but I also disagree with them sometimes, because when you talk about comparable and compatible, issues come up. Even in my little ward that doesn't have these grand things, we have things where that happens, where maybe certain things don't go in certain places. So those are things I think you have to consider.
Yeah, and we agree too, and I will say I agree with Sean and everybody else that has said it. That's up to you to decide, not me, whether 2,100 units is compatible with Queensridge.
Right. And again, Mayor, if I just might add, please, that that's another reason why I agree with Councilwoman Fiore and the mayor on needing additional time. Today is August 2nd, isn't it? And August 1st is when I finally got something that gave me information that I knew was out there someplace on the traffic problem, on the additional gateway in, and things along that line. Plus, I got the large amount from Johan's group, the Navy SEAL. I got that I couldn't read it all. It was very finely done, and I was trying to read it. So that's why I agreed in the delay, too. And I'm done now, Mayor, and I apologize.
No, thank you. I mean, we do have someone who has been a Navy SEAL, so kudos to you for surviving that. Yes, please, your name.
My name is Rick Koss, 9813 Queen Charlotte. I live on the golf course. I've lived on it for 17 years. I have a view of 3 holes. It's brown now, but I still have my view. My property values are more with a problem because somebody might live behind me, not because it's brown. My view is excellent, pretty, it could stay brown. And a lot of residents think that way.
Good.
Because my view is maintained. The uncertainty on property values is I'm going to have a bunch of homes living behind, and they don't know how many. That seems to be the question that people ask, not because the water's turned off, even though it's unsightly, on-off. The Mayor, I want to hold you to one thing you said a long time ago. When this meeting and this all comes together, that the HOA or the people living there get to vote on it, and you wanted a high consensus. I remember 80, 85% coming off your lips. I hold you to that, no matter what we have, that the residents get to vote and give you the people that live there, not the different wards, not the different areas, but the people that live in Queensridge get to vote on this, get their opinion. All of you have great opinions and weigh in or concerned with property values and taxes and that, but the residents should vote. This is a development inside a development with its own HOA. It's a strange bird that everybody's at odds with. Yes. But you said, and everybody's trying to speak for us, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a resident. It's been there a long time. And I assure you, there's a lot of different opinions. We're as diverse as this council is. But the one thing is true. I still have my view, and I'd like to keep that view as best I can, or minimize it, or at least have the opportunity to put a vote down as one person out of 1,000 and give my opinion, because that's really what I think you want in the final analysis, the people that have to live with this development. Not the ones building it, the ones that have to live there.
That with Councilman Soroka, that he would know your feelings, and that's what we've all been inundated with emails, phone calls, visits. And so my sense is, but I keep going back to the same issue, that you may not even have a significant vote because the developer may walk away. And then what you're left with, that is what's bothering me. And to go again one more time, that's what I'm worried about. I mean, the ideal thing is to get everybody to give the 15%, but it doesn't sound like it's going to happen.
And I'd agree with you. And we appreciate your concern. It appears we don't have that same concern.
Well, I mean, I think it would be wonderful if we could get consensus from all the residents. I don't know if there ever has been a survey, because we have found, and this is just through conversation with either Mr. Perigo or Mr. Jerbick, how often are you having a meeting that you have new people continuing to come in, or somebody will come to one meeting, then miss the next 4, and need to come back up to speed, have missed everything. And so to me, to go ahead, I mean, you might be able to come up with different scenarios and get that master list of residents and say, do you want to leave it as is? What if the developer walks away from this? Is there a consensus among us that we can know that we will all pull together for 85% of us? Because I don't think you have it. I don't think you have it on anything. If you have a 50% consensus on something, I'd be shocked. So, but thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, you have the answer, Mr. Bice.
I do, Mayor. So in respect of your request and
Yes.
Councilwoman Fiore's request, here's what I could agree to, and unfortunately, the city attorney isn't present right now, but I could stipulate to the 30-day, I don't know what 30 days get you, but if I could stipulate to a 30-day stay of all litigation. I won't take anybody's depositions, I won't do anything, okay? I could stipulate to that, but the trial, obviously, all the deadlines would have to be pushed off, and the trial date couldn't not happen. Here's the city
Okay,
attorney.
could
The
you,
trial
I'm
date-
sorry to ask you to repeat it.
Brad, I've gone back and looked at the schedule. What I could agree to is a 30-day, if that's all you wanted. If you want more than that, we can certainly work that out. I could agree to a 30-day stay, no discovery, no briefing, no nothing. In other words, just complete stay of all the cases. The trial date, though, in the first filed action would have to be sometime after December 1 then, because in order to, we're already in August, that would get us to September 1st to finish up the discovery, et cetera. It would have to be sometime after December 1. I obviously do not know what the court schedule is. So I could agree.
Microphone on, microphone.
Sorry. I would say on behalf of the city as party defendants, we would agree to that if that's what the council wanted, so we have no problem with that.
So we could agree to that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bice, could I make a suggestion? How about, because your clients have sued the city and us as the applicant, why could you suggest just drop the lawsuits rather than just obey them?
Mr. Pankratz, I can understand why you would want that, but that cannot happen. That cannot happen under the law.
Thank you, Mr. Bice. I don't know where we go. Mr. Jervik, where does this go then?
At this point in time, it's probably necessary to hear from the applicant whether or not they would agree to that. And if they wouldn't, it takes all three to make that happen. Let me put it this way. We're just removing an obstacle to that being an option for you. If the applicant doesn't agree to it, then you only have two parties agreeing to a continuance. You don't have three. And we're kind of back to the observation I made at the beginning. I don't know that I would put a lot of hope in that continue. If you expected an agreement, I wouldn't expect that to be productive.
And, Your Honor,
Well,
there's a
and
fourth
Mr. Bice,
party.
thank you. I mean, I see part of the team, the developer applicant team, but one just went out the door.
Judges have a party here, too. They are a party. They have calendars.
Right.
They may not want to change their calendar. It
Right.
may not fit with all the other cases they've got to handle.
Right.
Good chance that we can talk all about it here and doesn't do any good.
Hi there.
Mayor Goodman and City Council members, my name is Ron Iverson, 9324 Verlaine Court in Queensridge. I'm the treasurer on our association's board of directors, and I have several comments from our board. First, we would ask for a denial of the current development agreement, or at the very least, continuance of the development agreement crafting process. As outlined by our lawyer, the development agreement still contains real concerns of the Queensridge community and is not mature enough yet to represent a comprehensive agreement to last for the next 20 years. Second, the board has met with the developer and Brad Jervik on several occasions and believes it is the best conduit of information to and from the entire Queensridge community in this development agreement process. We have several resident groups that have met with Brad Jervik to voice their concerns, discuss viable options. We only see the concerns of Tudor Park partially addressed in the current development agreement, not Revelle Court or Fairway Point or others. Third, and this is hopefully something that will be nice for you to hear. Third, we have developed a community survey ready to release this week that would address the key concerns of our community, and we would like time to receive quantitative information and community input to provide to the city to aid the development agreement process. These concerns include total density cap, density distribution, development in development area 3, perimeter landscaping before development construction, maintenance of the golf course during development construction, and if I may add, please get the water turned back on. It looks horrendous. Development of site security, because the developer still doesn't have a security concern in place. Use of Queens Ridge entrances and land and roads, and then floodplain impact. We are very aware of the importance of the development agreement to our property values and our future in Queens Ridge. It's disconcerting that to date we've not been able to craft an agreement that addresses our, we believe, very reasonable and realistic concerns. We urge you to continue or deny the current agreement process as insufficient and continue writing an agreement that makes sense for all of us and is consistent with every development agreement in the valley that's been approved so far. So thank you.
Thank you. Would you give that list to our city clerk?
Yes,
Is
sir.
it legible?
I'd be very happy to.
Thank you. And that's Mr. Iverson, staff, Ronald Iverson. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman and Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. My name's Gordon Culp. I am not a lawyer, I'm a professional engineer. I've been in the consulting business for 50 years plus, and a Queens Ridge resident for the last 19 years. And I promise I won't repeat anything that I've presented in any past meetings. You know, on June 21st, the action that this council took on the development agreement was to obey it for 6 weeks. We assumed that one of the purposes was for further discussions and negotiations, and a revised development agreement issued with time for careful review by the public. Well, this didn't happen. In fact, the development agreement has been undergoing constant change in the last week. Now, we've been paying particular attention to the Revelle Court issues because that's where we live, and we worked with our neighbors sort of leading that group and addressing our concerns. And in the course of the last week, we've seen several versions of the development agreement posted by the city. One, there'd be a 75-foot no-build zone and a 75-foot transition zone behind our houses. Or two, there'd be a no-build zone of 105 feet. Or three, there was going to be 1 2-acre lot. And based on what the presentation was today, we assume, although the city has posted all 3 options, the developer is proceeding with the 1 2-acre lot approach. And that's what I'd like to spend just a couple of minutes reviewing what that means to us as residents. These are the current views from the 5 homes that are in question. And what the developer originally proposed in one of the proposals exhibits posted this week online. Here are the homes on Revelle Court. They're the subject of the discussion. Was multi-story condos that would be loom 35 foot above the floor slab elevations of these homes.
Excuse me, where are the Revelle Court homes, please?
Right here.
Okay, thank you.
These homes. You can see that they would be looking at a solid wall of condos. There's a slight break in between these two. And these are about 50 feet in total height and about 35 feet above the slab of the homes. It's a pretty imposing view. In fact, we've attempted to represent that in this picture. And let me just explain briefly how the picture was made before anybody gets concerned about the representation here. We took some photos of some existing condos. They were higher than 35 feet. So we cut a section out of the middle, and we used the height of the windows, which are 60 inches, to give us the vertical scale. So this represents 35 feet above the ground elevation at the home. This is a view of that condo complex 75 feet away. Compare that to the current view, and you tell me that's compatible and complementary. It's devastating. The 2-acre proposal that is apparently before us is shown here. Here are the 5 homes on Revelle. The one's actually on Pontchartrain, but these are the 5 homes right at the corner. Originally, there was a 75-foot no building zone and a 75-foot transition zone. The 1 2-acre lot happens to correspond exactly to the dimensions of those 2 zones, or within a few feet. So there's really, didn't provide us much relief over what we had to start with. This is what the condos would look like. At that distance, they're still pretty imposing. Now, there would be vegetation between here and there. There would be a development, one estate lot developed between here and there, but behind us are the complex that has 1,669 rental units. So planting the trees, it's a little bit like putting the lipstick on a pig. The big problem is behind there. We've got 1,669 renters suddenly in the middle of our backyard. We approached the developer, he was sort of like the 2-acre concept. They'd give us 2 2-acre lots, so we'd actually get some relief from the condos. That was immediately and adamantly rejected. So if we had that, it would make a big difference because that would put the condos about 300 feet away, which now becomes a little less overwhelming. We'd rather have them 500 feet away so that development area 3 was just open behind our houses. But we did agree that we would accept the 2 2-acre lots. And that's the last we heard. Since June 21, we've had no contact from the city, no contact from the developer, and we got a development agreement in front of us, which we don't even know which one it is. We got 3 of them in front of us and posted this week. So we would urge that this current development agreement be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Culp.
I'm Ann Smith, also of Revelle Court, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk here. Revelle Court has worked so hard in good faith over the last 18 months. We've been at every meeting, and I'm sure you're sick of seeing our faces, but we've been here, and we've worked with Brad to create reasonable options. The reason we're back today is because the developer has rejected each and every one of them, as Gordon mentioned, and that includes that 2-acre lot. Multi-stories, condos behind our lots, there's nowhere else in Development Area 4 that occurs. We don't understand really why when we heard today that the lack of consensus is being blamed on all the attorneys. There's no attorneys been telling Revelle Court what they can and can't do. And from experience with this negotiation, we've learned very quickly that the decision maker is Johan Lowy. It's not the attorneys. So the attorneys are not influencing what's happening in terms of negotiations on Revelle Court. The issue is really that the developer took a calculated risk on this property and now demands this high density to make his desired numbers pencil out. The City Council should be dictating the density that's compatible and complementary, as everybody's been talking about. Putting over 1,600 units, rental units at that, on development areas 2 and 3 adjacent to Revelle, Tudor Park, and Fairway Point is neither compatible nor complementary. But in general, we're just really so tired of all of this. We've lost faith and belief in the process and the fact that we could even, over the next 30 days, even come to something on this fatally flawed agreement. I don't see how it can be modified enough to work with this high density that they're demanding. And so we are urging, and we're pleading here to deny it today, because even with the 30 days, its starting point is with the same high density. And that's not worked over the last weeks. It's not worked over the last 18 months. And I can't see the developer moving enough to make it worth it. So we're asking you to deny it today and start over and not obey it any further. Thank you very much.
And if that happens, they may be gone, and then you need a new developer to come in to start all over.
And, each developer is a different kind of personality and not perhaps as rigid as this one.
Well, and that may be where you end up.
It may be, and it couldn't get much worse.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming by.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilmen. I am Elise Canonico. I reside at 9153 Tudor Park Place. I'm speaking as Vice President of the Board for Queens Ridge on behalf of Tudor Park residents and as a homeowner. For the record, this spectacular view that we have enjoyed for the past 10 years is what kept us extremely happy in Queens Ridge. I lived for this view. Needless to say, that happiness was stripped from us when the developer purchased the golf course and threatened to shut the water off. The homeowners living on the golf course in Tudor Park Place paid a lot premium of $100,000. Now, in exchange for our one spectacular views and open space, the developer is offering us 20 feet of land, which is the best of the worst-case scenario. We all believe Phase 3 of this development agreement should be eliminated, as this is way too much high density for our community and all our surrounding neighbors. This is actually unheard of for one person to be able to put 3,000-plus residents through the torment that he has put us all through for the last 2 years. Please say no to the high density behind Tudor Park, behind the homes of Ravel Court and Fairway Point. Please say no to the 2,000-plus units that are not compatible to the Queens Ridge community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Piccoli, 9740 Verlaine Court. I am an attorney. I have 2 cases against the applicants sitting in the Nevada Supreme Court and 1 in District Court, and I am not going to get involved with a 30-day moratorium because I have no control over that.
Thank you.
I'd like to point out a couple things. Councilman Fiore had mentioned some concern about the flood drainage control system. I would like to point out to the City Council that the flood drainage control for Queens Ridge is represented in 3 different recorded documents. One is an on-site drainage agreement that was entered into on June 12, 1995. What it did is it granted an 80-foot wide easement, which was for flood drainage control, all the way through the first 18 holes of the Badland Golf Course. That is a recorded document, and I have the book number and the instrument number cited, which I will give to you. There is a separate 80-foot wide City of Las Vegas drainage easement recorded on the 18-hole golf course, and it was built and designed on what they call Lot 5, and the Badlands Golf Course has been designated Lot 5. That's how they broke it down. On March 30th, 1998, a map was recorded showing a flood drainage easement that was granted on the entire added 9 holes. So that entire 9 holes is subject to a recorded flood drainage easement. Now, when you were talking to your city attorney about meeting and trying to work these things out, one of the questions that entered my mind right away is, will he follow the law in this meeting? And will it be discussed? Because in the master covenants and conditions for the Queens Ridge homes, the CC&Rs, do not allow the storm drain system to be changed. And I'm citing from paragraph 5.2.4 of the 1996 CC&Rs. It says there shall be no interference with the rain gutters, downspouts, or drainage or storm drain systems originally installed by declarant. Now, declarant was Piccoli, Nevada. That's my family. And what they said went on, or any other interference with the established drainage pattern over any portion of the property. And then in the last paragraph of that particular section, it says, "There shall be no violation of the drainage requirements of the city, county, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, or State of Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, notwithstanding any such approval of declarant or the Design Review Committee." What this is saying is you could not change it. Now, if you take a look at the development agreement that is proposed, if you look at page 15, 36, and 37, it's giving the applicant the authority to go ahead and change, which they cannot do. So if you practice law, and if you don't want to be bound by the law, of course, as an attorney, I would have to go into court and try to straighten it out. And that is something you should be addressing now before you get too far into this. Another thing I'd like to discuss is the fact that Councilman Fiore and the mayor's statement with regard to what would happen if the developer happened to walk away is faulty. For the reason you both said, well, you'll get another developer. That's not true. You won't get another developer. They won't touch it, because if you deny this, why would they come in? What you will get is somebody that builds golf courses and runs golf courses. I know you have said it several times, you know, that the golf courses aren't making money in that. This golf course, when Mr. Lowy bought the stock to the LLC, was making $264,000 a year for the owner, and he didn't have to turn a hand. He just picked up his check out of the mailbox. Now, if you can have buyers come in and buy, you know, the 2 golf courses here as part of a package deal for $1.1 billion, tell me what's happening with golf. Golf is coming back. It's a cyclical thing. And just because Mr. Lowy says, well, I can't make it as a golf course, he never intended to make it as a golf course. He bought that piece of property for $7 million. He stands to make close to $1 billion if he ever gets the entitlement. And how does he do it? He rides in on the back of the people that own the property where he decides he's going to destroy the beauty. I wrote down a comment that was made by Stephanie when she was talking, and it just kind of stuck with me. She said, adopt our view. Make this into something special. Listen, Queens Ridge is something special right now. It does not have to be destroyed to make it something that will never be what it is now. And as far as letting it go to desert, let it go to desert. His money's up, supposedly, but he borrowed it all. Let's see what the lenders do with that.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Robert Eglett, and I am a lawyer. I hope you won't hold that against me, but I'm not here in the capacity as a lawyer. And I think I bring a little bit different perspective to the homeowners of Queensridge, in that I have not lived in Queensridge for 10 to 15 to 20 years like many of the people who've spoken. I own the lot, which I purchased in 2012 at 9404 Kingsgate Court, which is just next door to Mr. Fertitta's lot, just west of him. And as I told you, Mayor, when I met with you 3 weeks ago, I've been under construction now for 16 months with about another 9 months to go, and you kind of chuckled at me and said, are you crazy? What are you doing? Why would you start construction under these circumstances? Because almost 2 years ago, I started getting pulled in different directions by the parties involved to get involved in this case, and because I've lived here almost my entire life, and I've known many of the residents of Queensridge for 30-plus years. There's some of them in there I went to high school with here. And I know different residents have taken different positions on this, and the last thing I wanted to do was get in the middle of this fight and alienate any of my neighbors. And so I have stayed out of it and tried to stay neutral for as long as possible. Over the last couple of months, with the golf course turning brown, I've become very, very concerned, however, and not so much with the golf course turning brown, but with the front gate entrance from the Charleston exit, which leads to my property, with that hole being brown, the grass dying, and the horrible way it looks as you come into the property. I'm not a land use lawyer, so I don't know about this stuff, but just generally, I don't believe you can force somebody who owns the property that a golf course was on to water the golf course. I don't think you can force them to do that under the law, and I understand that. I don't believe this golf course is going to come back. I don't believe that some other developer is going to come in there and build another golf course. So my position on this is, what is our best option? What is our best option for this property? What is going to increase the values of these properties? And it's difficult for me to get up here and say this because I know I may lose some friends that I've had for a long time over this in this neighborhood. But I've spent the last month or so looking at all of these issues and trying to figure out what would be the best for the entire community. I know there's individuals in this neighborhood with various individual problems, but what would be better for the benefit of the entire community? And I look at what is proposed by this developer in what's called Area 4, I guess, the 2 to 5 acre lots, and that greens up the area where the golf course is. And I think that doesn't, and it's below all, at least where my lot is. I think most of the lots on the golf course, it's below where our lots are. It's going to be below us. And I think that would, my opinion is that would increase the value of our lots. I have watched, I bought this lot in 2012, and I've seen the property diminish in the way it looks, and particularly by the front entrance on the Charleston side where that golf hole used to be and now it is dead. I think I know all the lawyers on both sides of this case. I have great respect for all of them. I'm not going to pick on any of the lawyers, and I think they're just doing their jobs. But none of them represent me, and I don't think the lawyers that do represent some of the homeowners on the other side represent most of the homeowners. I think most of the homeowners are unrepresented in this case, and unfortunately, they're not all here to speak, or maybe fortunately for you. But I agree that there's probably differing opinions. I know some of my good friends in that neighborhood disagree with what I'm saying. But this whole project as a whole, I think, increases the value of the neighborhood, increases the area, even where the high-density areas is. I know that shopping center on the corner of Charleston and Rampart, the name of it escapes me now, has struggled for years with getting tenants in there. They have many shops that are closed. I believe with this high density you're talking about, that's going to increase the value of that shopping center. They're going to have more foot traffic, people in there, and I think it's going to help the whole area. And I believe that if the commercial area around that is bettered and is increased in value, that's going to increase the value of our properties as well. Now that said, I didn't purchase this lot and I didn't build this house as an investment. I built this house to live in, and I plan on living in this house hopefully for the rest of my life. And if my grown children will get their acts together, maybe they'll provide me some grandchildren to enjoy it with. But I just want to say, with the risk of alienating a lot of my neighbors, when you look at the overall project and the benefit that it will provide to the vast majority of the residents, the homeowners, I think this is a good project. And I think, and what I am very, very concerned about is what Your Honor, Mayor said, is what's going to happen if this isn't developed. And I know one of the homeowners said they're not concerned about the Brown golf course. They still have their views. I happen to disagree with that. I mean, when I look out of the back of my lot now and see just desert, dead, it's not what I purchased. and I would like to see this developed. I have no opinion on the continuance, whether that it will do any good. I haven't been involved in any of the negotiations. I have talked to a few of you this week to express my concerns and what I think about this. And I'm just one homeowner. And I'm not speaking for anyone else here. I'm just speaking for myself. But in my view, I think this development, if you look at what are the alternatives, this is the best alternative we have. Other than a golf course, which I don't think is going to happen, this is the best alternative we have. So from me, I would encourage, if there's not going to be a continuance and continue to try to work on this deal to get it resolved, I would encourage the council to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Madam Mayor and Council, welcome new members. My name is Alice Cobb, and I'm the board president for One Queensridge Place. But as a homeowner, I have just a couple of things to say. It seems that we've got a lot of people who have worked very hard and are exhausted around this issue. And that includes the development team. It includes the homeowners, the boards involved, and everybody's trying to find a way to either mathematically or psychologically get to the right answer for them. And I would only say that we should continue. I think that my homeowners would agree that we would like to continue, and Brad, more actively, I think, in the next 30 days or however long it takes to get a conclusion on this. Because I think where we are right now is very fragmented. Even the council is fragmented on it. So we do need to take care of it one way or another. And one other thing that the Brown Golf Course is now causing is it is so dry, and this has never happened before, but we've got rats, and if we've got rats, everybody else has them too. So if there's any way we could prudently put some water to the golf course, doesn't have to be watered like a golf course, but we need some water there, otherwise rats turn into a health problem. So if we can do anything about that, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hang on to
Mayor
that
and
for just one
Councilmen and Councilwomen.
Your Honor,
My name's Eva Thomas.
Could I ask for your time for just a minute?
Sure.
Mayor, may I ask a question of legal? I've been asked a lot of times the last few weeks about this water problem and the critters dying and the grass dying. And the last representative, I think, made a good case for sporadic watering on the golf course. One hole maybe have one or two sprinklers and another one here and there, and maybe a couple of collections of water for some of these critters to drink. Because if rats are coming, then they bring other scum. And we know lots of small, adorable little critters have died, but there's probably still some alive. My point is that it's unfair on the homeowners to drive the animals, the wildlife, up under the homes. Why can't we just tell the developer to maintain some water, not for a golf course, but for public safety?
The public safety issue doesn't really exist here in the form of turning back on the water. When it came to Silverstone, we were able to force them to turn back on the water because grass was a necessary part of the drainage system. And so the drainage doesn't work without it, and that's how you got to a public safety issue. Here you solved the public safety issue, and it's very unfortunate, but you saved the public safety issue here by eventually chopping down the trees and making sure the weeds aren't high enough to catch fire. But there is no way legally that we can compel the owner of the golf course to turn on the water without his consent. I do want to say what I said earlier at the podium. Part of the disappointment of this deal is that I asked for that to be in this deal, that the water be turned back on, at least for critical areas of the course, and it's not there. And in fact, the part of the deal that was there before, the requirement that the developer use his best efforts to keep the water on, which was at least something, that's not even in the deal anymore.
Well, shame on them. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm Eva Thomas, 652 Revelle Court. I am the person that the animal wilderness people came out to my house, and the Review Journal wrote the paper on. I'm on the driving range kind of looking at, when it got brown, all the animals started coming in. I have like a half-acre backyard and eating the grass. I don't have a problem with it. But then the rats and the bunnies are dying and falling in the pools. So we started putting, my granddaughter and I, we put 25 huge bowls of water out every morning and every evening. And there's up to 150 bunnies that come. It's like the homeless animals food chain. They just come in and drink and they leave. The quails, I don't know how many quails are left anymore. Yes. Are you waving to me? No. Okay.
We just saw Congresswoman Dina Titus. Bless you, keep up the fight. You're doing great. Sorry. Thank you, sorry.
That's okay. And chipmunks and...
and you know bunnies multiply.
Yeah, well, they're...
So call animal control, get them taken in and fixed.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but when Mr. Kempfer said, it's so nice to see the black, the turkey buzzards flying up above. Well, they're flying up above because there's dead bunnies everywhere. They're eating them left and right. That's why they're flying up above.
But, Ms. Thomas, you know what you're saying. I mean,
Yeah.
taking it to a different position at this moment.
Yeah.
Really and truly, I mean, Rancho Circle was inundated with rabbits.
Right.
To the point that people moved out
Right.
of Rancho Circle. You know, and I know I've spoken with animal control because bunnies are bunnies. That's what they do. And so I'm not sure, and if you would inquire with, I'm not sure.
Well, it's not just bunnies. We've
Well,
got
but the
chipmunks
reproduction,
and tons of birds.
But could you have animal control at least pick up the bunnies? Because I've been told by animal control and by the lead center that they would spay each bunny.
Well, somebody has to do something because that's a bowl we live in. It's not like all the bunnies say, hey, listen, there's no water here. We can take off and go up to the Red Rock Mountains. They can't go anywhere.
Right.
The ponds, they can't drink out of the ponds.
Right.
So they're dying. So if you can't turn the water back on, my issue is I've got them all coming to my house, and it's fine. I have no grass anymore, but they come to drink water every night. And it's all of them, the chipmunk, the birds, the coyote, the bunnies, all of them are there. So I would just like to say that if he doesn't financially have the money to turn the water back on, how is he financially going to have enough money to build this project of his?
Okay, well, I appreciate it, but I really do hope you'll call the city animal control to come pick up animals so they're not reproducing, and you have 100 bunnies, you're going to have 500
Well,
bunnies
that's a
within
big
months.
development. I'm sure everybody
Right.
has the same thing
But
going on.
please call animal control for some help.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just go through you, please. I wanted to just say that my understanding was that the applicant kept the water on for over a year, and I was told at the cost of $80,000 a month, if my information is accurate. And I don't know if anybody came up from your group to maybe help out a little bit in that, because $80,000 a month is a lot of money to spend on water when he wasn't getting any place on his development. That's the only thing I was going to say. Except two people back, there was a lady who was on the HOA board. I don't know where she's sitting. I want you to know I tried hard to get in there to visit the other day. They wouldn't let me in. And I said, wait a minute, I'm going to make a vote on this in a day and a half. So maybe you might leave some instructions sometimes with them. And then what I was told was that he called 3 board members, and then I was told that I could make an appointment and see if then I could get in. So I just wanted to...
apologize. They told me after the fact, but next time just tell them to call HOA and they'll let you in. But
Except they
can't
did.
let...
They
we,
did.
We
They
have a
told
good
me.
security team and they don't let
Oh, I
anybody
told him
in.
he was great. I told him he was great, and I don't mean to take up the time here. But, and I agree on the water issue very, very much, and I agree with Mr. Coffin on losing those animals. The thing I would like to say is, though, are those ponds, I was told there were ponds still there that the animals could use. Is there something wrong? Has anybody had the water tested?
Not to my knowledge.
But, okay, I just wanted to know that. And I want you to also know that our lawyer here told us that those vultures or whatever they were stayed in the tree. Is that true, or are they circling dead animals? That's what I would like to know. I'm just joking. Okay, just thought a little joke in this time.
Just give me a call.
They're circling, then that's not
I'll
good
be
at all.
glad to give you a tour.
Thank you very, very much.
Good afternoon. Deborah Kaner, 660 Revelle. Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, you are invited to my home anytime, and I would be thrilled to show you the backyard.
Well, maybe in the next 30 days, and I thank you. I
My
didn't mean to take up
pleasure.
your time.
I have two things I'd like to comment on. First, Councilman Coffin, when you started speaking this afternoon, you touched my heart. I was aghast at the attacks on you as anti-Semitic. I am a Jewish woman. He does not talk for our community. He talked for himself. The similar attack was on Christina Rausch when she was running for election. It's embarrassing. That was the first thing. Along those lines, that leads me to the psychology of negotiating with him. It's too difficult. The only success we had was when City Attorney Jerbick stepped in. We made zero progress with him until then. If, Mayor, you decide to wait 30 days, our only hope is if we have mediation. We will see nothing as residents without it. I abut to high density.
I think one of your neighbors, because 3 of you from Revelle Court, and there are only
Correct.
5, you've all spoken, and he has shown, Mr. Culp, I think it was, that showed us what an additional 2.5 acres would do in a setback.
Correct.
So, you know, these are all pieces I know that have been in
Exactly.
discussion, and so,
Right.
absolutely. I mean,
And
I
we
think
have hope.
where we are, that if the 30 days amounts to anything, if it isn't, there's no point in going forward, because the reality is, why should the developer do anything more if in fact there's so much disagreement anyway and it can't move, and just let it be what it is, and that then the residents and homeowners will just deal with the next person that comes along or group of people, and it just may sit and be nothing for years and years and
Exactly.
years with the
It will
with the,
revert back
you know,
to the
a bird in
original
hand. A
Badlands.
bird in hand, though, is worth 2 in the bush. I was told that as a little girl, and so I think we've over these 2 years have really made some unbelievable movement. And I felt from what I heard from Brad Jerbick, we were really close before the June 21st meeting, and it was hopeful at that time. So, you know, where there's hope, there's always a way, and that is my hope. And I thought if there were a time that we could just put everything else on hold and see over the next 30 days something can happen. But through the calm and beautiful presentation you've made, that's the way. And
Exactly.
only 2 of your neighbors didn't come speak, unless they're online.
Well, interesting to talk on that topic before I stop. The 2 neighbors who didn't come actually are Asian, and they have already proposed they could bring in buyers like that. So it's not like it'll sit for 20 years.
Well, you don't know. You have no idea.
Correct, but-
You know, so I just, a bird in hand, just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming forward again.
My name is Terry Holden. I live at 9101 Alta Drive. For the past 2 years, I feel like I've been camped out here. I've attended just about every planning commission, city council meeting, and from the start, I have not been against development. It's all about the right development. I get a little antsy tonight when the mayor is talking about this bird in the hand, got to do the deal, got to do the deal. I would love to play poker with you. You have all your cards face up. Yeah, I think I'll take that one. Because
I helped to support him in college through poker.
well, I worked my way through college
Sorry, ask.
playing cards. But anyway, if the developer walks, he walks. I've negotiated my whole life. I can't control the other side. I would like to see a deal done. I really would like to see a deal done, but I'm willing to walk away in a heartbeat. And the problem that I have, and I've heard it over and over today, Shauna Hughes stated it very well, is density. We are talking about 2,100 units, and I think Councilman Kaufman touched on it. We're talking about 2,100 units on the proposed development on the 70-acre parcel right now. And again, that's 30-plus units per the acre. The first part was up 24, and that doesn't even include the retail space and the hotel. I look at the whole property. There was 250 acres, and I'm kind of a simple guy. And realistically, they bought a very, very difficult piece of property to develop. With the floodplain, the wash, all of the ground is very difficult. The reality is no one could possibly even build 500 homes in there if they were doing single family. 2 to an acre, 2 times 500. Let's say they got on quarter acre. They had 1,000. They started off wanting 3,200. They're up about 2,000. Realistically, in the spirit of trying to get a deal done, I would say on that 70 acres, we should be looking at 1,400 units. I've talked to people at the developer's office, and they say, well, we can't make enough money if we do that. Are we talking about developer greed or in the spirit of getting a deal done? And I think if you can't make money when you only pay $7 million for the property, and I say only, but for the number of units, that is a token amount. They should be, if they can't make it with 1,400 units, they're never going to make a dime. And in the spirit of a deal, we need to get that density down into simple terms and give them a target of 1,400 units. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Sadoff, and I live at 9101 Alta Drive. And I have been a resident of Las Vegas the last 4.5 years, and I hope to make it my final residence. Like Councilman Soroka, I was career military. He was an aviator. I was a ground pounder. But as going through there, I've lived in 12 different states. I've lived 3 places in Europe and Southeast Asia, so I've seen a whole bunch of different environments. And when I came here, and I live in the towers, I came to live in a suburban environment. I've lived in urban and suburban. We've talked about density an awful lot. What you're doing, or we are doing if we approve this, when you take this development with Kalita across the street, you're making it higher density than any other place in Las Vegas. And I've asked several times the staff if there's any place more, and there's not. And you're making a suburban area an urban area. I've seen a lot of you up there ask detailed questions. If someone wants to put a house here or this there, how is that going to affect the neighbor? How is it going to affect the neighborhood? Making this an urban area will have a dramatic effect on the neighborhood. You're changing the culture and the fabric, and it's not compatible to the neighborhood. And I would like to say, you heard a lot of numbers there. Someone said Chana Hughes' numbers were incorrect. We can do a fact check. Her numbers were correct. If you add these high-rises or mid-rises, whatever you call them, it's 36 units per acre. So I asked you to take a look at that. I just for fact check, we saw a chart in the beginning, when a very good presentation by a developer, how we've gone down from 3,000 to 2,000 units. The area was never authorized 3,000 units. If you take 7.49 to 250 acres, it's about 2,000 units. So basically, that's what was authorized if you were to do that. So I would take a look at that. And the last thing I would say, to paraphrase or to add on to what Terry Holden said, we do want to make this a win-win situation. We do want development. But frankly, listen to you folks up there. I hear about, we don't want to lose this developer. We don't want to lose this developer. If you look at the development agreement, there are page after page after page where he can sell any part of it, piecemeal or whole, to anybody he wants at any time. Now, he is a businessman at the end of the day, and he's going to make the right business decision as you'd expect. So if it is profitable to somebody, somebody will come there. So I think, yes, we should try in good conscience and good faith to negotiate something, but I don't think we should be held hostage that if we lose the developer, all is lost. I thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming forward, and thanks for your service.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and councilwomen and men. My name is Dale Reisner, 9811 Orient Express Court. And I just have a couple comments. One is just general about the density, and I think it needs to be considered in totality, like everybody said about the the potential condominiums. Of across the street, any other entitlements, plus what's being asked for, because that's going to, I can only imagine what that's going to be like if everything gets built down there, and there's not even room to expand the roads. Tivoli's right up to the road, and unless there's a way to put a jog in there, I don't think you can widen it. But in any event, and then I recall there was a survey done in Queens Ridge community, and I think 80% of the people that voted were concerned about the density. So I just think that please be sensitive to the density, if you would. And then as far as the agreement, I spent quite a bit of time reading it, and from a pragmatic standpoint, I like some of the features, you know, the 2-acre lots and some of the plans, if the density can be dealt with. But then more importantly, the agreement, I felt, if you try to think through it and how is it going to be functional and how is the result going to be actualized, it seemed like it had a lot of open-ended areas that were subject to interpretation or incomplete. And the thing that has us here today is the agreements that we thought we had when we bought from the Picolis. They were subject to interpretation, and I think to remove all doubt, I think that agreement needs to be really, really well thought out, please, and have all the proper language in it so that when you vote on it and if you approve it, that it's what everybody thinks it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. George West, 9516 Chaw Grove Village Avenue. I was on the board of directors at Queensbridge HOA for about a year, from August 15th to August 2015 to August 2016. So I have kind of a little personal first-hand knowledge. I've lived in Queensbridge for 16 years. I can unequivocally tell you, we've heard a lot about what the community thinks. Councilman Stavros indicated in a couple meetings, I've watched everyone on TV, first one I've been down on. 80% of the community is against this. 80% of the people who responded to the survey was against it. Let me tell you about that survey, and the survey that's probably going out now. I was on the board of directors during that time, and I can tell you unequivocally, they have the survey and they'll show it to you. We sent out a survey to SurveyMonkey to 850 emails. There are 1,000 people in the community. Many got bounced back. Out of the 850 that responded, only 243, let me repeat that, 243 people responded to that survey. 75% approximately of the 243, less than 25% of the entire community, came from the group of homeowners that all live on the golf course and have a view. That is not a coincidence. Every single person that has come up here today pretty much who lives on Queens Ridge proper, not the towers, but in the 180, that's what I'm calling. 95% of those people who have been here every single time opposing this project, I know exactly what the streets they live on. 95% of them have their golf course views. We talk about the density down at the towers. They killed the density. We can't have 3,000 units. So Mr. Lowy goes below 3,000 units. This has to pencil out, as Your Honor said. So if they want 1,400 units, then the density is going to get shifted up to Queens Ridge proper. That's the only way it pencils out. So when the density was then switched over from the high density, when that got lowered, and Mr. Lowy wanted to put 61 up on Outlaw North, my God, we heard it was bloody murder. We can't have 61 houses. Well, you reduce the people that were against it, reduce the density down at the towers. You can't have it both ways. Finally, I'd like to impart on all of you, and I think Councilman Fiore, who had been in the legislature a long time, I think of you kind of as our great senator from the state of Arizona as a maverick. And to that extent, she hit it on. But what I didn't hear was this. What is killing this community is not necessarily the dead golf course. The people that are getting hurt the most are the people with those golf course views who understandably are upset, but unfortunately the law is not always about fairness. And in all fairness, I am one of those pesky lawyers, but I'm here tonight as a homeowner. What's killing our community is the uncertainty of what is going to happen on that course. That is killing us. Shauna Hughes, our lawyer, who's not here, but she said it, and I asked her at the last meeting that we had. I said, Shauna, as the city attorney of Henderson, when everything went south, you have personal knowledge about this, Lake Las Vegas. Have you ever known a golf course community that was enveloped within a golf course or surrounded by a golf course? Have you ever known a community like that where the golf course closed, went dead, and it increased property values? Obviously, the answer was no. And then I asked her the second question. Would you agree that the uncertainty with respect to the development plan and the uncertainty with respect to this community as to what that golf course is going to be is really having the impact on our community? She said yes. It is the uncertainty that is killing us. And while I don't live on the course, I'm joined at the hip at every single one of these other people that are. And my property values are tanking. I'm not going anywhere soon. Queensridge is my home. But I will tell you this, Frank Schreck comes up here and says, well, I'm here because of the community and I live here and I love my community. Frank Schreck purchased a 2-acre lot up in the Summit in April this year. It's on public record. He's gone. Don't be misled as to what's going on. Don't allow these surveys that they're talking about to mislead you, because the certainty of those surveys are in question. I'm here to tell you that. If you live on the course, you're going to be against it. And 80% of the people that did respond, those were the people on the course, and they were against it. Do not allow, as politicians as well, you know as well, that people that don't get involved with the process does not mean they're against it. There is much apathy in Queensridge in the B section, which I'm in. We are 600 units strong. We support that community with our dues as well. Without us, that community does not thrive. They are apathetic. They are afraid. They were my constituents at one point in time. And I applaud Councilwoman Fiore to say, and put it right on, the uncertainty is what's killing us. And you guys need to make a decision, up or down, so that we can either move forward, the developer needs to do what he needs to do his remedies. And finally, Councilman Kaufman, about maybe 3 or 4 meetings ago, when you were making a comment with respect to it and you voted no, you said, quote, there is 0 chance that this golf course is not going to be developed into some sort of residential development. That was right out of your mouth. I agree with you.
But you know what? I don't think I said that, so, we'll have to look at that.
Please look at the record.
So don't quote me if you're not sure.
I am absolutely sure. Look at the record, please. Thank you for your time.
I'm not.
And now I'm going to ask, and hopefully this is new information, Councilman Barlow has to leave at 5. So if this is going to go for a vote, that is 25 minutes out, and I haven't had the chance to turn this over to Councilman Soroka for his comments, his input, and some motion. So I am very concerned if you can keep your comments very, very brief so I can do that and we can get some resolution here, please. And if anything's been said before, don't add and repeat it again.
Yes, Mayor, and good evening, and I'll be as brief as I can be. My name is Robert Lapierre. I'm at 9617 Camden Hills. I can tell you, as a former sheriff, the prospect of this golf course staying the way it is a nightmare. We are wide open on 3 sides, easy access to anybody that wants to walk in. The developer's plan not only addresses this security aspect, it eliminates it. So for that issue, I urge at least moving forward on it. And the second thing second and last thing is as a past president of Queensridge, I had the opportunity to work with Mr. Lurie. We know the quality of his work, that's very obvious. I also had the ability, or the opportunity, I was president during the recession. I had the opportunity to talk to many of our surrounding neighbors. One thing I found out was that when Queensridge Towers got hit hard, they opened right before the recession really hit. Mr. Lowy stepped in and literally paid for the empty units that were not there, were not sold at the time. So all I'm saying is, we know the quality that this development would be, and we know that Mr. Lowy and EHB will stand behind their product. So I urge you to move the community forward, and it's in the best interest to move this forward.
Thank you very much. And two, sir, if you'll be very brief, we're now at 20 minutes of.
Hi, my name's Todd Korn. I live at 9220 Worsley Park Place, which is in Tudor Park. I don't live on the golf course. I live backed up to Alta. I think a lot of what you do here is from people who live on the golf course, and they're being affected by their views, losing their views. My concern is simply supply and demand. If we add a few thousand more homes to that area, what's it going to do to prices? I was the original owner of my home. I bought it in 2005. Top of the market, still not worth today what I paid. And I look at this and say, I'm not the only one in the neighborhood who didn't walk away or short sell. And I think a lot of us are going to continue to be adversely affected by adding a few thousand more homes to that neighborhood. Thank you.
Steve Carria, 9101 Alta Drive, Unit 202. I'd like to congratulate, first of all, Steve Shiroka for his terrific victory, and the new councilwoman, Michelle Fiore. A couple of items that I'd like to mention here is, and I'm befuddled sometimes because I really feel, Mayor, with all due respect, that you have some prejudice towards this developer, because let me tell you some of the things that he's done. He's told the people of our residents and our community that it's a done deal, meaning the deal is done. We have no word in it. That's the first thing. So you want to know if he upset people, that's what he did. The second thing is that there were threats, and it's on film, to the council members, that he met with each of you, met in your private councils, and you agreed to his proposal. That was a threat. Also, that he was a threat to one of the planning commissioners that belonged to Lois Cartanian.
He never met with me alone. He never made a threat.
That's what he said.
No, it doesn't make any difference. I am telling you on fact, on the record, Johan Lowy never met in my office with me alone, nor did he make an offer, and I said anything. So.
That's great. But he did say that, and it's on film. And in addition to that, there's been an attack on an individual council member. And I think that we all have to understand that we're not dealing with someone that's reasonable or fair or that people in the community want to live with. Now, the last thing I want to know, because there's a lot of things I could add to this list, but I've heard Councilwoman Fiore make a statement. And I want to tell you, the statement I don't necessarily agree with. I think the values in our community have already been devastated. You've heard that over and over again. You've heard a couple of people try to give reasons. But I can tell you, trucks backed up for 10 years, for 20 years, rock crushers, development, all that activity taking place in our backyard will cause more destruction and more loss of value than anything we're talking about. And in addition to that, the entire vote to unseat Councilman Beers was centered around one primary issue. And the primary issue was to get rid of this development. That was the number one issue in Ward number 2. And Mr. Shiroka is our representative, and I don't know why it hasn't been referred to him earlier to speak on this subject, because he's the one that's talked to thousands of people, knocked on thousands of doors, and we look to him for support.
And that is where we've been trying to get to since 1 o'clock.
And I agree with you,
1:30.
Mayor.
So if
Thank
we
you so
hadn't had
much.
so many repetitive comments, we'd be there to Mr. Soroka, but he is the
Well, I
end.
agree, and the repetitive comments have come from both directions, and thank you so much.
One presentation only, and that was it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jim Jimerson. My address is 9101 Alta Drive, and I'm a resident of Queensridge Towers. And congratulations to both Chairperson Fiore and Chairperson Soroka. Welcome aboard, and a difficult issue to begin your tenure, and I wish you much success and much good fortune. I am the a lawyer for the developer in the litigation, and our firm is a Jimerson Law Firm. My address is 415 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, and I'm a native of Las Vegas, and I've lived in Queens Ridge long ago, since 2001. I will take in 10 minutes to try to respond to 3.5 hours of response. You did allow two of the plaintiffs to testify for about an hour, but I will be brief. But if you'll give me just a few minutes, I'd be appreciative. You didn't get here by accident, and you heard the comment 2 or 3 speakers ago about the homeowner is being held hostage. The reality is the only person that's being held hostage is the developer, if you'll bear with me. If you read the staff report, you will see that the staff recommends approval of the developer agreement. And at page 2 of the staff's response, it has an analysis and it provides the reasons for its recommendation for the execution and approval of the developer agreement. And towards the end, it provides a series of findings that are important that read, beginning, I'll not read them all, the proposed development agreement conforms to the requirements of NRS 278 regarding the content of development agreements. The proposed density and intensity of development conforms to the existing zoning district requirements for each specified development area. Through addition, development, and design controls, the proposed development demonstrates sensitivity to and compatibility with the existing single-family uses or the adjacent parcels, and it goes on. So there was a question that was asked by your city attorney, a very gifted attorney, who said, why it's a matter of whether or not you trust your staff. If all of the positions that have been articulated to you by the many homeowners who have testified here this afternoon were truthful or accurate, this would be an easy case. You wouldn't have staff making its approval or its recommendation for approval. You wouldn't have the city attorney answering the questions in response to questions by Councilwoman Tarkanian or Councilman Fiore in the manner that he does. And the answer is because our client bought a piece of property in March of 2015, sought to develop it through 3 of the entities, 3 companies, the 3 different companies, started with a small project of 17 acres, and it was a city who asked us to bring all of the 250 acres and all of the complexities of that together in one setting in August and September of 2015. The developer has faced the remarks of the plaintiffs in their litigation, and Mr. Schreck in particular, in which Mr. Schreck tells us that the whole purpose for this whole presentation today and for the presentations beforehand has to do with trying to facilitate delay. And that is what this is all about. The email sent by Mr. Schreck to many homeowners was stated as follows, November 2 of 2016. We knew from the beginning, quoting from his email, that the mayor, Beers, and Perigo had the deck stacked against us. That is why we have always said we will win this in court. However, we have done a pretty good job of prolonging the developer's agony from September 2015 to now. We now look forward to the deposition of Perigo and Lowenstein, which have been noticed for this month, end of quote. And that has been the protesters' whole point, and that is delay. In the cursory fashion and superficial fashion that you hear, that they want to negotiate something, they want to reach some sort of accord, that is just lip service without any substance. Because as you have been reported to by your own staff, which of course I've not been privy to, you know who has negotiated in good faith, you know who has made concessions, and contrary to the councilman, it's not just a natural amount of giving when you have demands of 300 feet behind homes, football fields of ground in exchange for some sort of an accord. The law supports this development. The law was found, as I've reported to you in the past, through district court decisions. You find that this developer has the right to develop, and as Councilperson Soroka has learned by virtue of his study, and Councilperson Fiore the same, has the right to develop their property up to 7.49 dwelling units per acre. And the question asked by Councilwoman Tarkanian with regard to the PROS has also been answered conclusively by your city attorney and by your planning head of department, now assistant city manager, in that NRS 278.0349 states that where the zoning ordinance is inconsistent with the master plan, the zoning ordinance takes precedence. The parties to this agreement acknowledge that the extant approved zoning and land use for the site do not match. The city may request a general plan amendment at a future date to make the land use and zoning designations consistent. And the council person asked the question, well, what does that exactly mean? And the answer is just what it says. This property started with hard zoning in 1990, RPD 7. In later years, the city, in an effort to, as referenced to by Mr. Lowenstein, to provide guidance and goals for future use, placed a land use designation of PROS in the 2005 time period. But the land use designation of PROS gives way to the more fundamental right of entitlement of 7.49 dwelling units, and that's why it is not a barrier here, and that's why a general plan amendment will come at a later date with the approval of this development agreement. And that responded to that. So there's not only the right to develop that we've established, but there's also the indication that the GPA must give way to the superior rights of land use rights and development under our zoning ordinance, which was also confirmed by a 2001 city ordinance in 2001 citywide, approving all this property for 7.49 use. An intelligent use of this property, as recommended by your staff, is to shift the density from portions of the 180 acres down to the 70 acres to the east. That makes sense because you have adjoining use with the towers at 25.5 units per acre. It makes sense because of the location of the ground. It makes sense because of how it would react well with adjoining properties, and that's why your city staff recommends the approval of the development agreement. And it also protects the property to the west with regard to minimum use of 2 acres or more per house, which is an extraordinary compromise, an extraordinary project, which began this project and for which a different company, 180 Land Company, would propose be implemented at the appropriate time. So when you look at these different points, you see that there has historically been a recognition that this is the appropriate site for this appropriate use, which is why your staff recommends it, and which is why we would request you to approve the development agreement. I did want to put into the record comments on development agreement. You heard of one of the, or 2 or 3 of the lawyers, Mr. Buckley being one and others, questioning the development agreement. We have placed, and Ms. Holmes, if you would, we have responded in writing long before today our answers to the questions that have been raised by the lawyers for some of the homeowners, and we would like to mark that in this record as the developer's response to questions that have been posed by some of the papers by that representative for 1 or 2 of the homeowners that was spoken to today. We also providing to you a statement of law and rights to a final decision that the developer is entitled to with regard to both its rights to develop this property and to do so in a compatible and consistent manner, as has been spoken to by my colleague, Mr. Kempfer. And we also provided to you an economic impact of the projects that my clients have had the privilege of representing and providing and presenting here in Las Vegas and throughout the valley for your education. But finally, I brought to you the case law from the District Court of Nevada, Judge Smith, which has found in favor of the developer and against these homeowners, particularly a particular homeowner, Mr. Piccoli, who had filed a lawsuit and had his matter dismissed, and have also presented to you the words of your city attorney with regard to the right to build, as well as the right to have this particular project approved. Also, the remarks of your planning commissioner, excuse me, your assistant city manager, Mr. Perigo, who, when he was planning commissioner, had indicated why the zoning rights appertain and why there's a right to development. Now, with the right to develop, it does not give a blank check by any means. It means that there would be development that would be appropriate and consistent. And certainly the project that is here does that. It will increase property values. It will increase use and enjoyment of the location, and it will ensure that there's appropriate use of the property for the benefit of all, including those who are skeptical about the development. But when you look at the right to develop and you look at the completion of the needs and of the demands of the city and the satisfaction by the developer of the demands of the city, you have the public's interest being protected. And I would just indicate that even your councilman, Mr. Coffin, recognizes that there should be development there. It's a matter of what is the best type of development and what would be appropriate. I did want to speak to the words with regard to the 30 days continuance because that was an important issue that took some time today. We were sued by certain homeowners, 6 homeowners, now expanded to, I think, about 20. We were sued in December of 2015. The intended purpose, as I've read to you, to prolong and delay the agony of the developer, not to ever reach a resolution. The city of Las Vegas was sued in December of 2015, claiming that it had acted unlawfully. The city was sued in July of 2016, as was the developer in a separate lawsuit, again making outrageous claims against both the city of Las Vegas and the developer, and that case was dismissed by January of 2017. And this case that has been brought in December of 15 is set for trial, or will be set for trial, we anticipate, in the 3rd week of September of 2017. So, Madam Mayor, what I'm suggesting is this. Because of the trial date that we've been aiming towards, the 3rd week of September, it's not possible to delay the trial. I would be willing, unlike the plaintiff's counsel, to, if we had to adjust certain depositions, to do that. But there's no reason why opposing counsel and I, and counsel for the city of Las Vegas, working with Mr. Jervik, could not continue our work towards a trial date while we still, the lawyers, stay out of the mix of 30 days that you've requested. I don't see them as mutually exclusive. Quite the contrary, I see them as in parallel and something that makes good sense. The developer has been put upon by some homeowners regarding a suit that we believe is frivolous. We have the opportunity to rid ourselves of this lawsuit in a month's time. We have already rid ourselves and successfully defending the lawsuit in January of this year, and we do support a resolution of this matter. The harm and damage to my client caused by some of these homeowners, caused by the mischief of some of them, has certainly been well documented and certainly hurtful to my client. And the preoccupation that just gnaws at anyone who listens to this record about how much money is this developer going to make? How much profit is he going to make? Is he going to make $1 billion? We heard one person today. Instead of understanding that somebody has made a reasonable investment, has the right to develop his property, and seeks city approval and input, and the input of friends and neighbors. This developer developed 42 homes in this neighborhood, built the towers, built Tivoli across the street, solved all of the drainage issues that could be possibly complained about receiving FEMA approval. They are a neighbor, they are our neighbor, and they build a quality project. So, Madam Mayor, we would agree with the cooperation of opposing counsel to the 30 days. We would personally stay out of your negotiations and discussions. We do need to proceed to trial, but there's no reason why we cannot continue these negotiations with you. That being said, if that's their appetite on the part of the parties to do so, then please approve this development agreement today and allow us to go forward with our project. But we need to keep our trial date in the same breath. We want to commit our continued cooperation with you. And Mr. Councilman Kaufman, respectfully, I don't know anything about this claim of anti-Semitism. I do know that you stated on the record that you could not be objective with regard to this application, and that's the reason I know for the request for recusal. There's nothing personal here as far as I know from both my client and certainly not anyone here representing my clients. But your comments today certainly do not give us much comfort that you can look at our client's application impartially. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
everyone.
Mr. Jimmerson. And hopefully this last comment...
Your Honor, I will have to just take this liberty to say something about that that Jimmy brought up. It's not, this development agreement I don't like. I proposed one, if you want to call what I did on a blackboard or a whiteboard at Loewy's office, a development agreement proposal, I made one, and as you had mentioned, or somebody did, you did it, Jimmy.
I didn't, but yes.
You know that I told in a meeting here a few months ago, before the June 21 meeting, that not everything I believe would make this side happy, because I believed that there were some rights involved here.
Councilman, I'm going to have to interrupt you.
I'm trying to correct the record,
No,
Mary.
it doesn't make any
Mary,
difference.
Mary.
Excuse me, no.
Mary, Mary,
I am going to assume the prerogative of the chair. You can have your conversation
Jimmy,
later.
I still have an open mind on development agreements.
Yes, ma'am. If you'll please go ahead so we can conclude the public comment and turn this to Mr. Soroka, who can come back to you, Councilman Coffin.
Yes,
You've already had 10 minutes. Please.
And
Go
thank you
ahead.
very much for letting me speak. This will be very
Okay.
short, and it would have been very nice for the residents to have been implicated from the get-go when the plans were first being developed, as opposed to everything being now retroactive constantly.
What?
But
Oh, I'm sorry. Your name, please. for the
Louise
record.
Francoeur from 9217
No, that's
Tudor
fine.
Park Place. What I did want to ask is, I just want one example. I agree with everything Councilwoman Fiore said about what we're looking for in the community, but I want one example in which, in a developed neighborhood such as Queensridge, one example where 1,600 multifamily apartments were introduced that actually raised property values. I just
Okay,
want
I think that,
one example.
okay, and that was already addressed earlier, so thank you. At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing, and Councilman Soroka, you're in. Now, Councilman Barlow's going to be able to stay another half hour, at which point, hopefully, we will be moving towards a vote. Councilwoman has to leave, but you have the number to be able to call in.
Yes, I'll stay as long as I can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilman Soroka.
Thank you, Mayor. And as mentioned, this is quite a softball you've tossed me for my first major effort here, 14 days in from being sworn in, and I greatly appreciate this opportunity. So thank you. You know, I live in the ward. I have walked on the land. I have met with, and I know most everybody that testified today on both sides. And I think it's important today that we understand what we're actually voting on as a council. And I'll get to that in a minute, but I just want to share that I have gone to school on this. I got sworn in 14 days ago, and I have, from morning till late at night, every day of the week except my anniversary, studied this topic. And I've worked extremely hard to understand what's before us today. And I want to clarify, I am not here to do anyone's bidding. Those of you that have met with me on all sides know that I have made that explicitly clear. I am here to represent what is the greater good of our residents of Ward 2 and the surrounding areas. And what's before us today will have regional impact, and we are being watched. Unlike in other parts of the state and nation, this is the first time in the city of Las Vegas where we have seen an actual plan to redevelop a golf course. There is no precedent, and the action we take today will be the precedent for the future and impact the lives of our citizens for decades to come. This agreement will have impact far beyond the Queensridge community, adding over 2,000 apartments and other commercial uses to a corner which has already over 1,400 multifamily units built or entitled, would make this, as we've heard, the single most dense corner in the city of Las Vegas. You know, that sounds something more appropriate in Symphony Park or downtown than in a suburban Summerlin. I know we've had discussion on this, but an average of 35 units per acre is proposed in Development Area 3, which is adjacent to single-family homes. That doesn't seem to be harmonious and compatible. In this document, and what we are voting on today, it will affect everything from traffic to flood control to education, fire and police services, and they will all be impacted by this agreement. And I think it's critical that every member of this council to have been able to read, understand, and agree with every single word in the document before any of us could even consider approving it. The implication of every should versus may, and versus or comments such as at the sole discretion of the developer must be understood because an interpretation can completely change an implementation. If we approve this, we will then approve an ordinance which becomes our law. This agreement will carve in stone forever the future of not only Queensridge, but the entire community. And because of this, I cannot take this lightly. I know that reviewing this document has been difficult for all of us, and I've heard it today, both of those residents and those of us on the dais, because among other things, we've seen at least 3 different versions in the last 7 days. Exhibits appear to have been added, changed, removed, duplicated. And in meetings with staff, we found ourselves reading from different versions. Because of the changes, the confusion, no one seems to have had sufficient time to review whatever actual document it is that we are approving to the level of detail required to make a sound decision. Our residents deserve an opportunity to review, digest, and comment on such an all-encompassing and permanent agreement. They deserve better than what we have given them to date. I've consulted with a large number of experts. They include Mr. Nagai Pindell, a Harvard Law School graduate, which many of you know, a highly respected professor of law at UNLV. I've consulted with planners, other attorneys, developers, and experts in the fields of traffic, flood control, general development-related fields. My understanding is that state law requires a determination whether the development agreement is in conformance with the master plan. If it is not, then it would require a major modification, a general plan amendment, and then it be followed by a development agreement, which is what's before us today. Because we've skipped steps, we have some major issues to get through, issues that would normally have been fully analyzed through the major modification and general plan amendment process. Instead, we've skipped it all and gone right to the development agreement. And it appears we kind of put the cart before the horse and made our work more difficult. At the same time, I've learned in my discussions that it's customary practice for a developer to obtain entitlements before closing on a property. It is very atypical to have a case like this, where the developer chooses to move forward with a purchase without having the desired entitlements in place. I don't think it's the city's responsibility to match entitlements to financial requirements. It's the city's responsibility to ensure the proposed development is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area. What we're talking about today is bigger than Queensridge. This action will set a precedent for every potential golf course conversion in the city of Las Vegas and possibly all of southern Nevada. Quality of life issues such as availability of open space, parks, Little League fields, soccer fields in wards 2 and 4, which are adjacent to each other, will all be impacted by adding in excess of over 3,200 multifamily units and more than 7,000 future residents in just these 4 corners. At this time, I would like to highlight just a few examples of concerns from this agreement. The development agreement provides no schedule or timeline and permits development at the developer's sole discretion. This allows for many risks for the city, including leaving the door open for potential transfer and interest to anyone at any time. Regarding flood control, which is a life safety issue, we know the potential resolution and engineering solutions are not yet complete or approved. And this is a large-scale effort. We are dealing with flow rates of 4,600 cubic feet per second. Imagine 4,600 basketballs passing by you every second. In addition, this allows units to be built before the flood control solutions are completely in place. Additionally, in October of 16, I'll say 2016, the city's traffic engineer wrote a letter to the applicant stating that no development with the current road structure could occur in development areas 2 and 3 unless an easement was provided by the Las Vegas Valley Water District. In addition, as it's been mentioned, I've been told verbally that without that easement, no more than 1,500 units can be built without their easement. I've received a letter, I may have already been put into the record, that says they're not going to give that easement. It's not going to happen. And that makes a more major portion of this agreement challenged. Other incentive items in the agreement, as briefed, are contingent upon items out of the control of the residents, one of them being the Las Vegas Valley Water District easement. It would seem that in good faith, those contingent items would be part of the agreement and they would be going in play anyway. When it comes to fire, police, medical services, and school, the development agreement does not address this at all in any section. The impact of public safety or schools. Public safety, I understand, consumes a majority of the local government expenditures. This agreement does not provide for any additional public safety resources. And over the last 7 months, speaking to thousands of Ward 2 residents, crime and lack of police presence is already a top issue affecting our community. The Clark County School District has sent a letter requesting an agreement to address the need to accommodate additional students. That should be addressed in the development agreement as well, just as it has been in other similar agreements. Our schools in Ward 2, as we know, are already severely over capacity. This is a critical issue. These are just some examples of concern. There are far too many to describe here. So as I move toward the conclusion, I've looked at 13 recent golf course closures in communities across the country and how they're dealing with them. These include one course that closed 10 years ago in Florida where the developer was proposing only 800 homes or so. No decision has been yet made after 10 years. We don't want to emulate them. None of the 13 courses I studied had anything close to the number of units being considered here today. The vast majority of these cases have former 18-hole golf courses being converted to 200 to 300 homes, not 2,100 units at 35 units per acre. As a way to tackle the new phenomenon we heard earlier today of golf course closures, a county in Florida put a moratorium on golf course conversions until they could develop appropriate policies. Maybe we should be considering doing the same. I believe, as we've heard today from others, a reasonable and equitable development agreement is possible, but this is not it. I've worked extremely hard in my first 2 weeks learning all sides of the issue, the history and what needs to be done. What we need to do is do better by our citizens, including the developer. We need consistent information, thoughtful discussion, and dialogue. So I considered the options. To vote yes would be putting in place an agreement where there is no agreement. Clearly, we hear that today. There is no clarity. There is no consistency. In essence, we don't really know what we are agreeing to. However, we do know we are far from agreeing. Now, I want to ask Mr. Jervik, if we do vote yes, can we ever change the density that we agreed to?
No, that's a 20-year agreement with a 5-year option, I believe.
Could we change a location of a development once we agree to this?
No.
Thank you. So what we're saying is, if we agree to this, we have no say. And I'm saying we don't really know what it is that we're agreeing to, and we don't have an agreement. A development agreement is a contract with a contract. It assumes agreement. On the other hand, to vote no. No presents concerns about what's next in the property, what goes next, and we've heard that discussion. However, it does bring us closure. I've heard the appeal for that on both sides. It resets the discussion if there is going to be a discussion into the future. It also levels the playing field for the future and encourages a dialogue and compromise heretofore not seen. In speaking with the city attorney, a new agreement can come back at any time, even if we vote no to this one. You just can't bring this one back for a year, but you can bring another one back right away. To obey. We've heard a lot of discussion about delaying today. A vote to obey for 2 weeks or even a month is an attractive option. We would hope it would allow all parties to address their concerns and actually come to an agreement. However, it's easily argued, what's the point? It's been 2 years. At this point, and we've heard that length of time repeatedly today, 2.5 years. After that period of time, you would expect an agreement to be perfect, to be no typos and everything squared away. In addition, this meeting has been on the books for 6 weeks. What have we done? There has only been minor movement in the agreement by either party in the last 7 days. So what would an abatement do? This council is the body to determine policy. And I think it's fair to say that this document, as it stands, whichever version we're looking at right now, is not good policy. It appears we are at an impasse. And remember, we are voting on an agreement for all the marbles. There is no changing it later if we vote yes. If we were working on a major modification or a general plan amendment, that would be different. I've heard that we may need an opportunity for the community and the developer to move on. I've heard that loud and clear today. So, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion, and I move to deny this development agreement, and I ask my colleagues to join me in protecting this community and respecting the developer.
Mayor, may I ask if Councilman Soroka would consider a motion to maybe withdraw?
That withdraw without prejudice?
Yeah, withdraw without prejudice.
Who has asked for that? That's what she's asking.
Yeah.
It seems to me, and let me talk to Tom as well, I don't know that there's really any difference. A withdrawal, since they can come back with another agreement anytime, a different agreement, certainly a different agreement, maybe even this agreement, it would operate almost as the same. If it's withdrawn, it's off until somebody brings back something different. And I can tell you, we would be very disappointed if somebody tried to bring this back after there was withdrawal. So we would expect something different if it did come back. But that's, legally, they almost operate as the same. This would not be on the table. There would not be another vote. It would be gone until somebody proposed something else.
Okay, any more comments? Because there's a motion on the floor to deny.
So this is I understand the motion to deny. And my biggest concern with denying this is, again, just having Badlands in limbo. And so today, this is what I heard, and I took some notes. And so your guys are not upset that you don't have a golf course like my Silverstone folks are. My residents are upset about their golf course. You guys are upset about a contractor, okay? And you're willing to fight for the developer to go into foreclosure so another developer can come in. That's what I heard. And as a woman with intuition, it kind of sounds like you have some lenders and investors and lots of dollars to take this property. And that's basically forcing the contractor out of dollars. So that's, I'm going to vote no on this because I want 30 days. So if it passes, it passes. If it fails, I'm going to come back with a motion to give us 30 days.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I don't know what it's worth, but we've been at this for quite some time now. And I believe that one last-ditch effort, I don't think 30 days is going to impact us. After 30, come 30 days from now, I may have a different feeling in relation to where we are with this. And so I believe that 30 days is one last-ditch effort, because what I really don't want is for the golf course to go down, specifically after the photos that I've seen. I used to play Badlands quite a bit. It was one of my favorite courses. And so to see where it is in this state right now, it can only get worse. And I just hate that the residents in this area would have to live with the golf course being in such grave despair moving forward. And so I would at least want to try one more opportunity for a 30-day approach. Thank you.
And I'm going to add into that, because we have spent 2 years at this, and I am going to ask, after this vote, we'll see where it lands. I still believe that this is something we can work through, want those 30 days as well, and I still would ask, depending on this may pass, and I really appreciate everything you've done, your research, everything, your earnestness in this, that Councilman Soroka, and really appreciate it. But my hope would be that with those 30 days, and then at that point asking staff to create this, from everything that they've heard that I started with this morning or whenever it was, that we would go there. But there is a motion on the floor. The vote would be to agree with Councilman Soroka that a vote for yay is a vote to support his motion that says denial. Correct? Okay, so I am calling for the vote.
Madam Mayor.
Please vote, yes.
Can I just say that I would prefer to wait the 30 days, but out of respect for the person who's mostly involved with this, I would go for the denial.
Okay, so you have to vote your yay? Yes. Okay, and Councilman Coffin, please vote, and then I'm going to ask you to post. No, she's voting. Your comment was?
I would prefer waiting the 30 days. I'm just one of those people that feels you never give up. However, he has had a lot more time to read the research, and I'm going to go on the basis of what he recommends as the leader in that area.
Oh. All right, so please post. Everybody's.
Yes. She voted the wrong way.
Oh, I do that all the time. Sorry.
How do you know? Oh, because you had the vote.
Right.
And then please post.
Have you got my vote right?
Yeah, she has to redraw it.
We withdraw the whole vote, bring it back to us, and we all revote?
She has it right there.
Oh, you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull back, withdraw your vote. And the motion carries. So the motion has been upheld to deny, and thank you all for your support and efforts, and where we are. So we will now move, yes, please. Turn your microphone on.
If I may, please just thank staff for their hard work in this, especially Brad Jerbick and Tom Perigo, and I appreciate
Everybody,
what they've
please
done.
keep your voices down
That's
as
right.
you're going out.
They know I appreciate what they've done.
Yes.
You know that the suggestion that they worked on behalf of the developer is insane. And it was their efforts that got it from 3,000 units to 2,000. It was their efforts that got 3 towers to
Thank
2.
you. No,
It was their
they
efforts that
worked
got,
very
I mean,
hard.
staff did an incredible job on behalf
you,
of the
Mr.
city
Kemfer.
and the neighbors.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we will then move on to Agenda Item 31, Recommending Committee Bills Eligible for Adoption at this meeting. Bill number 201727. City Attorney, would you read the bill, please?
I don't have to read it. I'm going to recommend, based on the vote that you just took last, this is irrelevant, and ask that you strike it from the agenda.
Thank you. That Agenda Item 31 is stricken. And we will now set the date for any appeals filed or required public hearings. I'd instruct City Clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abasements.
Thank you, Mayor. We need to vote on 31.
Okay, may I have a motion on 31? So sorry. The motion to strike on agenda item 31, please. I'll make the motion to strike 31.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to strike item 31.
Okay, thank you. Motion, Councilwoman's gone, so all right, there it is. Please post. Motion carries. We will now move on to our second public participation, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time as any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue or any members of the public here who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda. Hearing and seeing none, we will move on to council participation, and we'll start with you down at the left, Councilwoman Fiore. You go first on anything?
So September 8th, we have Beauty and the Beast in the park, and that's going to be really fun in Centennial Hills Park. And then we're going to start Mondays with Michelle at the YMCA, the second and fourth Monday starting in September. So I definitely want to hear from my constituents. We have a big battle going there. So thank you. Have a great rest of the week.
Thank you. You did a wonderful job today. Very proud of you. Councilman Coffin, how about you? No, thank you. No? Thank you. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I would like to ask in the back, do we have anything loaded for Ward 5? Okay, run through the slides because I don't have them in front of me, and I'll just go from there. Okay, Coffee with the Councilman is taking place on Thursday, tomorrow, August 3rd, from 9 a.m. till 10 a.m. So please come on out to Coffee with the Councilman. We'll be discussing a lot of great topics, such as what's taking place in and around Ward 5. And of course, on Rancho and Washington, there's a major storm drain relocation work, so please pay attention to all of the cones, the orange cones in the area. Make sure that you drive safely and also slow down in these construction zones, because we want to make sure that not only the construction workers, but those pedestrians and vehicular traffic that is coming through the area remain safe, and we'll have an opportunity to get everyone home just the same. The Health District Back to School immunization is also taking place, so there's a number of back to school fairs taking place throughout Ward 5 and the city of Las Vegas as a whole. So please, if in fact you are in need of immunization, please contact the Southern Nevada Health District to find out where the closest immunization will be taking place near your community. And of course, the Ward 5 back to school fair is taking place Saturday, August 12th, 8 a.m. until 11 a.m. So please come out. We're giving out close to 5,000 backpacks to needy children. And so we want to make sure that our young people have an opportunity to return to the classroom fully equipped with the necessary tools to be productive for the school year. So come on out to Lorenzi Park, and there will be close to 80 vendors there to provide wraparound services for families and our youth in the community. August 12th, wristbands will be distributed at 7 a.m. and the doors will open approximately at 8 a.m. And of course, the professional office space at the historic Westside School, we still have space available. So if you are in need of a professional office space or you're looking to expand your cafe, please consider the historic Westside School located at the corner of D and Washington. It's a historic site, and the entire development has been renovated to the tune of $14 million. It's a beautiful historic location. So if in fact you're looking to expand, please consider the historic Westside School. And of course, you may follow me on all of my social media platforms, on Twitter, Facebook, and I will be reopening my Instagram site pretty soon. So stay tuned.
That's it?
And that's it. And of course, Also, Mayor, I do have Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian's items, and she asked that I read them as well.
Okay.
Okay, in Ward 1, this month in Ward 1 is celebrating the opening of 2 new schools at the reopening, and the reopening of another on August 10th. She stated that she is scheduled to attend the grand opening of the Mojave Springs School, which is a private nonprofit school inspired by Waldorf. Then on August 11th, Councilwoman will be reopening Rexbell Elementary School, which has completed its building renovations for the new school year. And finally, she plans the grand opening of the Strong Start Academy Preschool, which is located in the Las Vegas Medical District. Okay? And Firefighters Memorial Park, once again, she wished the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department a happy 75th anniversary. And that's all that's taking place in Ward 1.
Thank you very much. And we will now move on to Councilman Anthony, and since you had such a nice presentation, Councilman Soroka, you're going to be last before me.
Thank you. I'd like to invite everyone to the Back to School Fair movie in Ward 4. It'll be August 11th at 7 p.m. We'll have some family-friendly activities. We're going to have a movie, Finding Dory. We'll have free popcorn, water. Food trucks will be available. We're going to hand out backpacks and free school supplies while they last. So come out, get your kid prepared for school, and then enjoy the evening watching a movie outside. Again, everything is free, and it's at Durango Hills YMCA on Durango Hills between Cheyenne and Gowan. So come on out, and I will be out there to chat with you.
Thank you. All right, go for it.
I think we have a slide here.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh.
Hello, everybody. Join your fellow Ward 2 residents at our movie in the park and enjoy Moana this Saturday, August 5th at Bruce Trent Park. Movie will start at dusk, but we'll have some festivities before the movie starts you won't want to miss. With our movie partner, Hula Hut, we have free popcorn and water while supplies last. Then, on August 19th, next slide, please, yay. Come on out and meet me at my satellite office in the Veterans Memorial Leisure Center on Saturday, August 19th from 9 a.m. till noon. I'll have some back-to-school goodies for the kids and some light refreshment for everyone who wants to come and say hello. And on our last slide, you will find contact information on how to contact me and my staff so that you can call and email anytime. Thank you.
Wonderful, and since we've all, again, always thank you, first of all, thank you, council persons, for a long time. For those who've been here for 2 years at least on this particular issue, thank you for all that you've gone through. Staff, I can't tell you how grateful we are to you, your level-headedness, your participation, everything that's been there through this arduous time. And knowing that we really feel that, you know, it's a great concern for the quality of life going into the future of what's going to happen in Ward 2, but that will come in time. But thank you for everything you've done, our city staff, our clerks, IT department, everybody, and for this wonderful group that's from 333 Rancho. Yes, you have something to add?
I do. If you don't mind me just piggybacking on what you just shared, because this is specifically speaking to city staff, from the planning department to business licensing to the attorney's office. You all spent a lot of time working on this item for many years, and you know, my heart goes out to you because there was many nights that you all were out late in these neighborhood meetings and on the weekend and trying to find the best resolution for this item. And so I really want to thank you all personally for a job well done, because you all are truly professionals and you remain professional throughout the entire process, regardless of the emotions. You all took the emotion out of the development and basically kept it in the professional realm of the law, in the municipal code, in the zoning codes. And so I do really want to thank you personally, Tom, and exceptionally Brad, for, Brad knows I know his name, for really leading the charge on this. And I really mean that, and good job well done.
thank you. I mean, it just really has been a unbelievable learning curve and calling on a great deal of patience, participation, research, everything. Tom especially so, and Brad also. But too, I mean, the staff has been just fabulous. And so we thank you, and I have great concern what's going to be out there. But it will move forward, whatever it is. So our meeting is adjourned. Our next council meeting is August 16th, which is my oldest son's birthday. So hopefully it'll be brief. Thank you.